From Castle Rexworth and the Rexworth Estates, I bid you good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever you are, and whenever you are. My name is Rexworth, Lord Rexworth, and I welcome you to our Saturday night stream. I'm going to be doing a bit of just chatting and video reacts, and then we'll play some video games. Most likely going to be doing Deus Ex Human Revolution. It's a new one, but it's one I've played before, and I enjoy it. I was originally thinking about doing the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney trilogy, but I thought, nah, it's too much voice acting, too much work on my voice, and I wasn't really feeling it, chat. I felt like a shoot-'em-up game, a first-person shooter. I wanted some gratuitous sex and violence. And, well, I can at least promise you the gratuitous violence bit. So we'll do that. Yeah. Anyway, Gator City, welcome in. Sleep Jogging Hydra, thank you for redeeming first. Welcome in. Let me do the usual housekeeping first before we get started. You can find all of my links available on the website, lordrexworth.com. That's lordrexworth.com. Make sure you're following me over on Twitter X, twitter.com or x.com/Lord Rexworth. Twitter or x.com/Lord Rexworth. I've also got a Discord. I'll bet you didn't know that. There's the link to the Castle Rexworth Discord in the chat. Click on that. Join the Castle Rexworth Discord. Keep in touch with me and the rest of the nobles. And, yeah, let's do something besides say hello to and good morning to each other. Let's keep things lively, because God knows I can't continue to carry the whole conversation by myself. Please, for God's sakes, join the Discord. And then, oh yeah, there's the coffee page. My comms are open. Pay me money to say things. Gator City, thank you for redeeming not first. Also, hello. I've had a couple of drinkies tonight, chat. And also, I've had, I joined. Stop yelling at me. No, I'm not going to stop yelling at you. Join the Discord, damn it. Join the Discord. Do it. Hurry up. Be quick about it. Anyway, I'm actually going to do something I normally don't do. I'm going to hop into the game collab and unmute the Discord audio. I have, damn it. All right. Make sure you stay joined and get your roles and agree to the rules. Don't make me have to do it for you. Anyway. Mods, if you want to join me in the game collab and just sort of chat and shoot the shit and whatever, feel free to. Either that or we can join the game collab, stream VC. Don't really care. We're just sort of taking it free and easy tonight. I'm doing it, I promise. You're a brave lad, yes. Very brave. Or just really stupid, I don't know. I feel like I've had enough booze to drink that I might have to pee here in a moment. And I've got another drink right here in front of me, a nice mojito. But anyway, we're going to be looking at some things. And, let's see. We've got some leaflet videos. We've got some really good leaflet videos reacting to some things. I've got a good one from Sagan of Akkad, where we're going to just mercilessly poke fun at the absolute smug, arrogant, cringe-inducing moron who is Adam Conover from Adam Ruins Everything. But I still don't understand why he has to ruin everything. It's like, why can't he make things better? I don't know why he has to ruin everything. This absolute fucking smug arsehole that you want to punch him in his coiffed hair face And then I've also got Smugglerliner video. And we've also got some things from the podcast, The Lotus Eaters, that I want to that I want to do some react to. And we're also going to talk about the plight of the white South African and how they are indeed refugees fleeing a failing state due to anti-white racism. So I'm going to talk about a lot of naughty things that you're not really supposed to talk about as a VTuber, apparently. But you know what? I don't care, because it's my own bloody stream, and I'll talk about whatever I damn well like. And there's anything anybody can do about it. So, let's go ahead and do that. We're switching over to the React scene here. And going to pull up a window capture. And we're going to start with a leaflet video. The title is They Ran Like Roaches. This one's nearly an hour long. We're not going to watch the whole thing. But, yeah, if any of you are followers of Kirsche, you know that this has been an ongoing saga all this week, tweeting out things like hashtag I stand with Foxu, because it's absolute bullshit what she's having to deal with. And Anna Valens, you're a cunt, and you will never be a woman. You're a man in drag. You absolute fucking degenerate. And it is a good thing that you have lost this battle, and I hope that you end up like so many other failed gaming and vice journalists and everyone else in the so-called mainstream media, working at a fucking Waffle House or in fast food, where you are told in no uncertain terms, just put the fries in the bag, bro. Anyway, let's watch the video.
Alright. Let's see what happened.
Problematic VTuber. They're just calling her that because they disagree with her. It's just like in the so-called mainstream media, how they don't how anytime they call something controversial, that usually is the code word for we disagree with what this person is saying. And yet they have to gaslight, like, you know, it's problematic, or they're saying something very controversial. No, they're fucking not. No, they're fucking not. I hate Rev. Well, then you're not going to like this segment, Gator City, because we're doing some react to a react here, and it's going to involve Rev Says Desu. I happen to like Rev Says Desu. But yeah, if you don't like Rev, you're not going to enjoy this portion.
This drama's been like really fast. It's been like happening the last week. This has been going on with like the
That's the absolute speed of the internet for you.
This is like the VTuber gate, basically. A bunch of journalists again. It's always fucking journalists, right, guys? Journalists basically going after Kirsche and
no, you don't hate the media enough. You really don't hate the media enough. They, you know, maybe after the 2024 election, they thought, you know, maybe we should do some introspection. Maybe we should figure out, why does everyone hate us so much? Why does everybody wish bad things upon us? Why does nobody trust us anymore? No, they're just going to keep doing the same old grift that they always have.
I'm gonna spoil it.
Hey, what's up, guys? Rick here. So it looks like we're getting a trilogy to this ongoing Kirsche situation. If you want full context behind everything leading up to
this is like a couple days, yeah.
Previous videos on the subject. However, things have gotten very crazy.
I don't like him because something he was wrong about, he never acknowledged that he was in the wrong, even admitted he just personally hated the person. I don't even know what you're talking about. But he gets more right than he gets wrong, so perhaps we should just focus on that instead of the one thing that he got wrong. And yeah, instead of focusing in on that, it's like, let's focus on what he gets right. And he gets a lot right, to his credit.
I just wanna, oops. I just wanna apologize, my nose is like absolutely fucking stuffed right now.
You're fine,
I don't know
love.
if you guys can hear it. It's like my entire, like...
I don't know, Chad. I think she sounds exactly the same as she always has, which is adorable and wonderful and delightful. I mean, she's Leaflet. She's just lovely and wonderful and everything good and true. And reflects a lot of qualities that one should seek in a girlfriend or a wife, if I may be so bold. Well, the one time he got wrong was the first time I've seen him, and it was the last because it scared me away. Well, sorry to hear that, but you know what? I will say he gets a lot more right than he does wrong, and behind the avatar is indeed a human being, and as human beings we're all prone to error. We make mistakes. Give him another chance. Who knows, he might even actually grow on you.
It's like stuffed. Everything is stuffed up. Everything in my face is
Poor
like,
girl.
just stuffed.
And her sponsors.
Get her some tissues. Get her some cold medicine.
By various articles and viral tweets trying to slander her, including 3 hit-piece articles produced by Vice. And now, after the effect of those...
Does anyone remember when Vice used to be relevant and used to be kind of a cool and edgy sort of publication? Does anyone remember that? They actually used to do some fairly decent journalism. And then, I don't know, Hollywood, venture capital, people like that got hold of them. And like so many other things they get hold of, they shit it all up. It's the enshittification that they tend to do to try and claw back equity and money for their investors. And they all have the same marching orders of, okay, shit it up. Just go out there and everything needs to be turned to shit in order to get our money back. So shit it up. And same thing happened to Vice.
Kirsha is now making an official response with the help of this individual. Not sure who they are, but they cosplay this Kirsha.
Whoever they are, I should love to take them out to dinner. And yeah, they even did the Munya. That's fairly decent cosplay, and she's kind of cute too. I'd have 5 children with her, I would.
And delivered the document to their door. This contains a Google Doc that Kirsha has made.
Google Docky! Google Docky!
Request to Vice and threatening possible legal action if they do not follow through on that request. Now, to sum up everything leading up to this video in a very simple way, there's a cancellation campaign targeted.
I'd buy her dinner. I damn sure would buy Kirsha dinner. And only the best, too. I mean, we're talking proper steak dinner with martinis and lobster bisque for the starter. And, you know, only the finest dessert. I mean, we're talking like the fanciest creme brulee or, you know, maybe like a really, really good chocolate cake or chocolate cream pie. Champagne to go with the with everything. Yeah, Kirsha, you find yourself watching. I got a bit of liquid courage in me, but I would buy you dinner, love, and it would be only the best. I mean, wherever you want to go, Capitol Grill, Roost Chris Steakhouse, you name the place. I don't care whether it's, you know, somewhere else on the East Coast or there in Boston. You name the place. I will buy you the fanciest steak dinner on the entire East Coast of the United States. And yeah, because darling, you're absolutely worth it. You absolute brave soul, speaking your truth and doing so unashamedly and without reservation. Yeah, I mean, it's the least I could do for someone I regard as my Oshi. And let's face it. I mean, anime waifu in so many other senses. Because, yeah, you're worth it. I and so many other people, we absolutely adore you. Just like we adore this little, this lovely little one over here. The invite extends also to our dear lovely Leaflet here. I'm told she resides in Texas now, so probably has an appreciation for really good quality beef. So yeah, Leaflet, you ever find yourself catching a clip of this? Steak dinner, darling. Martinis for 2. Champagne for 2. Only the fanciest chocolatey what's-it for dessert. Lobster bisque as a starter. You and me, love. My treat.
Marketing Kirsha, they're trying to get her deplatformed. They're trying to remove her sponsors.
This would be the collab of the century and of the ages between Leaflet and Kirsha. Kirsha, Leaflet, maybe Kitsunero, Smugglana, all of these great VTubers who are just unashamed, unafraid truth tellers. People who resonate with their audiences. I think we need to make this happen. I should love to see this happen. Each and every one of them, fantastic content creator in their own right. But I should love to see a collab between this lot. Jade Peppermint, hello. Hello, cutie. Hello, darling. How are you?
Through hit piece articles as well as viral tweets trying to paint her as a white supremacist, racist, Nazi, bigot, all these buzzwords they love to
all the things that they are not.
And unfortunately, this campaign was successful in ending one of her partnerships, and that was with the game Crime Boss.
Yeah, but Kirsha ended up coming out of that smelling like a rose. The same can't really be said for Crime Boss. Because, I mean, they're absolutely getting ratioed over on Steam. Which, by the way, if you're like me and you bought Crime Boss because the Foxu woman was playing it, go and leave them a negative review. Because the people with Crime Boss, they're all cunts.
And
Dude, this game got fucking dumpstered. Like, look at this.
Mm-hmm.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
She was an integral part of growing this game and putting it on the map. And when
she was the only thing that was growing that thing and putting it on the map. What are you talking about, Rev? They owe their continued existence to the Foxu woman. Without her, they'd be nothing. And now they've decided to jettison her over the lies and slander of a bunch of parasitic muckrakers and blood-sucking, well, just parasites. Now look what's happened to them. They're irrelevant. All that money spent on all of these Hollywood celebrities, and they've got nothing to show for it. They've been absolutely destroyed by the only people that were propping that game up. Fuck them all.
That she was removed, her partnership severed as a result of this ridiculous, slanderous cancel campaign. You can see the results. The negative reviews poured in. People are very mad at these developers for really having no spine, and also for welcoming in the modern audience, who, by the way, is now asking for refunds because they think this game is too problematic.
Yeah. The modern audience is not going to buy your shit anyway. So fuck them. They're all cunts. Might as well appeal to real people.
Congratulations, crime boss.
They use the phrase candy arse, which is a gay slur. No, it's not. That's a load of bollocks. Whoever this idiot Alt F4 is, they're just trying to find something to be offended about. Well, you know what, Alt F40, you can fuck off. You're a cunt. Go get fucked. And go fuck your mother while you're at it.
Boss, you played yourself.
You got the right audience, right, guys?
Yeah.
It's like,
You got the audience of money and buy your shit anyway.
here's a calculation I don't get, guys. This isn't okay. This is strictly from like
Irish. I'm Scottish.
Okay, guys, strictly from a business perspective, okay? So, like, this is gonna sound wrong. This isn't how I feel. This isn't how I think. This is not how I think about things. But say I were a business, say I were like 100% like a business person, right? And like I'm thinking strictly like I gotta do what's best for my business, okay? Who do you want?
Well, I damn sure didn't do that.
Audience? Do you want the people that kind of joke around and they have fun and like, I don't know, they have like actual jobs and like they have money
Oh,
to
you're
like,
a
actually
good guy
spend
to
on your
say.
day,
You're good.
and like they're gonna have a great time with their friends and like bring in more people? Or do you want the people that just constantly fucking bitch all the time? They just whine and they bitch like professional.
I don't know. Nobody wants that. They're a pain in the arse. I'll tell them to go get fucked and go fuck their mothers while they're at it. Jesus Christ, fuck the modern audience. All of them a gigantic pain in your ass. Mixed with both and Welsh. Oh, nobody's perfect. No, I'm kidding. We love the Welsh.
Criers, basically. They cry
I'm
constantly.
part
All you
Welsh.
do is bitch about your game. Any like little thing, they'll nitpick it and they'll get fucking upset because it's offensive.
Ah, fuck them. They're all
And on top
cunts.
of that, they don't even have any money.
Yeah, they're all
It's like, which one
broke
do you
as well. They're not even going to buy your shit. Fuck them all.
Which one do you want? Do you think? Do you think like? What do you guys think? What do you think of the percentage, guys? If you had to like,
I'll tell the modern audience to go get
if you
fucked.
had to like put a percentage, what do you think is the percentage of them that work? Like actually work? It's gotta be
None of them. They're, yeah, 0.1%. Bunch of broke-ass losers. Can't even afford to clothe themselves or feed themselves. Well, when I'm looking at your Discord, I can't see what I can pick roles. Let's see. Redaction roles. That's what you need. Underneath introductions. Reaction roles. That's what you need. It's not there for me. Why is it not there for you? Okay. Make sure that you click on Castle Gates, right-click that, and then collapse all categories. I don't know why it didn't do that. Actually, no. Don't collapse all categories. Just look under Castle Gates. It's there in the first section. Don't know why some of that's not showing up the way it's supposed to. Anyway. Let's keep going. I have only see welcome rules and introductions. I don't know why it's not showing up. It's supposed to be there. I'll just copy the link there and post it. Fixed it. It wasn't checked on a server guide. Oh, good. Well, I'm glad you figured it out. I don't know how half that stuff works on the Discord. I just know that eventually it starts working for people and it's supposed to be there. I don't know. I didn't build most of this. This was people who are no longer a part of the server. I don't know either. They change Discord way too much. They really do, and they need to change it back.
In rock bottom. It's got to be lower than like the actual unemployment rate. I guess higher than the
higher
actual unemployment rate.
Now, of course, that's not good enough for a lot of the people involved in this harassment campaign against Kirsha. You can see
I don't understand it. Like again, like even from a business, I don't get it. Like, why would you do this? Like, why would you subject yourself to that audience? I just don't understand it.
It's not even worth it. I don't want the modern audience to watch my streams. I don't want to have anything to do with the so-called modern audience because they're all a bunch of broke-ass losers. They're not gonna subscribe. They're not gonna give bits. They're not really gonna have much to do with me at all. Our philosophies and way of thinking couldn't be further apart. So what would I want to have anything to do with the so-called modern audience? Fuck them. They are useless to me as a content creator. I don't want anything to do with the modern audience. They can go get fucked. I'm looking for people who are engaged, who are actually interested in watching, who are interested in subscribing, who are interested in occasionally tossing bitties at me. I want the engaged P1 demographics. I'm not interested in the modern audience.
Anna Velin's individual. This is a Vice journalist who's made or been the subject of all 3 hit pieces on Kirsha that have been recently released. And now that
she is actually it's a he. It's a he masquerading as a she. And not doing a very good job of it either. They auditioned for the Vtuber group and they got rejected. And they proceeded to try and do a hit piece on that Vtuber group, claiming they were transphobic, which is a load of bollocks. Just because they reject you because you're a no-talent hack doesn't mean they're transphobic. It just means you're a no-talent hack. And also, this is a load of bollocks too. At no point did Kirsha tell Anna Valens to unalive herself or commit 41%. They're not transphobic. They're just a narcissist who thinks that they are the main character and thinks that everything is somehow a transgender, transphobic thing. That is as annoying and insufferable as homosexuals who think that everything's a gay thing. Or bisexual people who think everything's a bisexual thing. Or, you know, someone who thinks that everything is about sex and fucking.
They had this successful campaign with Crime Boss. Now they're going after other sponsors, mainly gay.
Guys, I heard one of the people that is involved in this tweets like 140 times a day. Or some shit like that.
Yeah, that's one of the V tweeters for whom Kirsha lives rent free in their head. They're really a sad individual who needs to get off the internet and go outside and touch some grass. Dobby is free, and there's a way to fix that. If you got a Prime sub, you can always use it.
Like, that's so crazy. Like, how do you tweet that much? I just don't understand.
Subs, trying to get them.
Well, it's very simple. They probably don't have a job and they don't have any life. They're a loser.
Partnership with Kirsche over misinformation and
I don't, sadly. I use it on May. Oh, well, fair enough.
their primary sources, which is largely from Reddit posts and 4chan posts. Yes, words of other people on various websites like that. That's the best they got. But also, there's other people.
Kelvix, thank you so much for the Prime, man. Thank you. Thank you for performance. I had no idea Crime Boss existed before Kirsche. The game is aggressively mid, and I only gave it a shot because she vouched for it. I still have never heard of it. And I don't know what that is.
Most people never
I've
have.
only heard about it now because of this stuff.
At least you get paid a little on me watching ads. That's true. And I've also got Twitch Turbo. I also get paid that way too.
In the VTubing scene, you can see this post that got a lot of attention saying, so much Kirsche hate has been on my timeline recently, and I have to say to that, keep it going, guys. I love to see those racist Nazi Mayo Moon crickets get dragged to filth.
What?
I had no idea that Mayo Moon crickets was supposed to be some sort of anti-white slur. But, yeah, fuck this Nerlina person, whoever the fuck they are. They're a cunt too. Just because you disagree doesn't make you a racist or a Nazi. And I don't even know what the fuck a Mayo Moon cricket's supposed to be. Apparently that's supposed to be an anti-white slur. But yeah, fuck you for saying that.
Man, the anti-racist...
Is this a VTuber?
Apparently, they're supposed to be. They claim they're a VTuber, probably just a V-tweeter.
Anti-racist. Wait, what does this mean? Racist, Nazi, what is that? Don't say it? It's a slur?
Already said it.
That's a really creative slur. I've fucking never heard of that.
It just looks stupid.
Dude,
That sounds stupid too. And they sound like a blithering idiot for abusing that.
That sounds like...
Don't have turbo money, sadly. I used to have turbo money. I'll have turbo money again soon enough. But, yeah, I can understand that.
Like so anime. Oh, it's an old slur for... Wait, what?
No, it's not an old slur for black people. It's a slur for white people.
Wait. Hold on. It's a what? Hold on.
Yeah, apparently it's supposed to be a slur against white people.
I gotta show you guys something, okay? I gotta show you something.
Well, you got to show us, love.
What that is,
go on.
Because as you can see here, I am the Mother Green Institute's least racist VTuber of 2025 award winner. So I don't even know what that is. I've never heard of that before. Not even one time. Yes, certified, 100% certified by the Mother Green Institute of anti-racism, least racist VTuber of 2025 award winner, trademark, copyright, donut steal, you know? Yeah, I am like actually the least racist VTuber, confirmed. Yeah, I just want y'all to know that, you know. I mean, so it makes sense. I don't know what that is.
Oh, thank you so much for the subscription for the tier 1 there, Gator.
Is right. Like obviously, like how would I know what that is if I'm the least racist VTuber? It just makes sense.
This is advanced levels of racism, ladies and gentlemen. This person has to pull out a whole thesaurus to try to...
You found your credit card. Well, don't go crazy with it. Don't only do what your budget will permit, of course. I mean, we always have to give out that disclaimer. Don't go mad with it. But if your budget allows, it's always appreciated.
To go after Kirsche.
I'm good. Putting it back at its hiding spot. Very good. Very good. That's a smart decision. My budget allows. Okay. All right then.
While also trying to supposedly combat.
Yeah, the crazy thing about that, and like, I mean, this is something I've been thinking about recently. A lot of it, like, it's so crazy how every single time these people who are...
By the way, welcome in, Rosso. Good to see you. Feel free to hop into the VC if you want to hang out.
Like, these people who are always like, oh, we care so much about people, we want to bash the fash, anti-fascist, anti-Nazi.
Isn't it interesting how those who want to bash the fash, they end up acting the most fascistic themselves. They end up acting like the worst sort of gangsters. There's Rosto. Hello, hello.
Hello. It's been a bit.
It has been a bit. How you been, mate?
It's going. Started some processes, and I'm just waiting on that to roll its course.
Excellent. Excellent. That's
Yeah.
what we love to hear.
Had a nice little lunch with Madre, and I've got some cheesecake out of it.
Hey, what sort of cheesecake?
We do have a classic, and we have a marble, and my personal favorite, strawberry.
Hell yeah. Let's go. Marble cheesecake and strawberry. Eating good tonight, lad. Right, I'll do some screen share for you here. That way you can watch it live as it happens.
Alrighty.
Let's see, where we are. There they are.
Yes.
Okay. Brilliant.
You know, anti-racist. These people, and they're like, oh, we're so nice. We're like such kind people. We have so much empathy, and like the reason why we care about people so much.
Yes, they're so kind and they love people so much, but they'll punch anyone they disagree with.
Mm-hmm.
These people are always the fucking worst. Like they're literally the worst. It's actually crazy because like I know people who like.
Yeah, if you have to go out of your way to convince people that you're a good person, you're probably not a good person.
Mm-hmm.
Funny how that works.
Mm-hmm. This is why actions speak much louder than words.
Exactly.
Like, I'm gonna be real. I know some people who would like say the N-word. They're actually less racist than these people. Like, because they're just.
That's funny how that works, isn't it?
They're just kind of fucking around. It's just like friends fucking around, saying like, you know, whatever, like calling each other whatever, just for fun. Like Counter-Strike lobbies, like old Counter-Strike lobby people that I know. They're just fucking around. They're just like, ah, yeah.
I miss old Counter-Strike lobbies. I don't know about anybody else. I miss that. I miss the old style COD lobbies. We need more of the old style Counter-Strike and COD lobbies. We need that back.
Old Counter-Strike. Oh, old Halo lobbies. Those were fun.
Oh yeah. We just need old game lobbies in general, don't we? You know, before the fun police got a hold of things. Back when people could just call each other the nastiest names in the book, and we all just sort of, you know, let it go at the end of the day, and we all get together and go have drinks.
Pretty much.
I mean, well, those of us who are legal age to drink anyway.
You know, like.
Or had family that allowed you to have liquor.
Yeah.
I mean, what?
You know, they'll be like to me. I can say this because you know, I can say this because it's me. They just be like, you know, like why don't you go bomb Pearl Harbor or something? You know what I mean? It's like, it's just for fun. Like nobody even gives a shit. You know, like, nobody cares.
And they say, I believe Leaflet's Japanese American, so that hence why she gets told to go bomb Pearl Harbor.
Oh my god. What?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the old game lobbies for you. That's the old Counter-Strike lobbies. It's like, why don't you just go fucking bomb Pearl Harbor? I mean, or the UK game lobbies where we'd all call each other cunts.
Man.
I mean, you think the Americans are bad. You should hear us Brits. You should hear some of the nasty things the Scottish have to say about fucking everyone.
No, that's fair. That's fair.
Try to bomb the harbor. Like nobody cares. Yeah, nobody cares. It's all just fun, right?
Back then we knew it was all. We knew we were all just fucking around. We were just fucking with each other, and it was all in good humor. And then all the fucking Karens and the HR types had to sink their talons into everything. And they killed the fun for everybody.
No, it's just for fun. They're not actually racist. I mean, like, you could call it racist that they're fucking around or whatever, right? But these people are actually vile. Like, these people are actually vile. Like, they actually hate white people, like, for real. They use slurs unironically. Like, they use them, like, actually as weapons. Like, when they...
Yeah, this lot, the Twitter freaks, you don't even need to get enough drinks in them. You give them enough time, they will fulfill the prophecy of the Sam Hyde quote of, do not forget that these people want you broke, dead, your kids raped and brainwashed, and they think it's funny.
They say a slur, they fucking mean it. They mean it for, like, the intended, like, slur purpose. It's not like people use slurs just to fuck around and just, you know, again, which kind of makes the slurs have less power because people are just fucking around all the time, right? They use it actually as well.
I mean, isn't that the idea, though? Shouldn't we be taking power away from slurs and naughty words and that sort of thing anyway? I thought that was the ultimate goal, to where words don't need to hurt us like they used to. I don't know if anybody remembers that old Star Trek episode. I think it was from the 3rd series, where Abraham Lincoln shows up on the Enterprise, and you know, he refers to Lieutenant Uhura in an antiquated term, and then he realizes, oh shit, I fucked up there, and I called you an antiquated term. So sorry, love. And she's like, well, why should I be offended? You know, this is the 23rd century. We've learned not to assign such great power to mere words. Pyon Lee, thank you for redeeming not first. Also, hello, how are you, darling?
Like, when they say a slur, they fucking mean it. These people, right? It's actually unreal.
Yeah, they really fucking mean it.
These people are the worst. Like, they're literally like, they send people death threats. They dox people. They swat people. They try to get you killed.
Yeah, they try to swat
they try
people.
To get you killed. They they're willing to like commit terrorist acts and shit. Like,
and all because you dare say something that they disagree with. They're cunts of the highest order. Doing well, sir, and you? Doing all right. Half in the bag. Had a couple of margaritas and a couple of mojitos as well. So we're flying a bit loosey goosey here.
It's actually crazy. Like,
thank you for the hydrate redeem.
Oh man, like some of the things that I've been.
Some of the things you've heard in the Halo lobbies. Stuff of legends, it is.
So. It's known. I'm a mixed kid, so you can already figure out what's been said.
Oh yeah. Well, I can imagine all sorts of variations on calling you a half-breed or something like that.
Yeah, putting it lightly.
Yeah.
I have been called an Uncle Tom.
Mm-hmm.
Been called Whitey McWonder bread, and unfortunately the Mayo Moon cricket. That is not an old insult.
Tales old as time, that one.
Not a new insult. It is old.
Yeah. Do hope that's water you're hydrating with. It is. Yes, I do have an ice shaker full of water mixed in with a bit of gamer subs. Got a fresh supply of anime girl thigh flavoring that I've mixed up, which is actually orange and cream. And they actually sent me, I posted this in the Castle Rexworth Discord, they actually sent me a sticker of genuine anime girl thighs. I'm still trying to figure out whose thighs these belong to. I don't know if they're an anime girl, if they're a VTuber's anime girl thighs. I just know that they're lovely, and I should love to have these legs wrapped around me. And, doing all sorts of naughty things like...
Nut.
You must be thanking yourself for the meal.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
I mean, they're absolutely
in your general direction.
Uh, uh, let's keep going with the video.
It's like every time the people that are like, oh, we're like the nicest people, like, oh, we care so much.
No,
We're
they're
like, you know,
not.
we just care about justice and love. Like, they're the fucking worst.
No, they don't. That's a load of bollocks.
They're consistently the worst. It's like there must be like an actual correlation.
Like
I could
consistently
probably
bottom
put
of
on
the
the
barrel.
graph that there's like an actual relation between like how virtue signaling and like, you know, nice guy that they are with like how evil they are. There's like probably like an actual graph you can make. With
Yes.
Like a nice intersection at the top.
Yes, a nice little intersecting correlation. Almost like, you know, the sort of inverse relation between fuck around and find out. Tell me I don't have perfect timing. You have exquisite timing, Gator City.
Like it's
Oh,
actually
yes.
crazy.
It's
The
the Fafo.
correlation is mental
Fafo's
health.
lovely.
Yeah, but they're the good guys. Exactly. They're like, oh fuck it, you know, we're the good guys. Just do whatever we want, right? Like it's dude, every single time, dude. Every single time. Then you have the person who started this, the person who started like this whole thing, basically talking about having like putting what was it, putting women in like fucking fuck camps or something.
Yeah, that's another disturbing thing about this Anna Valen's character. He/she/it wanted to put cis women, in other words, women who were born women, into these breeding camps to be forcibly bred by other men and other weirdos like himself. It's pretty fucking sick to hear the way they described it. Yeah, it's fucked up.
Like what the dude? They're like degenerates every single time.
Yeah,
They're fucking degenerates. And
yeah. It turns out Anna Valin, they're just an absolute sexual degenerate. You know, sir, if I had $1 for every English male VTuber who got naughty on stream, I'd have $4, but not much would happen 4 times to me. Well, you know, you came in at the right time, Pyondi.
I've seen Kuro Inu, and I think they're degenerates. I think they're a little too far. Like that's crazy.
Racism. Now,
How's that possible? I've watched Kuro Inu and I've watched Yosuga no Sora, and I think that they're degenerates. They're too far for me.
I've no idea
as these
what she's
people
talking
always
about.
say, freedom of speech
How the
does not
fuck is
mean
that
freedom
possible?
from consequences, and that's what happened here. They would lose their ambassador position with Advanced GG. And you can see they're quoting people making fun of them, saying, "Can you people read? I don't care that deeply. Let it go." And people are clowning on this, of course, because clearly someone who constantly says over and over again, "I don't care,"
Holy
clearly care a
crap.
lot.
Yeah, you
Here's what I
probably
think they
care a
about.
lot.
I think
Like,
they-
oh, I don't care. I don't care that deep. It's not that deep. No, it really is that deep. It obviously bothers you so badly. You know, maybe if you stopped referring to white people as Mayo Moon crickets all the time, this wouldn't have happened to you.
care about being made fun of.
Mhm.
That's what they care about. They don't care about losing the.
Yeah, you just don't like being
Hold on.
clowned on,
Wait,
even
wait,
though
wait,
you
wait.
totally deserve it.
They were an ambassador? For
Apparently
what?
so. They'll give an ambassadorship to anyone these days if you're with Advanced GG. Which is why I've always tended to prefer gamer subs over Advanced. Just because the people who are running Advanced, their politics are shite.
Advanced GG partnership or ambassador position.
I mean, I can't say too much bad about Advanced GG. I mean, they make a decent product. And Rev here has got an affiliation with Advanced. And he's been doing absolute gangbuster good business with Advanced. So good for him. But mainly just good for him. Not so much for Advance. I think personally he can do better. He should go with gamer subs. But you know, that's just me. You have to take the opportunities where you can get it. I mean, I've got the affiliation with an entirely different company called Dubby, which, you know, there's a thing there in chat. use the code Lord Rexworth at checkout for 10% off your order. You know, Gamer Subs is not the only one who's got an orange and cream flavor. W's got one. It's also really good. They've got bigger tubs too. That's one thing I noticed about them. They got the bigger tubs. So if you want a little bit bigger volume, maybe go with W instead of Gamer Subs. But anyways, there's the link there in the chat. Code Lord Rexworth at checkout, 10% off your order.
That much, because let's be real, this is not shaming small content creators. I was a small content creator myself.
We all had to start
this person
somewhere.
has like 6 YouTube videos, and their last stream was like 6 months ago. I don't think they were making a substantial amount of money from.
Yeah, no, they're half-arsing it. So whoever the fuck this Narlina person is, yeah. Heart's obviously not into it, or whatever that excuse is.
Not some major financial blow, so I think that's why they're so okay with what happened. However, while they were getting dunked on, they started to get a little spicy in the replies to that previous post saying this.
Oh no, they just learned that Rev is sponsored by Advance. No, someone they disagree with is sponsored by Advance. Thank God they dropped me, bro. Holy shit, didn't know they were working with that stinker. Oh no, they called him a stinker. Real sick burn there.
Learned Rev is sponsored by Advance.
Oh no, not
God.
Rev.
Oh no, not Rev. Anyone but Rev.
Stinker. Well, anyways, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh no. Anyway, use code REV30 for 30% off at Advanced GG.
Cinema.
And off your total advanced
Kino, baby, it's Kino.
In the pinned comment, and make sure to use that code.
Guys,
Yeah.
If you want some of this stuff, you gotta use code Rev now. Like
yes, Rev30, 30% off your order.
If you drink that stuff, you gotta use code Rev30 now. Guys.
Yes, please.
To save 30%.
Support a dear lovely Rev here.
So
he's a good lad. And also, we love the missus too. We love Mrs. Rev, darling Straub. Absolute delight, that one.
Hey, what's up, Ice Lightning? How's it going?
Let me talk about Advanced GG. What a great time to try it out or to restock with this code. So you can see we have this line of fan favorite.
Oh yeah. He's got his own flavors with Advanced, doesn't he? Blueberry Sparkle and Rocket Pop. Tell you, I had a Rocket Pop at an ice cream stand years ago. It was good stuff. Very refreshing on a hot summer's day.
Including some.
And if the tub art here is to be believed, the Blueberry Sparkle looks like they've done sort of a send up on a Ramune flavor, which personally I love Ramune flavored anything. I don't know if anybody did. Rosso, have you ever had the little candies, little Japanese candies that are the Ramune flavor? You know what I'm talking about? I think you might have. Rosso might have stepped away here for a moment. Anyways, Carter09842, thank you for the follow. Your tech requests? Not really. I just sort of do a bit of show prep beforehand and got a couple of tabs of videos I want to get to.
Some of my personal jars, like my Rev Rocket Pop, which is definitely a fan favorite. People love this flavor. You can see these are energy flavor. There's multiple types you can get. You can get hydration, focus, or energy. I personally like energy the best because it gives you the benefits of alternatives without the crash or jitters you get from stuff like energy drinks or workout. You can scroll through.
Yeah, don't. Those of you who are drinking the Red Bulls and the Monsters and everything like that, those just make you crash. Whereas with something like Advanced, even with Gamer Subs or Dubby, you get hours of energy and no crash. It's nice, easy trail off like that.
There's endless.
Yeah, I don't drink this stuff. I'm not an energy drinker. I'm like a tea exclusive person, so.
For you to try
I'm also a tea drinker. Great minds think alike. I knew there was something I loved about Leaflet. I should very much love to have a spot of tea with her sometime. That would be heavenly. Heard us, heard me sitting out on a veranda somewhere, enjoying a nice cuppa together, taking in nature and the relaxing sounds of birds singing, just maybe watching a sunrise or sunset together or whatever. Water not an option. Well, I mean, water's good and all, but I mean, let's just face it, I'm a bit of a caffeine addict, aren't I? I need some caffeine. And for me, the best sources have been supplements to add to water, like Advanced or Gamer Subs or Dubby, or caffeinated tea. I'm not really much of a coffee drinker because coffee tends to upset my stomach, just because of the high acid content in coffee. But yeah, that's one of the things I've always liked about Advanced Energy or a Gamer Subs or Dubby, is that great way to stay hydrated, but also to stay energized.
Blue Raz Slush, Cotton Candy, Dream Team Punch, which
I mean, I suppose one way to keep yourself awake is to consume copious amounts of water, and then all of a sudden have this urge to need to piss like a racehorse and, I don't know, hold it in or something. I mean, that will keep you awake because you don't want to fall asleep and all of a sudden piss yourself. But, there's better ways of going about it, isn't there?
highly recommend lemon lime, also lemonade, and they just restocked on the Magic Rainbow Sherbet, which is one of my personal favorites. So
that is actually a really good flavor.
I haven't had a single one that isn't delicious.
Birthday cake is another one.
You know what? Might be soon.
I do prefer the mango dragon fruit, but that's me.
I'm talking to somebody about it, but I want to try it first. Because I'm like
I've also had mango dragon fruit sangria.
Like sponsorship thing, like I want to try it first and like make sure I can like recommend it, right? Because like I don't want to recommend shit like that I wouldn't like. So
yeah, try it first before.
First and try it, and then if I'm like, oh, this is pretty good, then I'll pursue like going forward. Yeah.
On top of that, if you want to have a shaker to make it with, check out this little category right here. And you can see there's a more affordable option.
Oh yeah, got the ice shaker there.
In my wife, Darling Straub, and our Vtuber models, we also have the ice shaker here, which is made to keep your drinks cold.
These are really good, by the way. These ice shakers. I've got one that I've got the anime girl thigh mixed in, limited edition false ID version, and it really does the job. I mean, it will keep your liquids cool for most of the day, which is more than can be said for a lot of other containers out there that I've used before to try and keep water chilled. The ice shaker actually does a proper job, so can confirm it's good. I mean, you can see the price there, $44.99, 26 ounces. It's worth every penny. You got to hand wash it. I think the top bit though might be dishwasher safe, but the actual metal ice shaker itself, you do have to hand wash it, but totally worth it. It's worth every penny. I mean, it keeps liquids cool, probably on the level of what you would expect with like well, definitely better than one of those Stanley cups. Better even than one of the Arctics or the what's the other one? The Yetis. You know, everyone was going nuts a few years back over the Yeti cups. This does just as good a job, if not better.
All day long, and it's also very durable. You can see the smug face on this art. I mean, can't it get any better than that? Here's some other options for you guys to look at. As
those
always,
are nice, actually. Those
I greatly
nice.
appreciate
Yeah, they are.
Advanced GG. They've been an incredible company to work with for about 2 years now, and it's been a big fan favorite with you guys. And using this link in the pinned comment and Rev30 to get 30% off your order greatly helps out me and this channel, and also makes the worst people see.
Yes.
That is a win-win, ladies and gentlemen. Check
Cope
out
and
that
see
comment,
the
help
arseholes.
support the channel, and yeah, that is it for the spiel. And of course, you can see right here that Kirsha would respond to this series of tweets when she's referred to as a Mayo moon cricket, and she would say, actually, I'm a fox.
Yeah, she's
Also,
a foxoo.
People are saying this about Kirsha. I'm sure they're going to say it about me. If someone wants to talk on social media, I think anyone should be able to talk about them. Just because they're a small channel doesn't mean I'm stripped of my freedom of speech. I can respond to people, especially when they're directly talking about you. They're starting the fight, so they better
it's fair game, I think.
expect someone to respond when they're called out like that. But anyways, let's return to Kirsha here, that original post we started off with earlier in the video. You can see
with a really hot girlfriend here posting something that at the offices of Vice.
Like some kind of secret middle of the night ballot drop. I left a little something for you. I made sure it's on par with your company's journalistic quality, so you'll take it seriously. And let's play this video, by the way.
Yeah, a friend there was saying Munya, which, if you've watched Kirsha's streams, you know that's one of her catchphrases there, Munya.
Amazing stuff, as always, here.
Man.
But of course, let's get into the Google Doc. And
Google Docky!
A very concerted effort to make this
very cute.
an elaborate
She put a lot of thought into this one.
post while also seriously addressing the issue. So she begins by addressing Vice's Waypoint, which is, I guess, Vice's attempt to revitalize that platform here. But you can see she says an open letter from Kirsha. Hey Vice, what the F? I'm Kirsha, a VTuber, which means I stream with a digital avatar that looks like this.
Last name is pronounced Verstal. And then the Google Docky is at the timeline. No, this is one everyone has seen by now. By the way, welcome in, Megalum. How was your stream? How was the rest of Grey Zone Warfare? I know you were kicking ass and taking names with your collab there, and doing a bloody good job of it too. But yes, for those of you who are just getting caught up, maybe you've never seen her streams before, this here is our dear lovely Foxu girl. This is Kirsha Verstal, and we love and adore her, especially me. I would marry this woman. I really would. It would be an honor to be her husbando. Quite grey. Killing the zone is quite fun. I can imagine. Yeah, they've got new weather controls now for Grey Zone Warfare, which makes the weather quite grey and foggy and rainy and miserable, which one would expect in a war zone.
This down
Huge
here, she
tits.
says you can catch me on these various platforms.
Yes, yeah, Kirsha, especially a model, has got very big boinga. Yes. Jungle, but British. Yes. But imperialism. An empire.
She gets lots of support and then says, I'm not a Nazi. They walk funny, did too much meth, and didn't like to laugh, and they probably would hate
Yeah,
me
so
more.
rather humorless lot the Jedis were back in the war.
And so how come you keep calling me one? And then she says, Vice used to be a very respected outlet. I agree with that. They used to be a very respected outlet.
I love
Yeah.
old Vice video.
Yeah, kind of like what Gorka aspired to be before, he decided to step into the ring, brother! Love the Foxu. Stand with the Foxu. Munya. Yes. Hashtag I stand with Foxu.
It's like the old Vice interviews, like
Yeah.
investigative stuff.
You did a whole issue dedicated to people who are mentally ill. You sent fucking Dennis Rodman to North Korea. Oh, so they were the ones who did that. I always wondered, who set that up? They even used to call out the mainstream media for not getting YouTube.
Was really good back then.
And one that I enjoyed
Back in the
personally.
day.
But they say
Yeah, back in the day.
About a month ago, Waypoint, which is one of your verticals, a quasi-independent outlet, a failed gaming news site that you are trying to revive, something most people don't even know exists. Either way,
Yeah,
it started
pretty
publishing
much.
articles about me saying I'm a bigot, I'm a Nazi simp, and I'm responsible for all sorts of online harassment. It's completely
Spoiler, she's not. Yeah,
untrue,
it's
of
completely
course,
untrue.
But also, why me? Why now? I'm an anime fox woman. What could a once respectable news org want with me? It's 2018 all over again. Is Vice the PC police for VTubers. So again,
Apparently so.
again, Vice, what the F? Okay, let
Yeah,
me
what
break
the
it
actual
down.
fuck?
I know I've covered.
Can you imagine being like the lawyer for Vice and having to read this?
Read this with this particular stationery that she printed it all out on. It's almost like those lines from Legally Blonde. It's like, wait, it's pink. And it's scented. What the fuck?
It'd be like your job. Your job is to read this, and you just be like, "What is going on?"
Yeah, what is actually
What is-
fucking
what
going
is
on
happening?
here?
This in the past couple of streams, but Vice isn't a subscriber yet. Maybe if I tangent about their Colombian donkey, oh my lord,
God.
video.
I saw that video. I know
Colombian
exactly what video
donkey
she's talking
fucking.
about. I saw it. They do it. They did do a piece. They did a piece about people that fuck donkeys. and I did watch it.
Why?
I was like, what the hell? I was like, I saw it on
no.
Vice. I was like, what the hell? And so like,
What the
It was a
hell?
documentary. It was a documentary about people that fuck donkeys, and then there was like a little part about it, like where it like followed through with this guy. That was
Jeez, and here I was thinking that was just something confined to certain corners of the Middle East. Fucking hell.
gonna fuck a donkey, and like they talk to him like before and after, basically.
A few more times they'll come around. I'm sure they won't, unfortunately.
No,
saw
no,
that.
they're
So
not.
here they
They're
begin
not
with the
gonna come
first
around.
article. This is the headline saying, Why is
this Gamersup's VTuber pushing the great replacement theory? Maybe because there's something to that whole great replacement theory? I mean, especially if the past decade or so has been any indicator?
this
I don't know what country it was. It was somewhere. It was somewhere in Latin America for sure.
Gamersup's VTuber pushing the great replacement theory? And as she says, not to brag or anything, I have over 184,000 fans. You're accusing me of bigotry
Huge.
because one of my fans is a supposed
One fan out of 184,000 is a supposed, alleged sympathizer and fan of the Austrian painter. And we're going to go ape shit over that. Yeah, again, that's like saying McDonald's supports communism because Kim Jong-un happens to like Big Macs.
That's like saying McDonald's supports communism because Kim Jong-un likes Big Macs.
Wait, it doesn't?
And what she's referring to is a post where someone bought her merch, and in that post that they shared with her merch in the shot, there was also some, what people claim are Nazi symbols. And now they're trying to say, because of that, she is supporting X, Y, and Z. It is an incredible reach, and they're trying everything in their power to basically
Such
lambaste her
horseshit.
over that.
Uh-huh.
Now, of course, we can't really get into these articles without talking about its author, at least the author of the first two, Anna Valance. You saw her earlier. She's been tagging the sponsors.
Yes, the wannabe washed-up failure who wanted to be a VTuber but couldn't quite hack it and couldn't even get into a proper VTubing group or even make it as an independent content creator, and so decided to go write hit pieces about more successful VTubers for Vice, hoping that if she shit on enough other VTubers that would somehow propel her to the him to the heights of stardom.
Kirsha works with relentlessly on social media, and she is someone
I'm glad that none of these people know about my my interest in like World War II, like paraphernalia, like collectibles and historical items.
Not like they're going to watch this video, so they continue to not know.
Glad they don't know about that.
Yeah.
who is a massive hypocrite, and her credibility is
Leaflet likes to collect a lot of guns and wartime memorabilia.
none, as I will show right now. So
I'm
recently,
always tempted, man. Every time I go to a gun show, they always have the like stuff, like a shovel, like a trench shovel. And I'm like, wow, that looks really cool.
Hard to believe this dear lovely girl is from California. She sounds like a thorough Texan, through and through. I'm back. Welcome back, Pion Lee. These VTubers want you in their lewd game. You might want to pass. It's Anna Valens. Salty because she couldn't get into VLure. Like, LewdTuber agency VLure set to bring on his Gen 2 talent. You could even be in a lewd video game, but you might not want to join. Spoken like someone who couldn't quite hack it. As a VTuber. You know, maybe if you could come up with something a bit less cringe and awkward besides, you know, fart fetishes and all these other things that just don't really sound all that appealing to people who like lewd tubing. I don't see how they're hating from outside the club. They can't even get in. No, they can't. Again, Anna Valens, no talent hack, not really a woman, never going to be a woman. And that just, you can tell it just eats away at them.
Yeah, one time I saw one of the hats. You know the hats I'm talking about, and I was kind of like, wow, that hat looks really cool. And like I kind of wanted it, just like to display it with like a bunch of other World War II shit.
I bet she found some helmets that were worn by the Jedis during the war. Want them as trophies. Can't really blame them.
Working with Vice, and one of her first articles was this: these VTubers want you in their game.
They got like boots and like medals and like helmets and stuff like that. They look so cool.
Called it.
Might want to pass, and in this case,
no, not just the Nazi hat, but just like all sorts of like different stuff. You know, like I think it'd be really cool. I don't know. I like the World War II era stuff. Like even. Not just specifically Nazi stuff, but like stuff from like all of the different
Everybody on all sides had some of the best drip. The Americans, the British, even to a certain extent the Jedis. Credit where credit's due. I mean, one of my favorite watches that I wear to this day, inspired by field watches worn by the British Army, manufactured by Smiths. Modern day version is reissued by Christopher Ward and is now standard issue for the British Army. Yeah, exactly. The Jedis had drip, the Americans had swag, and the Brits had class. Pure class. Well said, Megalum.
The different factions of like World War II, like just the different like military like supplies that they gave them, like the cups that they had, and like the like the shovel, for example, like I was talking about earlier. I just think.
Oh fuck cool. Yeah, the shovels, man!
History, like,
little convertible shovels.
Really crazy thing happened in history, and then like you have like a piece of it in your house, and like that's like really crazy to me. Like the idea that you could,
Yeah.
We're talking about the Vtuber agency VOD, right? They make two major claims. They said that their hiring process is transphobic, with the biggest reach you will ever see in your life.
What, transphobic just because Anna Valens didn't get accepted into VLO? Oh, poor Anna Valens. Maybe if you didn't suck so badly, you would have gotten in. But you know something, there's always the independent route like the rest of us. So quit your bitching and get to content creation. You lazy no-talent hack. By the way, thank you for flying the Union Jack there, Pionly. God bless you.
But relevant to what I'm talking about here is
is
they
that
call
weird?
out one of the...
Is that weird, chat? That like I find that interesting, and like that's like something like I would want. Is that weird? Just like little like trinkets and stuff. I'm like,
no, it's not weird. Just makes you a fan of history.
VTuber, who obviously does
which also makes you rather cool and kind of based and, sort of girl you want to take on a date to a history museum. Leaflet seems like the sort of girl you could take on a date to a history museum and they wouldn't be bored by everything. They'd actually be quite fascinated by it all. Which personally only makes her more attractive in my eyes when they take an interest in that sort of thing.
History and knowledge is power.
Exactly.
It's also highly attractive.
Yes. So attractive, I would have 25 children with her.
Activities with this
25
company
good
since they're a Vtuber agency. And Anna Vellens says
Quite
that
a
is
number.
problematic, that it's promoting pedophilia and that this content caters to predators, all predicated on the concept that they support that clearly says fiction affects reality. That's how they're jumping to this conclusion, saying fiction affects reality.
Wait,
That
what?
is the standard. But
Oh.
relevant to what I'm talking about here is they call out one of the talents who is a lolly VTuber who obviously does lewd activities with this company since they're a lewd tuber agency. And Anna Vellens says
Who
that
cares?
is problematic, that it's promoting pedophilia and that
Who the
this
fuck
content
cares?
caters to predators, all predicated
Wait, what?
on the concept that they support that clearly says fiction affects reality. That's how they're jumping to this conclusion, saying fiction affects reality. That is the standard they are using onto other people
Ew.
to make wild accusations against them. And just like
Fiction
everyone
affects
else who makes
reality.
that statement, they're a massive hypocrite.
Dude, these
on
people are psycho. That they equate like a freaking like anime character. Like if a person like watches like anime, and they're like, oh yeah, like that character's my waifu, like, and then people go fucking insane. Like they're abusing like a child or something. It's so weird. Like how do you not? How are you like unable to like disconnect reality from fantasy? It's so weird.
subject of fiction affecting
Because Anna Vellens is a fucking psychopath. I mean, they're obviously unhinged enough to think that they're a woman when they were born a man. So, I mean, there's your first fucking clue there.
reality or not. They make that claim
Oh, yeah.
while also consuming very similar content themselves.
Nice.
There's reposts
Of
and
course.
interactions they've had with all kinds of art featuring characters from Lolicon series, characters that are
Oh, what? Imagine my shock. Someone who goes on a crusade against lolicons ends up having a lot of lolicon imagery reposted on the timeline on their Twitter. Imagine my shock.
underage, characters that are lollies.
These people
Absolute
are freaking
fucking hypocrite.
Do you remember how I told you guys about like the people like at church, like not like the bad people at church that are always like trying to be like holier than thou to other people, but they're like actually the worst.
Yeah.
They're like the first person to like throw a rock at you, not literally, but like metaphorically. They're the first people to, like throw a rock.
Yeah, the first people that throw stones. Me personally, I'd be the last person to throw stones because at least I know I'm a bad person.
Bad that you did. But they're like actually the worst. Like they routinely do like worse stuff, basically. Yeah,
And
every
slash or
fucking time.
all the above. So they consume and interact with that stuff themselves that they're using to chastise others while also being a very vocal, long-time customer.
Oh
Fuck's
no!
Appreciates the support at Faku, especially as a long-time customer. I've no idea what Faku is, but I know it can't be good.
Wow, they're a massive hypocrite.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Just went to Theirsville and brought back T-shirts from the trip, yeah.
Oh dear.
Fuck's sake.
How is your level of self-awareness like this bad? How is this possible? How is this
Some of the
possible?
people I've met are like this.
Yeah, some people, their pride and their ego is just so overinflated that they are left with no self-awareness whatsoever.
Of Faku,
And
which
denial's a
sells
powerful drug,
a
but
whole
damn.
category on
Yeah.
the
It's
website
projection.
of Lolicon
Every
Dojins.
time.
So
Yeah.
they'll go after this company.
Well, I mean, it's like what the Orthodox day. The social justice warrior types they always lie, they always double down, and they always project. We never got that third book out of him. We got the first two about SJWs always lie and SJWs always double down. Never really got an SJW's always project book out of him. Needs to work on that.
It's always projection every
Very
single
good.
time. Oh my god. This is
Now that most
this
of
is
them aren't in
something
power
else.
anymore.
This is crazy.
Yeah.
How do you get
Sort
how
of
do you
post-mortem.
become like this?
Company that they support, but they use that same thread of logic to attack.
Phalanx, welcome in. When you lose one or some of your senses, others increase to compensate. Humor's lost and entitlement is increased.
Oh, good
Accurate.
lord.
Yes, that is quite accurate.
Another company, in this case Violor, and make wild accusations against
can't
them.
see
That's
it,
obviously
yeah.
very hypocritical. On top of that, this voice clip has made the rounds. I'm not gonna play it because I've heard it once and I've heard it too many times.
Yeah, we don't need to visit that on anyone else.
Wow.
Uploading back in 2020, so this is going on about 5 years ago. Disturbing R-word fantasy audio, describing cis girl breeding facilities. And not the sort of voluntary breeding facilities either. We're talking about forcible breeding facilities, because apparently that's what Anna Valens sees cis women as only good for, as being forcibly bred by him and other sick fucks like himself.
At that point, you can listen to it for yourself, or you can watch other people reacted to it, including Asmongold, God bless his soul, going through that. But here we have Anna Valens sharing a fantasy of theirs, where, to
Jesus.
sum it
Ugh.
up, it's some reality where trans people have subjugated biological women and have now forced them into breeding facilities.
But yes, please tell me how transgenderism is not some sort of mental disorder. Please continue to tell me how this is perfectly acceptable behavior by normal people, and how they're not suffering from any sort of mental dysphoria or anything like that. This is totally normal behavior, don't you know?
And now the trans people routinely R-word them, and
Ugh.
You know what? Whatever. I'm not even.
It's best not to question
I'm
it.
not gonna get
It's best not to question it, and just to then understand that in more stable and sane times, we would just take people like Anna Valens, and we would put them in straitjackets and lock them up in padded rooms and keep them drugged up on copious amounts of tranquilizers and never let them out into the public ever again.
Yeah.
Aiden, welcome in. You, hey you. Yeah, you with the cracked aim. You like staying up all night grinding raids, missions, and ranked queues. You like flavor that hits harder than a flashbang. Try gamer subs. Fuel up with the Bunny Bedex brew, made for operators who never log off, or chill with a hot gamer tea between firefights. And if you're a military or veteran, stand by for 10% discount, because service deserves support. Drink smart, fight hard, stay sharp. Yeah,
That was fucking great.
Mods, can we please ban this? But no, I'm kidding.
that was
No, that
great.
was really good, Aiden. Thank you. Tea time. It's always tea time. What are you talking about? It's always tea time.
Speaking of tea.
Yeah, tea time? That's like asking, is it a waking hour?
they're
Do it.
fantasizing about. Again, this person says
just
fiction
finished Expedition
affects reality
33.
and you should be judged.
Hell yeah.
So based on your interests. Obviously very
I think this is a
hypocritical,
game you would
again,
like, Rex.
On top
Oh, which one's that?
Expedition 33.
Expert.
I
Oh,
hands down think this is a game that you would enjoy immensely.
I might. I've seen some video of it. I mean, it looks interesting. It almost looks like something if you like Baldur's Gate or some of the Dark Souls games. The fighting system seems a lot like that.
So basically, take the Persona fighting style,
Oh,
put it into Oblivion,
okay.
and add the counter and dodge mechanics of Dark Souls into a turn-based game.
Interesting.
And it's French. Like, actually well done French.
Okay, we'll try not to hold that against them, but all right.
It's the story, the voice acting, everything with it is oddly nice. The soundtrack is one of the best I have heard since I've been gaming. That is hands down one of the top 10.
I do love a good soundtrack. I'll have to wait for this one to go on sale, but I mean, it does look like it's fun.
Do you have Xbox Game Pass?
No.
Damn. It is free for anyone who has Xbox Game Pass.
Yeah. PC gang supremacy over here.
Yeah. Well, yeah, if you can get Xbox, you can get Game Pass on PC, and just
yeah. Cash is a bit tight at the moment, so I've got to wait for it to go on sale. Yeah.
That's
anyway,
fair.
made a 0.3 messages back. Have you tried the gamer teas? They're really nice. I have had Kaho Shibuya's tea flavoring of gamer subs before, and that is really good. It's a good flavor. It actually does taste like a proper iced tea or something.
On top of that, they have routinely.
You guys remember when when these people always bitch about the Handmaid's Tale? And it's like they literally want the Handmaid's Tale. That's actually so fucking crazy.
Yeah, they need that fantasy of the Handmaid's Tale, otherwise their life would be just devoid of all meaning. Anyone told you have a really nice voice could be on the radio? Well, I spent 10 years in radio, actually. Unfortunately, who listens to radio anymore? And that's why I got out of it. Just because nobody really listens anymore.
There's a funny thing about that just happened recently in my area.
Oh?
We unfortunately got to find out that the radio shows that we used to have, all the people that were on it are being, they're actually getting replaced with AI. Like, confirmed. No BS.
Somehow
And
that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, it's because of how things are. They didn't have the protections with their voices, so they literally cannot do anything about it.
Yeah, no. That doesn't surprise me in the least. Most of the companies that own American radio stations, they would gladly fuck over their own talents just to save a buck or two. And, yeah. Probably the worst thing that ever happened was to allow companies like Cumulus Media to come in and scoop up copious amounts of radio stations and implement their business model writ large to where they took their on-air talents and tried to cut their pay by 75-80% and refused to pay board ops or anyone in support role anything above minimum wage. I mean, you can go flip hamburgers at a fast food restaurant for more money than that.
Yeah, it's just...
It's pathetic. And now they basically are saying, yeah, you know what? Let's just do Nero-sama, which, no offense to Nero-sama or to Vettel, but let's just do that for everything regarding on-air talent and news readers and everything else for radio stations in major markets across country. Why is there a talking magician pony in my ad? I have no idea. Yeah, but anyways, Aiden, to answer your question, yeah, I spent about 10 years in radio broadcasting and got out of it just because there was no money to be made in it, and because, yeah, they're just going to make AI do everything. not only that, I've got more creative freedom now as a VTuber, and really so much of this is not too far removed from radio broadcasting. We're just adding a visual element to it. In other words, television, to the whole thing. And so, yeah, here you have it.
It's actually unreal. It's amazing, actually.
Expressed interest in age play audios, in producing them.
That is absolutely
and
sick.
What that is, that's when one or multiple people in a group, their role playing is an age that they're not, and take a good guess as to what ages they're typically role playing as. And then
there's a reason shit like that was banned. And I think it still is banned in places like VR Chat, Second Life, those sorts of virtual environments where if you get caught doing that stuff, it's like an automatic ban. Because it's not okay. This is sick. This is sick. All of this.
Doubled down on that claim in 2024 and said at first, professionally speaking, it was a bit of a no-go for them. But then they said...
Oh, only a bit of a no-go for Anna Valens. Only a bit. Not entirely a no-go. Not a no-go for the most part. No, it's just a bit of a no-go.
I don't have much writing up on age play, but I'm very supportive of it, having been in a mommy-daughter dynamic that was extremely fulfilling for them. And they feel like age play can be an important and healing form of play for many adults and should be destigmatized.
Yeah, you know what would be even more important healing? Get some help. Get some help, Anna Valens. Get some professional help. Because this is sick what you're talking about. This is a sign of a very sick and warped mind.
Extremely.
Which, no wonder... they did all these hit pieces on Kersha and on VLure and everywhere, and all these other things having to do with VTubing. This is a very sick individual. If they're talking about this sort of thing so openly, I would not be surprised if we dig deep enough to find that somewhere in Anna Valens' childhood some sort of sexual abuse was going on. Which would explain a lot of things.
Hot take, I don't give a fuck about this shit, honestly. Whatever you want to do with like another adult, you want to like, I don't know, pretend that you're whatever. You want to pretend like you're fucking Pikachu, fucking Squirtle. I don't care. I literally don't care. Like, I don't think any of this matters.
I mean, most people
between,
don't.
Like, two consenting adults and like no actual kids are involved. I don't really give a shit, honestly. It's whatever.
I show these
but
things
it is the sign of a
for one
warped
reason.
mind.
Some people say just because they have these interests, they should be immediately
But being a
discredited.
hypocrite, true. That's true.
I show this because it shows that they're a hypocrite.
I want to pretend to be a donkey.
Be trusted. They
Who
said
says Yosuga no Sora theme plays? Nah. But like,
Yosuga no
Neon
Sora.
and level 5 Keiichi, different story.
As you consume this anime stuff,
I'm okay with that.
You are a predator, and that's what you're appealing to with your lolly VTuber model. While they also have these fantasies of the R word, of
The baseball bat too. The baseball bat needs to be involved.
age play, of these other things
we
just
just need to get
involving
a-
anime
you know.
itself. But now we're going to move on to
I too
one of the
stand
more
with
egregious
Lucille.
things that needs to
That'll learn him good.
Yeah.
be brought up as well. This article they made in 2020.
Oh, yes, we can't forget about how Anna Valens played Fall Guys with a sex toy jammed up the bum, vibrating every time they ran into something or another player. I think possibly there may have been minors involved in some of the rounds of Fall Guys that they were playing. Yeah.
This article is
I need a drink
disgusting
after that.
for reasons I'm going to explain.
Yeah.
So Anna, in their
You can see why I pre-gamed with a couple of margaritas and a couple of mojitos before this.
infinite
I'm just making it.
So yeah, you say
Just making
margaritas.
a-
I'm probably gonna go get me some blueberry margarita mix. Like, in the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Making a Higurashi joke, but you know what?
Fuck.
Idea
Whatever.
to rig an adult toy on themselves and have it so when they're playing Fall Guys.
This is the sort of person that has decided they're going to go on a cancel campaign against Kesha Verstal. Today's topics are sending me to the mental health hospital. I mean, Pyun Lee, you're the sane one here. Let me just reassure you, you are the sane one here. It's Anna Valens who's the mad one. They're the crazy one. They're the one that need to go to the mental health hospital. I mean, it takes a certain sort of fucked up and crazy person to think, oh yeah, Fall Guys, here's an idea. Let me jam a sex toy up my bum and have it vibrate every time something or someone runs into me while I'm playing Fall Guys. And hey, if they happen to be underaged, you know, oh well.
Guys, if they bumped into another character, it would trigger the toy.
That's so fucking weird. What the hell?
Yes.
What is this?
Anna Valens is a very fucked up individual. I mean, what will possess you to think that this is somehow a good idea or something that normal people would do? Yeah, crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a rubber room with rats. The rats made me crazy.
Crazy.
So, yes, I understand this is a video game.
Yeah, what the
right?
actual fuck?
It's interactions with other players, but there's no consent here. They're getting gratification through this game involving players who don't know that it's happening. They're not consenting.
Okay, the tech behind
to
it
what's
is nice.
happening.
I will fully
this
admit
very
the tech
disturbing,
behind
what
it
makes it
has applications, but doing it this way, hard no.
Yeah, no. Credit where credit's due. It's clever tech, but it's still fucked up. To be fair, a toy rigged up for force feedback is a neat feat of tech. Yes, on that much we would agree. But the application here, that's fucked up.
even more disturbing is that Fall Guys is a game heavily played by children. So I don't understand on what planet they thought this was a good idea. This is a very disturbing thing that they produced back.
This is the product of a warped mind. A very warped mind.
I wonder if that was the point. You know, like, I wonder if that was the point.
Probably. Wouldn't
It's like
surprise me.
They actually like that idea? Maybe?
The application isn't really fucked up. The broadcast that you did it is. All right.
Okay,
A fair passing of things, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These things
Yeah,
to
behind
show
closed
you
doors,
this is
different
not someone who's very
if you're like in a
trustworthy. This is
private
not
lobby, but
someone
if
who
public,
should have
no,
much
never do this in
credibility
public.
whatsoever. They're a massive hypocrite on a million different subjects. But let's finally return to the Google Doc here, okay?
Yes,
So you
fine.
see
At
Kirsten
long
Thomas
last.
is the first one saying, rather than
take
back
the
up this
Google Doc
outrageous
over that
accusation, the article starts off by talking about my sponsor, Gamer Subs. So then they go on here and say, however, Gamer Subs is in hot water with many VTuber fans due to the behavior of who else?
Shouldn't
but
be
Kirsha,
too long.
an
I will be
anime
right
fox
back.
girl with a knack for sharing
Corner store is
alt-right
just down the
talking
way.
points.
I'm getting
Shedding.
my margarita.
I mean, I don't blame you after having to listen to all of this.
I'll be back. I'll stay in VC though.
All right. Take your time. Yeah, there it is. Gamer subs. No public, no article of admission. Yeah, anime fox girl with a knack for sharing alt-right talking points. I mean, they keep using these words like alt-right and Nazi and everything else. It's like the line from The Princess Bride. I do not think these mean what you think they do.
Oh,
Kirsha's
yeah.
landed
All
herself in
right.
controversy after controversy online due to her right-wing beliefs. At this point,
Oh no, right-wing beliefs. We can't have that now, can we? Everything's alt-right when you're off the cliff left. It's Walter Downs that they mean. Yeah. No, believe me, I've heard alt-right talking points. I've listened to actual members of the alt-right and what they have to say. Kirsche, in comparison, would be called a cook by a lot of them. And a honey trap. And a lot of other things that we can't really say on the stream. This is... yeah, believe me, she's more middle of the road than anything else by comparison. Same with Asmongold and a lot of these other populist streamers. What they have to say is really more populist and even mainstream middle of the road. It's not right-wing, and it's certainly not alt-right. It's like calling it tea after using the same tea bag for the 10th time, yeah.
Oh no! Are you telling me she had a right-wing belief?
Oh no. Anyway.
Question whether gamer subs will one day pull the plug on the VTuber for good. Do you see the...
It's like, dude, dude. They cannot handle anybody that doesn't believe literally the same thing as them.
Yeah, it's just... right now they're just conformity policing. They have to demonize their opposition because their position can't stand on their own otherwise. They really can't. And it really just goes to show how weak Anna Boleyn's position is in the end. Honestly, why can't people just chill and have a nice cup of microwave tea? Well, some mornings when you're in a hurry and you need to warm up the water quickly, you microwave the mug with the water in it. Because, again, you're in a hurry.
Their ideology, their state of mind is so fucking fragile that you cannot take any criticism. Anything. Like, not even the smallest
And
amount.
that's so pathetic.
It's right-wing beliefs, by the way. It's not even like...
And look, I know people are not going to agree with me on everything. I know a lot of you in chat are probably not going to agree with me on a lot of things. And you know what? That's all right. It's okay to disagree with me, just like it's okay for me to disagree with you. No one's going to die from that. No one's existence is going to be wiped out from that. You're not going to shatter into a million pieces and just fade away like dust. That's just part of the normal human experience. It's okay to disagree. And just because you might be offended by something doesn't make it wrong. And doesn't mean that it needs to be silenced. And doesn't mean that it needs to be violently oppressed. Doesn't mean that the person saying something you don't like needs to be harassed by the police. Or go to jail for a non-crime hate incident. It just means that they've said something you disagree with. And that's all right. That's the great thing about people in this world. We can disagree with one another. And you know what? We can also disagree without being disagreeable. That's something a lot of people have forgotten to do. It's okay, as someone who worked in military policing for a few years, I know how to get someone to do what I want, using just a bucket of water and a rag. Yeah, you hand them the bucket of water and a rag, it's like, please, make use of this, wipe down whatever it is. If they don't do it, you just throw the bucket of water on them.
Far-right beliefs, not even like anti-LGBT beliefs or whatever. It's just right-wing beliefs. It's like, do you know how many beliefs are under right-wing beliefs? You know, like how big that umbrella is? That's actually...
Yeah, it's become to the point where everything to the left of Stalin and Mao Zedong is all of a sudden right-wing. Yeah, it's like, here, clean up your own mess, or...
It's crazy.
The the way they're approaching this is all about
That's nuts.
life ruination. This is about pulling sponsors. This is not about spreading awareness. All it's focusing on is gamer subs and saying, why are they still employing you? Why are they still working with you? You're so
Because they can, damn it.
bad. You have alt-right talking points, right-wing beliefs. They don't even keep it consistent, which honestly with people like this, anything to the right of Karl Marx is probably alt-right to them.
True.
But anyways,
true.
Kirsha says,
Yeah.
My first time hearing about this supposed controversy, literally, I've been sponsored by GamerSubs since September of 2023. This is a tactic called manufacturing consensus, where activists claim everyone agrees with them to make their points seem legit.
Yep.
No.
Yes, it's called a psyop, or otherwise referred to as a gay op.
Note that this paragraph doesn't cite a single source. Yes, so they are literally just saying everyone's offended. While
No, and literally no one's offended because nobody gives a fuck.
they're creating the narrative that everyone is offended in order to make their claims have any sort of meaning whatsoever.
The reason why this happens constantly is because their beliefs, it's two things actually. It's one, they don't actually know what they believe. They have
they
no
don't.
firm understanding of like actually, and if you want to know that this is the truth, just look at people that debate, like that are like really like crazy leftists that are like willing to cancel people. Look at those people's beliefs. Look at them try to argue with anybody. None of their beliefs are coherent. They make no sense. So that's the first part, is that they don't actually know what they believe, and they can't even talk about them at all.
They know what is popular and what is considered socially acceptable, at least in their circles, and that's what they conform to. And it's a sort of rigid conformity that they expect out of everyone else. And if they don't get that sort of rigid conformity, then they will proceed to try and cancel people and ruin their lives in an effort to enforce that rigid conformity.
They cannot like have any opposition because their beliefs are so fragile that they shatter under like the bare minimum of scrutiny. So that's why their only play is to silence you. It's to silence you and make it so you cannot ever even remotely not even attack, but you can't even remotely discuss their beliefs. Like the discussion of their beliefs is illegal because the instant it touches air, it explodes.
And also the sources cited in the article.
It's like
guess where they're from?
nitroglycerin.
Anonymous posts on Reddit. This is hard-hitting journalism in action, ladies and gentlemen. But let's continue on.
And I don't want you guys to misunderstand. I'm not talking about like liberal people. I'm talking about these psycho leftist people. That's who I'm talking about. You can still have a conversation with like a liberal person about like stuff. You just maybe like disagree about like the priorities of like a certain thing. But like these people, their beliefs are so fragile. They have never tested any of their beliefs in any sort of like mental sparring or anything like that. It's nothing.
Here's the headline of the second Vice article, saying VTubing has an elephant in the room. Bigotry. And what's their proof of this? A random 4chan post.
Ooh.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that's what we should be really focusing on as a
random 4chan post saying, please join the 41%, Anna. You will never be a woman. Well, at least the second half of that sentence is true.
trusted source.
Oh yeah, because that one you can tell. It says here anonymous, so that can be like anyone you want. And in this case, it's Kirsha.
So, again, for the millionth time, Kirsha says, obviously I think harassment is bad. I don't do it, and I tell my fans not to do it. The suggestion made repeatedly in this article that I and my fans endorse harassment is totally false. In fact, fully half of the tweets quoted in this article are from a person who goes by Invented or Bint.
Oh, that person tweeted about me. Bint. That's the person that tweets a lot. They tweet too much.
Who has
Yes, please, for the love of God, if you're a VTuber, please don't get anywhere near Bent or Dev. Any of these other people for whom Kirsha lives rent-free in their heads. They are quite unhinged individuals and may possibly even be dangerous. How deceptive. If you didn't know Kersha or how 4chan works, you might believe the post is from Kersha herself. Yes, which we've no proof of that. I mean, it's just, for all we know, it's just an anonymous rando on the internet. Okay, so a VTuber, watching a VTuber, watching a VTuber, watching a VTuber. Well, at least 3 of those layers there.
Really harassed me for months. Does Anna Vellens mention this in her article? No. Do I have proof of this harassment, which I would have shared if Vice bothered to ask? Absolutely. Here's some examples. And it's like calling her Ku Klux Kirsha, saying they don't indulge in...
Nobody calls her that. That's literally something made up by bent and gaslighting Redditors.
The cruelty, I take joy in knowing that she...
Ku Klux Kirsha.
I'll react to Rexworth, you react to me, we can add layers to this. It will be the club sandwich of reacts by the time we're all done here.
is burdened by hatred that should be, or should burden you in some form, if not from guilt, then from the
Kitsu, yeah, we'll probably talk about the Kitsu thing next.
rightful consequences as
Or already did if you already watched the previous video uploaded before this one.
minimal as people.
I think I've got that one in a tab, I think. And we can talk about it if you're interested, chat.
That led
Okay, so the next one is Megalum to do a video, then followed by Aiden.
on my resume. So they're proudly saying that they're going to be the main charge here, trying to get her to financially suffer and lose sponsorships. Again, if you want to know, you can look at this person's profile. Like, it's not a daily obsession. It's not an hourly obsession with Kirsha. It's a by-the-minute obsession. It is non-stop attempts to engage in life ruination.
Yes, someone else who
and
desperately
I
needs help.
Suspect they're going to continue, but that's the sources being used for these articles. But they continue on and says the article doesn't mention this person that they're using as a source, and also the article again talks about my sponsor GamerSupps and tries to make it seem like there's some sort of controversy brewing. Here's the words that were in the article. Earlier this week, independent VTuber Rin Penrose announced the end of her partnership with gaming supplement company GamerSupps. According to Penrose, her decision came to due to associations with creators whose views strongly conflict with my own.
Oh yes, it's real. I remember seeing the tweet from Rin about this. Some people speculated it might have had something to do with Cinder being associated with GamerSupps, but a lot of other people thought, well, this is probably because of the whole Kirsha thing. Even Kirsha had a few things to say, rather spicy takes on that whole thing of, you know, I guess this is what, to the effect of, and I am really paraphrasing here, grossly so, that it's like, yeah, I guess it's what you have to do whenever your view count is down, and you know you've sort of built your whole fan base and viewer numbers over almost entirely over YouTube Shorts. That you know you have to sort of grasp at relevancy any way you can, and yeah, seems fairly accurate. Ever since leaving Idle VN, Ren Penrose has been sort of in terms of relevancy and audience numbers and everything else, very much a shell of their former selves. But also I find it quite sad as someone who had a lot of respect for Ren Penrose. This is a misstep. A tremendous misstep on their part. Yeah, very unwise move to do something like this. And yeah, it just sort of makes her look like a basic bitch in the end. It's like, wow, way to make yourself look like any other rando talking head that you can find on the BBC or ITV or anywhere else in the so-called mainstream media of the UK sphere. But I mean, there's people like that out there. So, whatever.
As well as a lack of communication from the
Unfortunately.
company on this issue. And Kirsha says, look, I love GamerSupps, and that they support VTubers from every side of the political spectrum. That's one of the things that makes them such an amazing partner. That and their awesome supplements. And then she says, crossed out here, use code REV30 for 30% off your advanced
Dude, 30 is more than 10.
GG order. That's very clever.
Or
Here
Kirsha,
nice.
or use code Kirsha for 10% off your GamerSup order. Whichever one you want to go to. Or, go to w.com and use code Lord Rexworth for 10% off your order there. I mean, it's your choice. It's a free country. You can do as you like.
Port
But yeah.
share.
I hope I continue
See
to
what
work
you're
with
doing there.
Wait, is this real? Hold on. Did
Shameless
that person really
self-promotion.
say that?
I
this real?
believe they did, yes.
Oh, I can't find it.
Oh, no. Look at that. Apparently started getting too much bad publicity, and looks like our Rin here may have deleted the tweet, hoping we would forget about it. Not realizing the internet is forever.
Probably
Man.
deleted it.
That's
so cringe,
that's
man.
Ruby, welcome in. What are we doing? We are reacting to a react video. We've got multiple layers of meta going on here.
GamerSupps, but if this effort
The
to cancel
glorious
is successful,
spilling
I
of
have to
tea.
wonder, who's
Yes.
next? Well, that's the whole point. And people are already taking the crime boss narrative and using that as fuel to keep going after more sponsors. You're giving people a feedback.
Honestly, I'm gonna be real.
I
I'm gonna be
wonder if
real,
they
guys. Go
realize
ahead,
that
keep doing it.
if they make enough statements that can actually go to libel and they can get sued.
Yes, and that's exactly what's going on here with this letter from Kirsha to Vice. And ultimately, spoiler alert, everyone, in case you missed it, Vice pulled all 3 of the articles, including the one saying that Vice stands with Anna Valens. Because even they realize we don't have a leg to stand on legally. And, yeah, Kirsha could hire a lawyer and sue us, and she might actually stand a chance of winning. But at the very least, costing Vice money in litigation.
Keep doing it until like nobody's on your side anymore, and you can't buy or use anything. Just keep going until like you literally you might as well take it all away, right? Oh, I don't wanna shop at Walmart because Kirsty shops at Walmart. I don't wanna eat McDonald's because Kirsty eats McDonald's.
Oh no. I've eaten at McDonald's. Rosso here's eaten at McDonald's. We both shopped at Walmart at some point.
Yep.
And at some point, somewhere, at some point in time, we probably have both said something that somewhere else in the world, someone somewhere else in the world may disagree with. And therefore, taken to its logical extreme, you should not shop or eat at Walmart or McDonald's. Because Rosso and I have been there before. We've shopped at Walmart. We've eaten at McDonald's. And therefore, that somehow, some way, implies an endorsement.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully you're all seeing the madness of these arguments. Spilling tea is slang for spilling news, and secrets are simply sharing info, indeed.
They should just go all the way, honestly. And Kirsha should just tell everyone. She should just make a list of all of the services that she uses, I don't know, freaking Target, Walmart. Just put everything on there.
Sam's Club,
And then the
Costco.
other person should just not use anything that Kirsha uses, and Kirsha
What
just
was?
update the list so everybody can see which establishments to avoid until literally there's nothing left.
Blue. When you as a
Exactly.
sponsor
I mean,
drop
might as
someone on
well,
these
yeah.
cancellation campaigns, you're rewarding their
Oh,
insane behavior.
we do
their
have
life
some
ruination campaigns.
Did you know that Hitler
Very
and
deliciousness.
Kirsha drank water and breathed air?
No! Hitler and Kirsha both drank water and breathed air. Well, Rosso, you and I, we drink water and we breathe air too. We shouldn't be doing that.
Oh no. I guess we should die then.
Whatever is this world coming to?
That's true. That's true, Rin Penrose. That's true.
God, that's just so
You sure you want to do that? In fact, you know what? You're probably breathing a little bit of the same air that Hitler breathed. If you think about it.
Oh,
The
no!
odds of it. Hold on.
We can't have
What are
that.
the odds with every breath?
We Brits cannot be caught breathing the same air as the Jerrys. That simply is unacceptable.
It's so grand.
That you breathed the same air as Hitler did. In one breath, 0.5 liters, 10 to the 22 molecules.
I have a feeling either Grok or ChatGPT answered this one. The probability of inhaling at least one molecule from a specific breath, e.g. one of Hitler's, is determined by the ratio of molecules from that breath to the total in the atmosphere. Since Hitler's exhaled molecules, 10 to the 22nd power, are now mixed in the atmosphere, 10 to the 44th power, the fraction of his breath's molecules in any given volume of air is about 10 to the 22nd power divided by 10 to the 44th power, which equals 10 to the negative 22nd power. In one breath, 0.5 liters, or 10 to the 22nd power molecules, the expected number of molecules from Hitler's specific breath is 10 to the 22nd power times 10 to the negative 22nd power, which equals 1. The probability of not inhaling any of his molecules follows a Poisson distribution, where the probability of 0 molecules is e to the negative first power, which roughly equals 0.37. Thus, the probability of inhaling at least one molecule is 1 minus 0.37, which equals 0.63, or about 63%. Now, the caveats: this assumes perfect mixing, which is an oversimplification. Some molecules could be trapped or lost, such as in the water or the soil, but the atmosphere's mixing is thorough enough over the decades. The calculation applies to any specific person's breath from the past, not just Hitler's. You're equally likely to breathe molecules exhaled by anyone from that era. Over a lifetime, Hitler exhaled far more than one breath, increasing the total number of his molecules in circulation, making the odds even higher if considering any of his breaths. So, the final answer: with each breath, there's a roughly 63% chance that you have inhaled at least one molecule from a specific breath exhaled by Hitler, assuming perfect atmospheric mixing. If considering all his breaths, the probability approaches near certainty.
The expected number of molecules from Hitler's specific breath is 10 to the 22 times 10 to the 20, 10 to the power of negative 22 equals 1. The probability of not inhaling any of his molecules, followed by the...
I probably shouldn't have read all that, because Leaflet's doing it for us.
e to the negative 1,
Oh
approximately
my.
0.37. This, the probability of
The
inhaling
fact
at
that this
least
is
one
absolutely
molecule
hilarious.
is
With
about
the math.
63%. So the odds of you inhaling a single molecule that actually was breathed by Hitler is 63% per breath. Actually, 63% per breath. That's pretty fucking
Cue the absolute molding and seething from some people.
high. Honestly, that's pretty fucking high. Oh, no. Wait, the probability of
See, this is why some people are.
thus the
This is why some
improbability
people are
of
terminally
inhaling at least
online. They
one
don't want to.
molecule
They don't want to breathe
one-
in the Hitler.
Yeah.
minus 0.37, so about 0.63, which is 63%.
So, what percent Hitler does that make me? I don't know. Just like maybe 0.37 or 10 to the 22nd power, or 0.5 liters, perhaps. I don't know. Just do the math. Figure it out for yourself. I can't be bothered. I can't. I'm like the professor in Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. It's like, well, I can't figure out just 2. So let's just pretend you opened 200. Now, in addition to opening 200 and being dreadfully sick, you know, there's 10 and 20% and blah, 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 and whatever.
Yeah.
2? What do you mean you only opened 2?
With each breath, there's a...
Rexworth basically saying, wow, educate yourself. I am Look, I've got an MBA in finance, and even I am just saying it's like, this is too much fucking math, especially after I've had about 2 or 3 margaritas and a couple of mojitos. I am all mathed out for the evening. It is a not 0% chance. Let's just put it that way.
63% chance that you inhale at least one molecule from a specific breath exhaled by Hitler, assuming perfect atmospheric mixing. If considering all of his breaths, the probability approaches certainty. So if you if considering all of his breaths ever, like throughout his life, then it would be like almost like 100% basically with every breath.
Yeah, it's almost like survivability on a long enough timeline. Survivability for any human being is 0%.
That you take. Yeah. Thanks for the bits, Remy. Thank you. I'm very happy to join the stream here. Like calculated Hitler's breath content. Yeah, well, I mean, they probably shouldn't breathe the air anymore because, but yeah, like yeah, it's the odds there. So yeah, I mean, probably
one of those instances where you're sort of glad we have AI tools to sort of answer those questions.
Gotta switch your air source off of the Earth.
Yeah.
Probably something not from Earth.
Yeah.
And you're encouraging them even further. But now we move on to the third article where it's titled Waypoint Stands with Anna Vellens. And they show posts from other people that's now being attributed to Kirsha once again. And they're showing suggestions on Throne, a wishlist website.
Thanks for the bits, Remy.
This is one of them, for example. They're showing this on social media saying it continues, referring to the
classic clown costume, $22.50.
Wait, what?
Okay.
I've got a throne too, by the way. There's the throne page. It's there in the chat. And unlike Anna Vellens, I don't have any suggestions to get myself a clown costume.
But also,
because that would just be stupid.
Very important discovery here made by Curry Ringe.
Wait, what? What? The clown suit was like. That's it.
I think the clown costume would be an improvement for Anna Vellens, if I'm being totally honest.
Important. This is referring to the third.
Oh, it's a men's clown suit. Wait, there's a difference?
Yes, of course. There's girl clowns and there's boy clowns, and Anna Vellens is. I mean, let's just be real. They're not really a woman, and they're never going to be a woman. They're a man. That's a man, baby. Yeah.
Article. There was a change. There was a change to the article the day after.
Clussy the Squawk.
Oh my god.
Is missing. Well, what content? As you can see here, they're going after.
Who's that
Oh
loser?
my lord.
Now, also.
Yeah, who is that? That's not a loser. That is a mega based and super cool VTuber, and one of my Oshis. Actually, in this screen cap, I've got 2 of my Oshis here. We've got Kirsha and we've got Leaflet.
By the way, but they're showing these screenshots of the harassment campaign going on.
Yeah, you are a man. You cannot be a lesbian. I mean, lie not found when it comes down to Vellens.
They show this right here, right at the forefront. Now, if you look at this, it says with the name Black.
Oh yeah, that has got to live rent free in Anna Vellens' head, right there. The fact that someone had the absolute gall to just straight up say that you are a man, you cannot be a lesbian.
Curious.
It says vor. That says vor.
Yeah, why is what's this doing in
Andrew Tate actually meant that he really
when he said breathe air.
You cannot be a lesbian, referring to Anna Vellens. And of course, this is posted in the Vor subreddit. Interesting. But here's the problem.
It says
funny choice, that.
Look at the screenshot. Posted 1 second ago.
Wait, how did that happen?
Oh.
What?
Either Anna Vellens has the fastest reaction speed in the entire world.
Do they sock puppet this shit?
Or this is
Maybe.
possibly a
I mean, that would not
manufactured
surprise me. Some sock puppeting going on.
piece of supposed evidence here that they likely created
How
themselves
indeed.
to paint themselves as a victim of
Yeah, Anna wrote an article about VOD at some point, and now it's misunderstood. Yeah, sure.
an
Misunderstood.
anonymous user sending a
They can't even do that right.
Yeah, if you're gonna... Anna, if you're gonna... Top tip for you. If you're gonna sock puppet something, at least give it about 30 seconds to a couple of minutes.
Fabricate it right.
Yeah, literally fake and gay.
What can you do? What can you do
hateful
correct?
message. This is a really terrible look for Vice. It was Vice's article trying to defend Anna Vellens, and this is the type of evidence they're producing. It looks highly manufactured, if we're being honest. This looks really suspicious. You see this all the time on places like Twitter where people are like, I'm being harassed. Here's a hate message. And, you know, they forget.
Yeah, it's the old thing about, you know, there's bound to be some skeletons in the cupboard, and if we can't find anything, we'll just put something there.
And they just
crop out
self-own.
certain things, or they have
Yeah.
situations like this posted 1 second ago. This looks incredibly suspicious. But let's continue on with this Google Doc. So
I love the
again,
little
Kirsha says,
boobos.
harassment is bad.
And
no
the
one should
gold
do it.
stars.
I tell my fans not to. But then the article says everything she's going through. But I'll sum it up. Anna's being attacked for simply
Dude, that.
Oh no, they're being attacked.
Just
that
for
subreddit
asking
was fucking
questions.
Crazy when Attack on Titan was airing, especially like the early seasons.
I love the positioning of this one particular bow. Looks like it's tied to the back of my hair. Chat, is this a cute look for me? Do I look quite stylish this way?
Oh my
Holy
lord.
shit. Must have been wild.
asking questions about certain areas of the VTubing community, which she's an active part of. When you see what this whole active
No,
part
she's
of,
not.
where
No,
they're trying
Anna
to
Valens is
cover
not an
all
active
this
part of it.
Tokyo Ghoul too. Tokyo Ghoul.
by going after big
Man.
names for clout. But of course, Kirsha responds saying, just asking questions. Look, I read those articles pretty carefully. I do not see a lot of questions.
Very regal.
I see a lot of statements based on Reddit threads and other anonymous sources. This seems very targeted at me and why. I'm an anime fox girl, VTuber, your Vice. What the F? Also, this happened
True.
in the article. The time for games is over. The irony is
Listen to yourself sounding so serious. The time for games is over.
totally dead. We are still talking about VTubing, right? Anyway, not to be all you started it, but you literally started it. There was
I mean,
no
when they did start it, you might as well just say you literally fucking started it.
controversy. No one, apart from a few anonymous internet trolls, Vice quotes in its articles, which
You can find those
real,
people
some of the
anywhere.
examples, was butthurt about me and what I was doing or saying on my stream until you started writing articles calling me a Nazi, and now you're calling me a bully and saying it's time to start.
I like how these people always call people bullies when they're literally like doing the bullying. They're the
Yes.
ones literally like trying to dox people, like ruin other people's lives, like actually send like try to swat them and actually like attempt to get people killed. Like
This is what we call projection.
it's crazy. Yeah, it's wild.
Start a war. This is a 2018 cancel culture style article all over again. Or is this VTuber gate, which is the phrase they're trying to use, by the way, which is absolutely embarrassing. Anyway, it's getting pretty
We should just call it that.
tiresome. Someone
Yeah.
says something you don't agree with.
It's like, you know how
Start-
we shit on
First there was Gamergate, now there's VTubergate. And come to find out, there's even more weaponized autism with VTubergate than there was with Gamergate.
Gamergate now. We should just call it that.
saying they're controversial, name drop a bunch of brands they work with, play the victim card, or rage tweet at them until their sponsors bail. This is the playbook used over and over again. And here is the final page saying, anyway, if you're just asking questions, I have one. How come in the middle of
Oh,
Suga, welcome in. You're on stream,
Hello
by the
there.
way.
not what I was
All this,
expecting because
Annabelle
Discord
just
wasn't telling me we're streaming.
Yeah. I'm streaming right now. We're just doing some video reacts.
I'll see my way up. I bet.
No worries, man. You're good. You're good.
Have fun.
All right.
Asking people to buy her gifts on Throne.
These people
Yeah.
have no
What's up with that? In the midst of all this, Son of Valen's like, oh, by the way, I've got a throne. Buy me some shit.
shame.
Surely
There's
this
no
isn't
shame.
just a big branding
Oh
opportunity
my
for someone who
God.
wants to become a definitive VTuber journo. Rights? Rights? Seems awfully suspicious.
Big thonkies emoji there.
Now here's the important part. I don't want to go to court over this, but if you keep calling me a Nazi and keep calling for my sponsors to drop me, what else am I supposed to do?
True.
Seriously, Vice, is this
Yeah.
what you want? You want to be the PC police for VTubers?
Not a good look for you, Vice. Not a good look. You positioned yourselves originally as supposed to be the edgy types who were fighting against this sort of thing, and now all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, we're going to be the establishment's bitch. That would have been me, lol, but I saw it was a stream room VC. That's alright, it's all good.
On your front page right now, you have articles about crazy, horny mud truckers and how cool it is to be goth in Ukraine right now. But my stream is too controversial.
I mean, it's not just cool to be a goth in Ukraine. It is, I would dare say, it is cool to be a big titty goth girl anywhere in the world. Anywhere.
Yes.
I don't care where you are. You could be in swamplands and in the middle of the Amazon jungle, or you could be at the North Pole. And if you are a big titty goth girl, you are cool. And you're probably also hot. And I would probably like to be between your thighs right now. I mean, what? Anyway.
I'm asking
And
nicely.
the donkey. Let's not forget about the donkey fucking.
Oh, yes, yes. Can't forget about that. Yeah. So, crazy horny mud truckers and donkey fuckers and, you know, big titty goth girls in Ukraine.
Other thing.
Not saying that will get clipped. Please take these articles down and stop pretending there's a controversy where there isn't. I promise if you do, I'll go back to streaming and you can go back to reporting on the Berlin Sex Toy Expo or whatever it is.
That actually sounds like something they would do.
You
It does.
love
It really does.
Kirsten.
I love
I think
that.
this is
That was
a
great.
fantastic response to
Amazing.
what's going on here. Somehow making this funny while also addressing a serious cancellation campaign
Yes.
being spearheaded.
Having a sense of humor and also saying, basically, Vice, you need to take a big step back and literally fuck your own face. I don't know what sort of pan-Pacific bullshit you think you're trying to pull here, but VTubing is our territory. So, you think you got something here, you better think again, because you are going to have to get a goddamn UN resolution to try and fight us back. We are talking scorched earth, motherfucker. We will massacre you. We will fuck you up. Or she will, anyway.
By Vice trying to engage in life ruination, and they
The funny thing is, have you guys ever seen people that are like more woke try to do this kind of document? Like, well, not
And
even
they
just
do a
document, they
piss
try to
poor
do,
job
like, a
of it,
sarcastic,
too.
Funny video, and it's always so fucking bad. I literally saw one today. I'm trying to see if I can find it.
This one, she did not.
just won't give up. The people involved with these posts and articles attack
Well, this one from
no
Kirsha, this
credibility,
was
massive hypocrites,
gold.
And they're trying to make a name for themselves in various ways and on various platforms, and it's so obvious what they're doing. As always, support Kirsha in this. That's going to do it for this video. As always, feel free
Yes,
to share your thoughts
please.
about today's topics in the comments
Stand
section
with
down below.
Foxu.
Hope you guys enjoyed the video,
I'll link you guys. To
and I'll see
Rev.
you next time.
I'll link you guys over to Rev over here.
Yeah, I will.
but
I'll do the same here
It
for.
was like, it was a person being smug. Oh wait, let me see if I can find it. It was a person being smug about people. It was a person being smug
Original link there in the chat for everyone.
about people coming here from Africa. I swear to you, I'm trying to find it. I can't find it.
Probably something to do with
They were being
the Afrikaners from South Africa, which we've got a tab for that. But anyways, yeah, that's from our beloved leaflet. She got a new song, by the way. We showed that off last night on stream. Let's see. Do we want to talk about what happened with Kitsunero? Because that followed along shortly after what happened with Kersha. Yeah, Kitsunero. She got doxxed because she publicly declared that she doesn't hate all men. And actually, we're going to get to that after I've had a chance to go to the loo, because I've had copious amounts of alcohol and now I need to go piss like a racehorse. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back.
Welcome
You
back.
yeah, thank you. You most certainly may not burn the chat down, Pyon Lee. Naughty, naughty girl.
It's all right. We have the fire extinguishers. We'll be fine.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and I didn't even pull up anything about the whole thing that's going on with Doki Bird.
I read that fun doc. Good lord, people are making that out to be a nut. Oof.
Yeah, that's some bullshit. If you know anything about Doki Bird, good person. It really says more about the people attacking Doki Bird than anything else.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, thank you for the hydrate and stretch, Pyon Lee. Anyway, something else that happened this week. Kitsunero got doxxed. I think I actually recall seeing that in real time. Someone posted Kitsunero's address of where she lived. It wasn't just reposting some old face reveal photos, which, by the way, Kitsunero, true to form with a lot of other VTubers, she's actually a cutie in real life. No, this was much more serious than that. This was someone creating sock accounts and going around posting her home address. And that's very serious and is also highly illegal. And whoever's doing that is an absolute piece of shit. And there's a special place in hell for someone like that. And yes, they're also a cunt for doing that. So fuck them. Anyway, here's what's going on.
Another Hero Hey video.
There's been so much crazy stuff happening in the VTuber space
True.
lately. All the
So
Cinder stuff, the raccoon stuff, Kirsha leaflet stuff.
Oh yes, and I haven't even touched on what happened with Cinder, which I mean that's weeks old now. But yeah, turns out Cinder turned out to be an absolute cutthroat bitch. And to think I actually kind of admired her, and you know,
A lot of people did.
yeah, no, she was admired by a lot of people, but it was revealed that no, she was an absolute cutthroat bitch, and yeah, absolutely torpedoed her career. Has not been seen online anywhere since, and fairly certain her days as a VTuber, but even going back to her old personas, Tashi.mp3, that's all over with now. That's over and done. She may try to rebrand and come back as something else, but I really don't see how you come back from that without being reminded of who you were and what you did. And there's going to be a lot of people there to remind her of, no, you've not atoned for this. And your attempt to throw your boyfriend under the bus, your boyfriend/manager, for all of this. Nah, that's not going to save you this time, love.
Does happen. And now also, recently, VTuber Scoo-chan, hopefully I said that right. But yeah, Scoo-chan got some crazy hate from a Twitter freak type, getting like 2,500 likes on the tweet.
We love
that was getting all
Scoo-chan.
mad at her because she had the audacity to disagree.
Thank you for the 25 gift subs. Thank you. Guys, I'm just saying, it's thanks to you guys I can just be like, fuck it, with sponsors. That one person, that Nib or what, I don't know what their name was. They were like coming after me. And somebody,
Fucking bent. It's always goddamn bent. There's somebody else who just needs to crawl into a hole and never come out.
oh gosh, I don't remember who posted it. They posted something like, which sponsors are you gonna go after? Because Leaflet doesn't have any.
Yeah. Hard to cancel somebody if they don't have any sponsors. But I'm also fortunate I've got sponsors like the Dragon's Tea that they don't give a shit about cancel culture. In fact, they hate cancel culture, and if anything, they'll be in my corner even harder, no matter what. And that's why I love having the Dragon's Tea as an affiliate and as a sponsor. Which, by the way, pinned to the top of chat. The dragonstreasure.com/Lord Rexworth. Use code Lord Rexworth at checkout. Save 10% off your entire order. Get yourself some fantastic blends of really good tea and coffee and herbs, and also some handmade soaps. Lots of fantastic items there. The dragonstreasure.com/Lord Rexworth, or code Lord Rexworth at checkout. 10% off your entire order.
What are you? And they were like, what company are you gonna go after? Like, are you gonna report her to the manager because she is the manager? And I'm like, that's true. That's actually.
I want to
true.
speak to the manager. Oh wait, she is the manager.
The company, it just goes to me. I'd like to report Leaflet. Hi, I'm Leaflet. Would you want to say what did she do? That'd be like literally me. Yeah, it'd be hilarious.
With feminist extremists trying to incite violence against people, and like
that's every feminist. What are you talking about?
Similarly, Kitsu has had a lot of harassment sent her way because she's also standing up for men. And in particular, her situation, looking at it, she had like this crazy stalker for
They report me to Twitch. I mean, that would be unfortunate if Twitch got mad at me because I'm.
Oh yeah, they can try, can't they?
I'm just being honest here. I am the least racist VTuber.
Yeah, there you go.
Award winner. So,
award winner, least racist VTuber 2025. Can't touch her. She is untouchable.
How could you get mad at someone that's like that when I won an award?
Yeah. Award from the Mother Green Institute. Least Racist VTuber 2025 award winner. I'm sure I can come up with something else. I'm the runner-up for Least Racist VTuber of 2025.
The least racist.
So she's been dealing with like all kinds of crazy
Yeah.
stuff for a while. But that's culminated over the last 24 hours or so with these extremists also doxing her. So yeah, we'll get all the context to that stuff. That's just like the prelude, the intro. Now on to the madness. I saw this tweet going around yesterday.
There's Hero Hayes'
It's got
model.
25
Hero Hayes got himself a VTuber model. Good man. Oh, he's a handsome-looking lad, isn't he?
There we go. Oh dear.
Alright, anyways, let's keep going.
500 likes.
Mm-hmm.
But first, let's get the context to what they're responding to, that being this tweet
Yep.
from May 12th from Skuchan, who says, "The amount of people in the comments who just don't get that men want a cute, loving girlfriend is beyond me. They call them creeps for wanting actual love and not a girl boss who only wants your money." That responding to this clip that was getting a ton of traction.
Yeah, society's had enough of the girl bosses. We're done with that sort of thing. We're done with... And you talk to enough members of Gen Z, and even certain millennials. We've all had it. We're done. We've tried the whole girl boss thing. We've tried feminism. Didn't work. Just another string of broken promises from the boomers and everyone else in the older generations. Social contract broke down with that, like so many other things, like, you know, go to school, get good grades, go to college so you can get a good job. None of that materialized for a lot of people. It's just turned into one disappointment after another, and feminism and girl bossing turned out to be no different. Is it any wonder then that the younger generations are looking at traditional family roles and being stay-at-home mums and wives and thinking, yeah, you know what, let's just go back to basics. Let's see if we can make that work.
On Twitter, you can see here
I'm gonna
146,000
pause them
likes,
1 second.
44.2 million views. And we'll take a brief scroll through this clip. I'm not going to play the whole thing because you know how YouTube DMCA can be.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll show you the synopsis for
Fucking
this
YouTube.
anime. So it's from this anime, Josie Tutora. Synopsis.
I really want to see this.
I gotta watch this.
He quit with his passion
Yeah,
for diving and admiration.
I think we may need to host a watch party. I may need to see if this is either on Crunchyroll or available on Amazon Prime, and see if we can do a watch party of this particular anime. I think it's a film. I don't think it's a series. It's a film. But yeah,
For marine biology. University student Sunio
tried college for 2 years, not worth it. I spent even longer. I spent about 5 years working on an undergraduate degree, 2 years working on a master's, and then I did a year in law school. And most of it, with the exception of a trip to China I did for international business study, most of it turned out to be a complete waste of time. I probably could have gotten all the benefits of just going on holiday to China without having to go into student loan debt. if I had it to do over again, I probably would have just gone into the trades. I would have studied to be a lorry driver or an HVAC technician or a welder, a plumber, something like that, or working in sheet metal.
I would have taken going into IT seriously. I would have, instead of just not.
Yeah. Yeah, blue collar trades. I should have done that long time ago and just stuck with it. And these days, that's almost universal advice, especially to young men out there. Go into the blue collar trades, because at least there you stand a chance of getting yourself honest work for an honest wage and having some semblance of job security. I mean, it really says something when you can go get a commercial driver's license in America or enroll into a driving school that will help you to get your CDL. And before you even start, if you've got a decent driving record, you can pass a drug test and even get pass a DOT medical test. You can probably have at least one job offer from a trucking company before you even start your classes on working on your CDL.
Mm-hmm.
Compared to positions in the corporate world that I've gone for, that I've had to jump through untold number of hoops and do so much song and dance routines just to get to round 3, 4, 5, or 6 of interviews to ultimately be in some sort of shit job where you're just answering emails and sitting on Zoom calls in an office all day. Something you could quite easily do from home. That takes itself far too seriously. That doesn't really matter in the end. Unlike the lorry drivers that are actually transporting product that good, hard-working Americans need as part of their daily lives. Bank account is growing with my public transit job, and I work 3 days a week. Exactly.
It pays well.
Yeah.
Like people haven't realized that. And now this is something for anyone who is looking for a job. Look at your local schools.
Mm-hmm.
There are schools that will literally pay you to go to training.
Yeah.
It is hilarious, and you can make starting out as a bus driver, $20 an hour.
Yeah.
And that's lowballing.
$600 or $700 a week paid training once you get your CDL, pass all your classes. There are trucking companies that will hire you on and pay you $600-700 a week to learn how to drive a route and work with a trainer on how to drive a lorry.
It's
roughly the same if you wanted to go into another blue-collar trade and do some sort of apprenticeship as an HVAC technician or a welder or a plumber or working with sheet metal.
Or electrician. Electricians are...
Or an electrician, yes.
One of the lesser known ones, cable layer. Anything to do with cables.
Yes.
Is heavily needed.
And you get on with a union. Great benefits. Solid pension. I mean, you're set for life.
Oh, yeah.
Bonus with a trade skill that can be useful around the home. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
You learn how to how to fix up automobiles. You know, let's say even if you're a diesel tech working on lorries for a living, you can take so much of that. And if you've got, I mean, a lot of these people, it's no surprise if they have like a diesel-powered pickup truck that they use to get from home to work and back again. Well, you can take a lot of those skills and you can work on your own vehicle at home. Save yourself an absolute boatload of cash. Not having to take it to a dealer, not having to take it to a mechanic, you can do your own work. Automotive techs. You own the same type of cars you work on. I mean, you can do your own maintenance. Automotive, carpentry, plumbing, welding. These are the sorts of things they can't outsource, and they can't get AI to do it for them. The same can't be said for a lot of the white-collar trades. That stuff eventually all will be outsourced to AI, or most of it. Yeah, you can't automate it. Not yet, anyway.
The sad thing is...
I mean, they'll try, but I don't think they'll succeed.
No, you can't automate trades.
No.
It is next to impossible because you have to have the human element.
Yeah. Yeah, so you young lads out there, you need something that pays well. Don't go to uni. Learn a trade. Save yourself the pain of student loan debt. Learn from my example. Don't go into student loan debt. Learn yourself a trade and make your money from that. Anyway, let's keep going.
Suzukawa tries his best to juggle several part-time jobs to earn enough money to study abroad.
I wanted to do
But
marine
one night, in a
biology
fateful
when I was a
accident,
kid.
he meets a girl in a wheelchair, driving his current path into a detour. The girl, Kumiko, who prefers to be called Josie, initially comes off as rude. Sunio, however, is then convinced by Josie's grandmother
Tsundere.
to take on the paid job to be Josie's caretaker. Despite being annoyed with her bossy demeanor, Sunio sees the opportunity to save more funds to support his academic dream. Nevertheless, after putting up Josie's behavior for some time, Sunio tries to quit, only to discover Josie's dreams of traversing the outside world to experience a life free from her crippling condition. Changing his mind, Sunio decides to accompany Josie in exploring the wonders that the world has to offer. Through their
That's
time
so
together,
freaking
the
sweet.
two begin to realize that the traits that
Very
bind
wholesome.
them may
That's
be
so
vital
cute.
toward fulfilling their respective aspirations. So yeah, once again, then this clip gets posted
That's really
to
cute.
Twitter. Scooch-Chan responds, saying, the amount of people in comments who just don't get that men want a cute loving girlfriend is beyond me. They call them creeps for wanting actual love and not a girl boss who only wants your money. And yeah, in the responses to that clip, there were all kinds of toxic...
Weird, since most men abandon their disabled, chronically ill spouses. That got community noted. This claim most likely refers to a widely cited 2015 study suggesting that men are more likely to leave their disabled or chronically ill spouses. This was retracted due to a coding error that invalidated its conclusions. So the entire study was bullshit. You actually can, but only in one instance. The same sequence on repeat, but a versatile welder AI does not exist. Exactly. Doubt it ever will. Or probably not for a long time, anyway. And even then, you can always retool and, I mean, learn how to program AI or program and operate the machines that do the welding. I mean, even the robots that do welding have to be controlled somehow. So there's still backups and contingencies.
responses like this one saying, weird, since
Yeah, we
most
kinda
men
talked about
abandon their
this
disabled and
before.
chronically ill spouses. That getting a community note that says, this claim most likely refers to a widely cited...
These people are so fucking unhappy. It's crazy. They need like God
Yes.
or something. Like actually.
Oh, no, they absolutely need Jesus in their lives. These people, their souls have become so blackened and dark and demonically possessed. I am convinced that only the demonically possessed, only those who are in the clutches of the evil one, would say such wicked things. They are either wittingly or unwittingly serving the forces of darkness and Satan by saying such terrible things. The human ability to adapt and overcome is far from being automated, very far. Agreed, 100%.
Like I'm not even memeing. Like they need some actual joy. They're like faking it too much.
Yes, and the sort of joy that you can only get from committing your life to Christ, from confessing and repenting of your sins, and inviting Jesus to come into your heart and making him your Lord and Savior, and committing to a daily walk with the Prince of Peace, Christ Jesus. Only then will these people find liberation, and will they find true freedom and happiness and joy in their lives and in the next life. It is the only way they will truly be saved. Because right now they are in the clutches of the devil himself. Only a truly demonically possessed, satanic individual would say something so wicked and awful as to say that, well, most men just abandon their disabled and chronically ill spouses. No, they don't. That's bullocks, and they know it's bullocks, too.
They need to like find happiness. It's unreal, like how mad they are.
2015 study suggesting that men are more likely to leave their disabled or chronically ill spouses. This was retracted due to a coding error that invalidated its conclusions. Other weird people taking a different approach, for example, this comment that says, "That's a little girl. This is weird." Community note
She's 24 years old. She's not a little girl. It's not weird. You're the one who's weird, thinking that's a little girl, and it's somehow weird. It's saying more about you than it is about anything else.
she's 24. Or
again, ye are of your father the devil. There is no truth in him. When he speaks his native language of lies.
or this one, for example, that says, "You show this as fantasy because
Did you know that there's like and I know I talked about this before, but it's kind of crazy, but like there's girls in Asia that are really small. It's like Asians are short, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, shocker, I know. Asian girls, Asian women on average are quite short in stature. Including our dear lovely Leaflet here, who we've been reacting to for most of the evening. She is reputed to be quite a little shortcake.
Sometimes there's like girls that are like really short.
Not that any of us are complaining, of course.
it's not true for the majority." You show this as fantasy because it's not true for the majority of men who participate in abuse of disabled
Fun-sized, exactly.
No, most men do not abuse disabled.
Yeah, all of my friends, all of my male friends, they can't wait to fucking abuse disabled people, dude. Like they,
Editor note for the mentally retarded and for those who are incapable of perceiving breakfast, this that she's saying is a joke.
they wait there, like when the bus drops off, they like wait there, they're there with their bats and shit, they're just waiting there, like ready to do it, you know? It's like their pastime.
Again, this is a joke.
OP's like, "Did you even try to think before telling that
can
lie?
confirm, yeah.
We know this is demonstrably false because we know most disabled people are abused, so at least half of those doing that are men. That's just from common sense. It gets exponentially worse looking at the
No,
actual
it's
data."
not from common sense. You're pulling this all out of your ass. Or maybe out of your face. I mean, your face, your ass, what's the difference with you, yeah?
The actual data you mentioned.
The funny thing is the one time I did see somebody who was disabled that got like really, really abused, like mentally abused. It was all women that were doing it, actually. The one time I did like actually experience that and like I saw it happening.
Oh dear, that doesn't fit narratives. That defies a lot of narratives that we've been told. Both sides admit shit, yes.
Yeah, it was all women.
Showed that
I'm sort of making an allusion, though, to the old Duke Nukem line. Your face, your ass. What's the difference? Crack Snuckles. What are you waiting for? Christmas?
less than 25% of men left their disabled partners, which, if you didn't know, is way less than 75%. That person then going on to hit us with a wall of...
Yeah, did I tell you guys that story? I think I told this before on stream, but when my grandpa...
oh yeah,
so my grandpa was like
granddad.
really he was really conservative and stuff. But when he got like really old and like nobody could take care of him anymore, this is like back when like I had like no money and I was like living like kind of like I was living with my mom and we had like no money and stuff. But basically my grandpa was like really old and he was really conservative, but like a lot of his kids aren't conservative, right? So like he was like a kind of like a strict like conservative dad. They basically
his kids and his grandkids turned
like,
into a bunch of
dependent on
shitlibs.
people because he like got really really old. He was like kind of dependent on them. They basically forced him to watch CNN like constantly, and like he didn't want to watch CNN, but they were like forcing him to watch it. Basically, they said like you can't watch anything but CNN in this house. So like
That sounds like
just
other abuse.
over time, he got like more and more like deranged, and it was like really weird. And it was really it was
I mean, that's what happens when you keep watching 24/7 psyop channels.
really weird because like he started to become like not really mentally there, and like you could tell like I don't know what the fuck that they did to him. It was weird. Like I remember that like hearing stories of like that like they'd yell at him and stuff. But the one thing that I know for certain because I was there for it was the very last conversation I ever had with him. And this was literally the last time I ever talked to my grandpa. I was there visiting him because like he's old, right? So I was like, "Hey, grandpa, how you doing, man?" And he's like, "Leaflet, I need to ask you something." And I was like, "Yes, grandpa." And he goes, "Do you still carry a gun, Leaflet?" And I said, "Yeah, of course. I have it on me right now." And he goes, "Stop doing that, Leaflet. You stop doing that." And I said, "Why, grandpa?" And he goes, "When the police find out that you're Asian, they will kill you." I was like, "Who the fuck told you that?" I was like, "Grandpa, who told you that? What the fuck?" Right? What the fuck? Where did that come from?
That's your so-called mainstream media. They will have you believing absolute absurdities. Before long, exposure to them long enough will have you believing absolute absurdities.
It was so fucked up. It was like literally the last time I ever talked to him too. So like after that I was like, okay, well I have to go now. Goodbye. And then like I never talked to him again. That was it.
Text, activate my trap card, not mere force, wall of text, and people responding to this saying things like, "This doesn't really debunk what he said.
I ain't reading all that shit."
That's what he said. This is in absolutely no way an indication that the majority of men abuse people with disabilities, you freaking numpty. Claims evidence, cites a survey. Surveys are not evidence. In fact, their use in research papers
fucking
discredit
numpty.
research institutions as a whole. We're not going to go read that whole thing. I'm just giving you some examples of like the toxic comments.
Yeah, it was like a bunch of women basically that didn't let him watch his CNN and stuff.
Right. So,
oh, I just remembered another one. He goes, "Leaflet, I wanted to vote for Trump." And I was like, "Why didn't you vote for Trump then?" And he goes, "Because he's going to make all of my kids lose their jobs." And I was like, what the fuck?
Wait a minute, what did that say? Editor son put in something, but he took it away too quickly.
He's gonna make all of my kids lose their jobs. And I was like,
if they were working for the government, they were not wrong. I mean, I guess we'll never know, will we?
Who the fuck is telling you this? It's like, my grandchildren, they'll all lose their jobs if I vote for Trump. So I couldn't vote for him. I was like, bro.
That is not how any of that works.
They fucking psyoped him, dude. It was unreal. This is fucking MK Ultra.
More than just psyoped him, they gay-opped him into that, all of that.
Like, it was crazy.
that being Scooch.
You don't hate the media enough, chat. They are all just... It's peak fake and gay. All of it. Fake, gay, and absolutely retarded.
And pointing out the toxic responses and how people are so bizarre to get angry over this minute-and-a-half almost anime clip, where we then get this person suffering from complete political brain rot, responding to Scooch-chan, getting 2,500 likes on this response that reads, "Another VTuber grifting to the right, using culture war as the focal point of their politics."
Yeah, she's not grifting. I mean, somebody who does this day in and day out, and it becomes apparent after a while whether or not they really believe it. Scoo-chan, I tend to take her at her word. She believes what she says. And a lot of this is not... It's not grifting to the right, it's just down the line, middle of the road common sense takes. They're not hot takes even. It's just simple human decency, that's all it is. Damn, need a cigarette after hearing that. Yeah. Try some Alp instead, or whatever those nicotine pouches are. Whatever it is that RFK Jr. had to use to get through that fucking bullshit confirmation hearing. I had to pop one of those things into his mouth. It's just like, I'm gonna need one of these if I'm gonna keep dealing with this shit. But yeah, Scoo-chan, absolute sweetheart. One of those few VTubers that has done a face reveal. And, yeah, true to form. She's a cutie IRL. Would smash. Anyway.
And posting 2 screenshots. One of a video
Oh my god.
Scoo-chan made that says, Scoo is shocked at how violent feminists are on the internet. And this...
I mean, they can be rather violent, can't they?
Understatement of the century.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, and the difference between women's romance fantasies. Women somehow having these sick fantasies of being strangled and saying harder, daddy. And then men's romance, which just really looks like another variation on Konosuba. I'm going to love and take care of you all. And it's just wholesome and just, again, the good and the true.
The second one saying, Scoo is fed up with women punching down on men. But let's go back to the first one here. You can see the thumbnail. Why are they like this? And showing a tweet where someone said...
Because just like the meme with the frog says, gentlemen, it is with great regret that I inform you, women.
That's about right.
I would love to grab her by the hair, and redacted her face against the fridge in response to a woman posting a picture of herself, presumably with the hashtag tradwife and feminine. The second one.
That is.
Yeah, ladies, let me give you a top tip. You go with the tradwife look. You will have to fight off the lads with a stick. Especially if you know how to, cook and do all the normal wifely duties sort of thing. It is every good lad's wet dream. So, yeah, you lean into that sort of thing, you will have no trouble finding yourself a husband. Or at the very least, a boyfriend. So, top tip, lean into that. And fuck the feminist haters. Lean into the whole tradwife vibe. Because yes, you will find yourself a boyfriend, a husband, and you will likely live happily ever after and have many children.
These people are
showing
crazy.
This comparison between like women's.
Can you imagine like seeing that, like just like a woman being like I want to be like an old school wife, like housewife, and just take care of the kids and like.
There is absolutely nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with it.
No. In fact, that is the natural order of things and the proper role for any good woman. The dang pony is back. What pony? What are you talking about, Pionly?
Pony ad.
What, is an actual ad for with a pony in it or something? What?
Yeah. The ads have been going wild.
Oh. Well, at least the ads are going. I mean, that's something.
Ooh, it is past 11. I am due for an event.
Oh,
Yeah, I have a little thing to go to.
all right then. Well, appreciate you hanging out.
Oh, hell yeah. Need to do this more often.
Absolutely. Thanks for being my wingman and dealing with my inebriated self.
You're good, man. You're a good drinking buddy.
Absolutely. Same for you.
But yeah, definitely need to hang out another time. I'm probably gonna have a
Absolutely.
bunch more free time, given that
Things.
may have to actually quit my job.
Fair enough.
Migraines suck, and I'm
Yeah.
on what is it? I'm on technically day 3 of a headache still going,
Oh my god. Ah,
and I don't
so
know
sorry.
how it's still here.
Yeah, I've had migraines in the past, part of growth spurts and everything when I was much younger, but I still remember those. They suck.
Yeah.
So
I've already taken meds. The edge is getting taken off again. It's
well, that's
just
good. I was just trying to get the bloody thing to go away.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's maddening. Yeah,
Yeah.
you have my
Just hoping it's
nothing but my sympathy.
Thank you, I appreciate it. It's something that I'm just gonna have to live with for a bit,
Yeah,
barring something happening or something else coming about that neutralizes them, but
yeah,
it is what it is.
yeah.
But hey, I've started the hopeful process of getting 100%. So if I get 100%, I'm good.
Let's fucking go. That's what we'd love to hear.
And if I have to go to the ER, it's just more evidence.
Just
I'm
another
looking
brick
at
in the wall,
silver
yeah?
lining. Yeah, look at the silver lining.
Yeah.
But yeah, you good sir, you take it easy. You
You
good
as well.
people.
Thank you. You as well.
Toodaloo.
Alright, take care. By the way, chat, those of you who are in the Castle Rexworth Discord, those of you that have your roles, those of you that are comfortable with it, feel free to join me in the stream VC. Yeah, we'll go ahead and move the server to. I was over there in Game Collab, but nah, we'll move the server to Stream VC. We've got a few positions open there. At maximum, we can take a handful of people, but yeah, feeling courageous enough, feel free to pop in. Maybe if it wasn't bedtime. Totally understand. It's late for some people. Let's keep pressing forward.
House, and they're like, yeah, that's disgusting. I'm gonna bash your head in. Like, what the fuck? Like,
Yeah, seriously,
dude,
what
these
is
people have so much hate.
what is wrong
like,
with these
for like
people?
the super loving, and the super kind people, they have so much hate. It's actually, they're like the Dave Chappelle like player haters ball. It's like them basically.
Romance and men's romance. And so a lot of people call this person out for their brain rot take. Here's my response.
Yeah, hating and gooning and hating.
So
Yeah,
this
exactly.
VTuber
Yeah. Hiro Hey chiming in says VTuber Skew-chan made some takes that disagreed with unhinged feminists inciting violence against innocent people, and your response was to get upset at Skew-chan, bring up politics, the culture war, and call her a grifter. What?
Scoo-chan made some takes that disagreed with unhinged feminists inciting violence against innocent people, and your response was to get upset at Scoo-chan, bring up politics, the culture war, and call her a grifter? What? Going back to that person's take, we can see
I mean, if it were me, I'd be asking Skew-chan to marry me. But, you know, that's just my old-fashioned, hopeless romantic self over here.
responses such as Akuma Miko saying, fellas, is it political to be a man? Nani, the Ghost Cat VTuber,
Apparently
saying,
it is
"Caring
these
about and defending
days."
men does not make you a bad person. Does not make you a bad person. You're welcome. Shoe
Thank you. Oh, and Shoe on Head chiming in here. We love Shoe on Head. Shoe on Head is awesome. It's also kind of hot.
on Head even leaving a response that says,
Oh, it's true.
Didn't know who this was, but checked out their channel because of this tweet. They're super cute and funny.
Damn right they are. They are peak cute and funny.
Nice.
I
Got
love
Smugalana
Scooch-chan.
laughing and saying,
Oh,
"Let's
Smugalana
go."
chiming in. Haha, yes, let's go. And Scooch-chan, of course, responding, I love you so much.
Oh, and Scooch-chan also saying, I love you so much.
Man.
Check out this exchange.
Man, the wholesomeness, even in the midst of all this bullshit. I was just like, yeah, let's go. It's like, she's so cute and funny. It's like, I love you. And I'm like, man, just hit you right in the fucking feels, man. Fuck's sake. Why people got to be like this? Damn.
Where Rosie Belmu responds, and the OP also
Oh yeah, we got Rosie Belmu checking in here. We love Rosie Belmu. Sweet little cowgirl VTuber. Guess I don't understand, because I've seen many titles of people ranging from feminism to vegan, etc., who are very loud on Twitter, but usually they don't represent the normal majority for whatever group and just use it as a shield. Very true.
responds to Rosie. So Rosie says, "This person doesn't even talk about politics. I'm so confused, genuinely."
Scoot doesn't
Why
really
would-
get
Dude, it's like I don't like it when guys get shitted on the internet, and like I think like men deserve as much love as women get, and they should not be like shitted on. And it's like pick me,
attacking her. The OP like
Yeah, well, that's really what these feminist haters, they're just acting like pick-me's.
it's Jan saying,
like a fucking they're like the D&D like hags, like fucking living in someone's
They
basement.
really are. They're
"These are
absolute
obvious
fucking
political
hags.
topics." I got these screenshots from her official YouTube channel. They literally mentions feminists and punching down in the title. Those aren't just speaking well about men. Rosie says, I guess I don't
Yeah, full bog crowd. True.
understand, because I've seen many titles of people ranging from feminism to vegan, etc., who are just very loud on Twitter. Usually they don't represent the normal majority for whatever group, and
They
use it
never represent the normal majority. They're a bunch of freaks.
as a shield.
Fucking
And it's
raid
good to call
boss.
out when people like this are being crazy online. And I don't really get the meme comp thumb being an issue. Also,
It's just summarizing and getting people's attention to watch the video. It's just good marketing. It's free real estate, bruh.
is she even from the US? I just feel like two thumbs.
No, she's not. I believe Scoo is, I don't think she's German. I think she might be Finnish? Scandinavian? I think? Hungarian. Well, welcome in, Backstabber. Thank you for clarifying this. Okay, Scoo is Hungarian. Well, she represents the Hungarian people very well. And she's also an absolute cutie, and we love her. I would have 15 children with her. Anyway.
Meaning this conclusion feels in bad faith. This complete wacko then responds to Rosie and says, "The issue is that this women punching down on men have it so bad thing is a fabricated incel narrative."
No, it's not fabricated, and it's not a narrative of incels. It's the absolute fucking truth. Women are punching down on men, and men do have it rather bad in the so-called modern world that we live in.
It's a subset of sexless, women-hating a-holes making up an issue
It's
to
true.
distract from
Yeah,
women's problems, or outright saying,
What women's problems? It seems the only problems that women have these days are problems of their own making. You've got the vote. You've got equal rights. You've got equal pay now, too. The glass ceiling's got so many bloody holes punched through it, it might as well not even exist anymore. It is at this point you are just punching down on men. And so much of the progress that you've made has been at the expense of men. You have taken jobs that would have originally gone to men out of some sort of a sense of diversity, equity, and inclusion. You get preferential treatment when it comes to matters of family law and divorce law. You're almost automatically believed when it comes to accusations of sex crimes. In so many realms of the modern world, you are given preferential treatment over men, and in particular, straight white men. You're in such a position of privilege that yes, you are punching down on men. And men now have it very bad. To the point where a young man may as well not even bother trying to get a job in the white collar world. Our only hope is to find something in the blue collar trades, because the women folk have decided, for the most part, not universally, but for the most part, that that's not really a world they want to be in. And to say that she just wants the money, well, what the bloody hell are you doing in the workforce if it's not just for the money? Yes, there is a business element to what Scoo-chan does. She's a streamer. She gets paid to entertain people. But by that same logic, you do whatever the fuck it is you do for a living, maybe. And then you go on Twitter bitching about how everything Scoo-chan is saying is a fabricated incel narrative, which is a load of bollocks.
Saying they're deserved, and she just wants the money.
Yeah.
What the frick, dude?
Yeah, it's like the only...
Rosie responding, the post does not say that. What you're saying isn't even in the post we're talking about. No, of course it's not. They have to read that sort of thing in between the lines. Because that's what they are thinking in their own warped minds and projecting that onto Scoo-chan. Is this your own lore added with no context? It's exhausting. Yes, it is. And it is their own lore added with zero context.
The only reason that she says that, it's the only reason that she wants to say nice things, because she...
Novus Ludum responding, they're making it up. Here's the actual video where she at most mentions a double standard in terms of what women and men are allowed to fantasize about. The rest is about the weird violence shown toward tradwise based on blah blah blah.
They can't even fathom being like that. Like, it's like not even like it's not even possible. They can't calculate
based on a
mind.
shoe on head
Because
video.
to them, when they say something like that, it's because they want money. So like they literally they have to project like their own mental state onto other people, because like that's literally all they can. They can't even imagine it. It like doesn't calculate in their brains.
Rosie's like, oh, okay, but the post doesn't say that. What you're saying isn't even the post we're talking about. Is this your own lore added with no context? It's exhausting. The irony of this person talking about fabricated incel narratives as they literally...
If you do this like literally the other way around, when you have like a man, like they're not going to be upset about a man saying like, oh, we should like care about women because, you know, they're all queens. They're all queens. Like every woman is a princess and is a queen and deserves the world.
I think that particular attitude is part of the reason why we are where we are right now. We have so spoiled the fetish sex to the point where they are now behaving like spoiled children. When frankly, a lot of them need to be put up across someone's knee and given a proper spanking. As you do with any sort of spoiled, petulant child.
Just gonna be like, yeah, look at this guy. This guy's a real feminist.
Do the thing that they're getting.
Yeah. Funny thing about the male feminists. It's usually just a matter of time before they themselves out themselves with their own behavior to be sex pests and sexual predators. Quite possibly the biggest tell that someone is a sexual predator is if they identify as a male feminist.
Mad at and accusing
Like
other
you do it
people
the
of
other way
doing
around.
Zero self-awareness. Unfortunately, a common thing to see on
Tips my fedora, milady.
the internet. The good news is it seems to come from a minority of toxic, weird people, and they are getting more and more pushback from everyone else these days. And all of that takes us over to Kitsu's response, quote tweeting Lycion and saying, "As this is something that was done to me, screw you. Screw you, screw the woke, screw the extremist left BS. Women supporting men exist. You are only bitter because no man wants you." Look at
Girl be spittin' facts. The only reason they're so bitter is because they are insufferable types that are more than likely just going to die alone. They really are just insufferable pieces of shit that nobody wants to be around. And they're just jealous. Because lovely people who represent the good and the true, like Scoo-chan, like Kitsunero, like our dear lovely Leaflet here, like Kersha Verstal, Rosie Belmu, Smugglana, all these types that say men deserve love and respect. Not just sticks in the craw of any angry, rabid feminist out there. And they just can't stand that. They can't stand that someone would dare say something like that. In their warped, twisted mind, they say, how dare you have that opinion? Don't you know that men are evil pigs, the lot of them? And we need to hashtag kill all men because they're all wicked and evil and irredeemable. Because deep down in their heart, they're all rapists, they're all sex pests and criminals, and they're all secretly fantasizing to kill you. You need to be more like me. You need to be the insufferable one, and surround yourself with far too many cats, or dogs, or other non-human animals. You need to be bitter like me. You need to be down in the muck like me. Because this is where it's at. This is where you can get those little crumbs of clout. This is what's fashionable, don't you know? Because somehow, some way, we played ourselves into thinking that happy families and traditional gender roles are somehow evil. And that children are a burden. Children are not something you need to be having. You need to be having abortions. You need to have a career and be a girl boss. That's how you'll find happiness and fulfillment. Sure, you'll look back and wonder, gosh, what could have been if only I'd gotten married and had children and started a family. But no, your job will love you. Your government will be your daddy. And you'll have your cats, or your dogs, or your lizards, or some of the petting zoo animal. Never mind those feelings of wishing you had children and grandchildren to take care of you in your old age. But a partner to grow old with, that's all a lie of the patriarchy, don't you know? That's all just gaslighting by toxic masculinity and the patriarchy. Never mind the fact that you'd be part of a dying generation and a dying mentality that's fallen out of favour and fashion because people wised up and realised that's not the way to be, that the natural order of things is happy marriages and happy families and children taking care of their parents and grandparents in old age. And everyone coming together in some sense of harmony and peace. And just looking after and loving one another. And realizing there's more to life than money. There's far more to life than career. And that it's not evil, or sexist, or toxic masculinity, or a product of the patriarchy to look back and say to yourself and wonder, gosh, if I had only spent more time with my family. If only I'd spent more time with my children. But no one's going to look back in life and think, gosh, I wish I had worked a little bit harder or spent a few more hours at the office. Or really tried to impress my boss a little bit harder. No. Everyone looks back and says, I wish I'd spent more time with my family. I wish I'd spent more time with my children. I wish I'd had one more child. I wish I wouldn't have been so obsessed with career and work. I'd give all of that up just to spend a little more time with my husband, with my wife, with my children, with my grandchildren. That's what everyone with a soul says to themselves. Looking back in life. They wish they'd prayed more. They wish they'd gone to church more. They wish they had spent more time in God's Word. And they wish they would have spent more time with their spouses and with their families. Those are the biggest regrets that most people have in old age. Don't let it happen to you. Don't fall for the lie that somehow you can get fulfillment from a career. You will never get any sort of fulfillment. Your soul will not be made whole by working a few more hours at an office somewhere. You can only get that through those intangible things that you cannot put words or a price on. And that is your family. Your family and a personal relationship with Jesus Christ. Nothing else in this world matters. Nothing. your family, and your God are the only things that have any sort of meaning, any sort of relevancy in this world. Everything else can crumble to dust. Because everything else will crumble to dust. God and family are the only things that matter in this life. All else will crumble to dust.
Look how base this is. Person says, you are about to get jumped so hard. Kitsu's just like, I don't care anymore. I don't even care. Oh my gosh, look at this pathetic response though. Kitsu seems nice, but like, this stuff she says just platforms a lot of genuinely harmful rhetoric. Yeah, the people
What's the
harassing
harmful
like, others
rhetoric?
for disagreeing with
There is none. It's not harmful. What she's saying is the truth. But apparently, to Yellow 4 over here, the truth is somehow harmful. But I suppose if you've believed lies this entire time, getting the truth may be perceived as a threat.
people incite violence. I think that's like the harmful stuff. But no, get mad at the people for calling that out. Come on, dude. That's where things got a lot worse, though, as it takes us to this tweet where Kitsu says,
Yep.
"Well, cat's out of the bag. A lot of you have seen it by now. I've been doxxed. Authorities have already been informed. And you know why I've been doxxed? Because I dared say I support men. If you see it, kindly report the post. Thank you." Oh.
I don't know if they're still at it, but they've had a lot of... Kitsu's had a lot of sock puppet accounts posting her home address. If you see it, report the post. Twitter's usually pretty quick about doing the right thing and banning those accounts. They keep popping up elsewhere and different account names and doing it again. Again, it's sock puppet accounts. But those of you who are in the know, those of you who don't, we sort of have... It's almost an unspoken rule amongst us VTubers that that sort of information... We all just sort of pretend we don't see that sort of thing. And I try my best to abide by that as well. There are some people in the VTubing sphere that, you know, we're not aware of our real names, or at least the first name. Some of us keep in the strictest of confidence where a few of us happen to live. It's one of those things that you really have to know who to trust. But a lot of it is just sort of a selective... We're going to pretend that we did not see that. And sort of the whole thing of, you know, we never had this conversation. What conversation? Platforms genuinely harmful rhetoric. The second I see people using big words to say nothing, I know they're not worth listening to. Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of big words to say absolutely nothing at all. She responds, I legit had some people come at me and be like, how can you get doxxed when you posted your face yourself? Being doxxed means a lot more than than having your face posted online. But doxing, in the most traditional sense, is having your personal information, like your home address or your telephone number, posted publicly when you did not consent to have that posted publicly. It's not right. And in some countries, and I believe Germany is one of them, that's a crime. And so whoever does this, they're going to be facing down... They're going to be facing down the German authorities, and they don't fuck around with this sort of thing. I mean, they're already having to contend with the fact that they do not have freedom of speech like the Americans do. I'm fortunate that I do live in America, and I can say a lot of these things. when more than likely if I were to say these sort of things in the United Kingdom, I would probably be arrested by the police for a non-hate incident, or at least have to go down to a police station and answer a lot of very uncomfortable questions by police officers regarding a non-hate incident, and I would probably be facing some sort of fine or jail time, all because I dare express opinions that make the ruling regime at number 10 in Whitehall very uncomfortable.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, we
now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal. Thank you for the redeem, Stoner. Frankly, I'd rather deal with the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal than any of the absolute morons who are running the UK government.
Okay, I legit had some people come at me and be like, how could you get doxxed when you posted your face yourself? There's more than just faces in regards of personal information, like, and yeah, she's completely...
Been lurking from the start, now back to the void. Fair enough, Stoner, thank you.
Right about that, but the good news is they can't stop her. She's just too based.
Yep.
Seems like she's in good spirits. She's handling this pretty well.
There are no brakes on this base train. And I and many others are very proud of Kitsu for continuing to speak her truth. Because these sorts of things need to be said. That men do deserve love and respect. And frankly, I hope that she has someone in her life, or finds someone in her life very soon. A strong man who can love her and protect her. And keep her safe from these absolute psychopaths that would post her personal information on Twitter and on other social media outlets.
She's been streaming for like hours today. I checked.
Just as men deserve love and respect, so does Kitsunetto for doing God's work. She really does.
Seems like she's like chilling, having a good time. So these Twitter freaks basically accomplished nothing.
Yeah, I talked to her about it. They're like trying to like dox a bunch of people basically,
and only made themselves and all their rhetoric look even worse. Then on top of that, though, she's been dealing with...
I mean, you can try. With me and with other people, you will fail. I'm not going to stop speaking out. And I'll just go ahead and say it. I live in America, and I happen to live in an open carry state. And I happen to believe that the Second Amendment to the United States Constitutions and its Bill of Rights is a wonderful thing. And I exercise it accordingly. So don't fuck with me. And don't even think about fucking with my family. Because you will be wasting your time in the worst possible way. And that's all I'm going to say on that.
With this freaking stalker, like a literal stalker since April. Saying here, you know what, since this guy's harassing me
that's an interesting profile picture.
Supporting men, I will say it again.
Yeah.
Men deserve love. Simple. And we can see
Yeah.
this person...
Simple as. Men deserve love and respect. She said it, I say it. It is the truth. It is a statement of the good and the true. Anything that says otherwise does not represent the good or the true.
Person who's like obsessed with her and been stalking her has made a ton of different accounts that she keeps blocking him on.
This is
So
like
she's
unreal,
had
dude.
harassment, she's had stalkers,
Bro.
people obsessed with her, trying to ruin her life, dox her, etc., etc.
Yep.
All because, once again, she's like making some of the most reasonable takes you possibly can.
What a pathetic waste of a person's life. Doing all of this. What an absolute pathetic waste of a life. So many other productive things they could be doing with their lives. And this is how they choose to spend their time. Not only is my state a constitutional carry state, but my CCW license is good in 38 of the others. Well done. Yes, I believe mine is as well. And most of them, anyway. But yes, I and my family, we are defended. And any miscreants or ne'er-do-wells would do well to remember that.
Such as men deserve love. That's it.
I know.
For another example, I think this tweet she made back on March 15th was one of the ones that initially got all these weirdos going after her to begin with, where she said, men deserve to be loved and treated right. And this got her responses like, oh, shut up. No, they don't. Interaction bait. Nobody cares.
They're like, dude, they're the nicest people in the world.
Men deserve nothing.
The supposed nicest people on the planet. Just ask anyone else on the internet. Men deserve nothing. No, you deserve nothing. Just for saying that. You deserve nothing. And you will get nothing. Meanwhile, the rest of us, we will be loved, and we will be treated right. Because not only do we have the love of other people in our lives, we have the favor and divine protection of Almighty God. You? What do you have? Just as you say. Nothing. Give me the favor of God any day. Over the supposed conditional acceptance and the updates of whoever the fuck this is.
Thing.
Yep.
Blocked. This is
Oh no! Blocked! Anyway.
Can you imagine being this mad? Oh my god.
Yeah. Cope, mold, and seethe harder, you pricks.
How does this happen?
Speak for, I need more donations. Of course, it's a frickin' VTuber saying.
If she wanted more donations, there are far easier ways to go about doing it. What Kitsu's saying here takes genuine courage. And that really is sad. That saying something like, men deserve to be loved and treated right, takes such courage in the supposed modern world that we live in. How sad a statement on so-called modern society when saying something like this takes such great courage.
Saying this. All you do is
Wait, you have an anime profile pic though.
pander to
Yeah. What's up with that? Anime profile pic.
junior incel dudes who probably have a parasocial relationship with you.
I'm actually shocked there's no
She checks Saku's Twitter.
porn.
Men are not oppressed. Bro, look at this one at the very top. I'm not even going to repeat that one. If you're not watching this video, though, it's
I probably should have checked that off screen.
Yeah. Those are the words of someone who is demonically possessed. Anyone who would say something like that. I'm not going to read that either. Not
I
worth
probably
it.
should have done that on my main window.
Oh, don't worry
Good
about
thing.
it.
Good thing.
basically a
Holy
take
shit.
calling for men to all be publicly life-ended. It's a freaking crazy thing to say. And right below that, whole society, religion, and state is made to coddle them. What more do you want?
No,
and, just
it's
to clarify,
not.
Listen, I'm tired. I haven't been sleeping very much.
When I say not watching, I mean like if you're looking away or you're audio only right now, that's what I mean. One more example of these sort of people getting really upset at Kitsu, and there are many, many examples. I'm just not going through all of them.
The first wave of feminism was amazing, but if you can't realize modern feminism is toxic, then you're part of the problem. I don't know, was the first wave of feminism so amazing if this is what we got in the end? It really does make you wonder. I mean, that really is sad when we have arguments going in the opposite direction. That maybe it was wrong all along. If this was how it was going to end up, I don't even know if the first wave of feminists would have been in favor of their own movement. If they only knew where things would go from there, maybe they would have fought harder on the side of their opponents.
In this video, of course, but we'll take a look at this one where she said, "I hate feminism," and this person's like, "Girl, you need to shut the F up." So mad. Kitsu
You
responds
first.
saying, "I already stated this, but modern feminism is toxic and not needed anymore in the West."
Yeah, well said. It's not needed. You got everything you wanted and then some. If anything, the modern woman sits in a position of privilege that the modern man can never hope to attain. It is now in the opposite direction, where men are the oppressed, in comparison to the modern woman.
The first wave of feminism was amazing. If you can't realize that modern feminism is toxic, then you're part of the problem. This other person says, "If this is your way of gaining fans, it's very pathetic and embarrassing."
It's not, though. If she wanted to gain fans, updates, donations, there are far, far easier ways to do it than this. I had to bed, too tired. All right, Ruby. Take care, sleep well. We're probably going to be going late into the night on this one. Good night.
Pathetic and embarrassing, huh? That actually describes the people going after Kitsu pretty dang well. And so, little bonus here at the end. I actually just got sent some DMs from Kitsu, DMs that she's getting from complete psychopaths. Like, I don't even know how to put into words how freaking crazy these people are. Look at this.
Yeah, big props here to Hirohei for working with Kitsunero on this. And telling the story here. This needed to be said. This sort of content needed to be made, and word needed to get out. Because I don't care what anyone thinks about Kitsunero. She does not deserve to have to deal with these, like you said, psychopaths.
This stuff, man.
Let's see.
She got a DM that says, "You are not safe," with like...
That's what I mean. The nicest people. They're so nice. They're so nice. What a nice thing to say to
what
somebody.
the actual fuck?
You know? Because you care so much about women, right? Like, you know, like, screw men. It's all about women.
Smugglana is right. Repeal the 19th. Yeah, tolerance and unity, this lot.
But then, you know, let's make women feel unsafe. That's interesting. That's an interesting angle, right? You care so much about women, you want them to feel unsafe.
Random emojis? What the frick?
The biggest
They're probably
hearts,
not
yeah.
random. This person probably
Huge hearts.
put some thought into it. Was thinking like, oh yeah, I'm gonna use these, but like, dude, what's wrong with you? It gets worse. She gets this DM that talks about like, I don't want to repeat this, dude. It's so bad. Like, talks about laughing if the cops ended up like breaking into her house because the docs like swatting her and freaking, you know, doing that stuff to her. You're freaking
That's
psycho.
unreal.
Says
That's
absurd.
what I mean. They're the nicest people. They're on the side of justice, right, guys? They just care about women.
They claim to be on the side of justice. Therefore, they can do whatever they want. Even devalue the very lives of people who dare to disagree with them. And when they learn to devalue those lives, they can devalue anything.
I mean, so much.
Nobody would miss you. And then look at this.
How is this real?
A bunch of DMs that she's getting from who seems to be that like stalker of hers. This is just...
Yeah. Please tap that button, Kitsu. Report EU illegal content.
Just so crazy. Look what this person says. I just want to let you know a few things. Let's just say that I can't promise that myself and others won't get hurt if things get out of hand.
Yeah, okay. That's where you stop and you just say, report illegal content. Report this to the police.
What? Oh my gosh. Misandry is
2 sentences in and we're already talking about a substantiated threat.
the culture of the world. You all deserve to suffer. I live only for my beloved, but the world will always bring out my despair.
This is like some Elliot Rogers energy, isn't it?
Yeah, this is...
Bro thinks he's the main character. My beloved was the only one who protected me over a year ago. Keep your fake sympathy to yourself, because humanity is too screwed up to have any left. You don't know how much I've...
Bro, go outside and touch some grass. Seriously, this is fucked up.
Whoa. Whoa,
yeah,
we ain't
pure
reading that
Elliot
part.
Rogers, yeah,
Talks
for
about
sure.
how much they want to take the lives of other people is what they said there. So much, and I only resisted for my beloved. Hidden media. Oh, wait, what? Okay.
Wait, what?
It's not hidden anymore. I was expecting something a lot worse than that. They say, here's what an example of someone
what is
who can
happening?
actually have sympathy, kind, sweet,
Wait a
wholesome
minute.
man.
Whoever this is, they are...
The type of wholesome person
They're
who
mad.
gives head pats and snuggles to their loved ones. They have sympathy. You don't.
What?
You think all of your fans are tards. You escalate drama constantly, and it's why you got doxxed. Why
Where did this come from?
should I believe someone like you has sympathy
Someone
when you
who
don't
is
care about
seriously
your own
fucked up in the
community?
head.
What?
You say they're tards, and you even did today. VTubers like yourself still feel sad that your harassment campaign over AI art failed, and you're not passive enough to actually have
What are they even
sympathy.
talking about?
That's why I did this. Misandry
I just got the inspiration for another song.
is the culture of the world, and the only people who can truly back against it, they do it in silence because they're too passive.
Let her
This
cook.
is like some Metal Gear shit. Like,
as
what's
immoral
going on?
as you and me. You should have been too passive even post. Men deserve sympathy and love. It's some BS grifting, manipulating your audience. I don't care about the political BS, but you pretending to be like my beloved
What?
disgusts me.
What?
Wow, yeah, I
What?
feel gross after reading that. I feel like I just read someone's like really bad fan fiction. And yeah, I think that's a good place to leave it for today. I'm also kind of out of time now, but I do think that was like all the main stuff going on here. So crazy stuff indeed. Let me know what you think
That guy doxed you probably.
about all this. Kitsu, stay safe. Like, what the frick? What the frick did we just read, guys?
Anyway, this is like some ongoing saga over here of just like
Yeah.
maybe it's
This
over though with
is-
the whole Kirsha thing. It might be actually over.
Video on
right?
this
Because
later.
of like all of like the stuff happening with like
Yeah, there we go. Vice removed all 3 hit pieces on me. Glad they did the right thing instead of allowing a deranged ideologue to use their platform for the sole purpose of causing harm to people. Sports Keto and Stealth Optional should retract their pieces on me as well in light of this. I'm really followed up to see if they did that or not. Hopefully they did.
a lot more people like coming after anybody that's like left of I don't know like AOC or something. Like basically they're coming after like a
To
lot
that
of
right.
like
To the right.
like content creators that are like that, just kind of like, you know, really vile shit and stuff. So like I just kind of upping security a bit. I got my gun. I got my my 300 blackout now. I'm gonna buy a suppressor for it though, because I want to blow my freaking ears out. I was like kind of going over security plans with my mom and stuff, like if something happens, like how we're gonna maneuver the house and stuff. So yeah.
Right, give that a like. Let's see. What else do we have here? I don't think we're going to get to gaming tonight, chat. I'm in too much of a just chatting mood and video react mood, so I think we're just going to keep doing this for the rest of the evening. I didn't really have anything that I was feeling super passionate about playing tonight. I'm really just in more of a React Andy mode tonight. I was thinking about playing Deus Ex Human Revolution. We'll get to that another day.
Welcome back, guys. We've got an update on the situation with YouTuber Catliente, aka Cat in Chat, who's recently come under fire for terrible VTuber-related coverage. And so now she issued this whole response to VTuber Alicia.
You're going to cover VTuber news. Don't suck.
And Kat's response is going terribly. She's getting roasted for this. She's getting roasted for what she did to Doki Bird the other day. Like, it's just all crashing down for Kat right now. But really quick, I'll give a extremely rudimentary...
Look. Anyone who knows anything about Doki Bird, the artist formerly known as Selen Tatsuki of Nijisanji En. If you know anything about her character, you know that she's an honest person, a good and decent person, who always tries to do the right thing. And to think otherwise... I mean, there's just some good and decent people in this world that if you attack them, and you don't really have a whole lot of evidence about it either, it really just sort of outs you as the villain, rather than the people that you're attacking. There are some people in this world that are two-faced. Cinder being one of them. Where they present this, you know, sweet, lovable public persona, but then it's revealed later in private that they're actually very two-faced, that they're actually backstabbers and terrible people. I've never gotten that with Doki Bird. I don't think anybody has ever gotten that with Doki Bird. If anything, they just think that she's just a really good, decent person who just wants to have a good time and have some fun VTubing and playing video games. And that they're actually a damn good video game player, to the point where they have been able to compete in video game competitions, and even host some competitions, and do a damn fine job at it too. So, someone who attacks Doki Bird for something, some sort of miscommunication with a prize that Doki Bird tried to move heaven and earth to make good on, I think it says more about the attacker than it does about Doki Bird.
Summary of what led up to this for anyone who may not have seen my prior two videos. Back in November, Kat made a video about VTuber Alicia getting hacked, but also using Alicia's cancer as clickbait. She got immense backlash for that and made a number of excuses, but ultimately did take the video.
Can't wait to see his lordship in WrestleTuber match. Oh. I hope you like a one-sided competition, because I think I would lose that one.
Down and give the presumed ad revenue to Alicia. Fast forward to a number of days ago, and Kat made a video on Doki Bird. The video being very one-sided, nearly 2 hours long, and basically tries the entire time to make Doki look terrible.
If anyone is curious, Alicia just released a video explaining what really happened in the situation when Kat clickbaited a cancer, complete with screenshots. Can we report this video for the misinformation? Your document makes it appear as though communications between Doki's team and the artist stopped on 2/4/25 when there's evidence of more communication, including from Doki herself after that date. Why is the story being represented in this way? Because they're being dishonest, that's why.
Doki responded, and then Kat began to get even more backlash for her terrible video, with many calling her out for the awful coverage. Again, there is a lot more details to all this, so once again, please consider watching the prior videos for the full context. But continuing, one of the many issues with Kat's video about Doki was a section where she references the cancer clickbait situation with Alicia that I mentioned a moment ago. Now, Kat brings this up specifically to try and paint herself out as having handled the situation well, and essentially tries to make the argument that Doki needs to handle things better, like how she herself handled the situation with Alicia. Kat doing this came off extremely weird, tone-deaf, and manipulative to what actually happened. And eventually Alicia finds out about Kat bringing the situation up again months later, and
be the bigger person, you absolute fuckhead. You clickbaited my cancer. The internet called you out, so you changed the title to saying that I'm in remission, which caused people to think I beat it. Then after you got double backlash, you reached out to me blaming your editors. You took zero accountability and gave me the ad rev to the video because you monetized my cancer. You're not a good person, stop acting like it, even though the entire situation wasn't my fault, is stupid. You directly say here I wanted to respect that, but I was being lazy and planned to delete the video since it takes time. You can literally delete a video from your mobile device. Stop lying. It's not like I'm not a YouTuber. It's outrageous. You knew and still let it go out. Typical woman moment, chat. Does something stupid, then takes zero accountability for it. I think the day a woman actually takes full accountability for her actions on anything might actually be the day I retire.
trying to use it to make her look good and Doki look bad. A very weird thing to do, like I said, and a bit difficult to even describe because it's so tone-deaf and devoid of logic for why Kat actually thought this was a good idea. Nevertheless, Alicia understandably then went off on Kat yesterday, calling her out in a number of statements. And so that takes us up to the present. Again, a really quick summary, but at least that gets you in the loop if you haven't seen the other two videos that I made on all this stuff. As now, Kat has issued this response on her Twitter account. This is again extremely tone-deaf by Kat, and I can't even grasp how she thinks this is a good way of handling things. In particular, because first of all, the statement's just not good, but two, this statement is essentially the same thing that she's already been saying in her comment section trying to defend herself, which she is already getting criticism for, and people are pointing out issues with this. And so now her response directly to Alicia.
Wait a minute, back up here. Let's see what it actually says. Addressing the cancer clickbait incident with Alicia, there was a situation where Alicia was hacked and lost access to their YouTube channel, and I had made a video about it titled something like Vtuber with cancer was hacked. The Vtuber had publicly expressed on their Twitter they did not want people to talk about their hacking situation and wanted to respect that and was going to delete the video. At this point, the video was not live, it was sitting as private on my channel. I should have deleted the video immediately to avoid miscommunication with my editor, and that's my fault. Sounds like you're taking some... You're doing some deflection here. You're claiming to say, oh yeah, it's my bad, and then follow it up immediately with, however, while I was asleep, my editor posted the video without me knowing. Yeah, there we go, dodging a responsibility. He does not have permission to post videos to my channel, and he never had posted a video prior to this, so I did not expect he would do that. Well, if he doesn't have permission to post videos to your channel, how was he able to post videos to your channel? I mean, he either has permission or he doesn't. You then saw the backlash about the video, changed the title to something about remission. My editor's first language isn't English. Oh, here we go again. First language isn't English. Usual defense that you see with a lot of this. So he didn't realize the words cancer and remission are not interchangeable and mean two completely different things. Gonna press X to doubt on that. He's human, makes mistakes like the rest of us. Please do not send hate to him if you know who he is.
And people are pointing out issues with this. And so now her response directly to Alicia is to just repeat the same stuff that's already not working. It's such a weird thing to do. I don't even know how to, like...
I guess Kat here thinks if she keeps repeating the lie long enough, people will believe it.
Explain that. I don't know if I even want to read this whole thing already, because again, this is just the same stuff we already talked about yesterday.
Don't bother, hey.
The same
Besides, I've already read it.
talking points again. But I suppose we'll read this really quick. So, here's more of Kat's, like, there was a situation where with cancer, and I wanted to channel sleep. My editor.
We'll fast forward through that.
Never happened before. Buying that. Something about and mean two different things. still doesn't make sense of us. Please not send hate to him if you know that the video was good to go live. This entire time, I was asleep, and I woke up confused as to what happened. I misremembered. I thought I realized something happened at 4 p.m. PT when I woke up, but I realized it actually went live, and my editor told me about my stream something happened. After my stream something happened, excuse me, making it around 10 p.m. PT. The moment I realized something was wrong,
This just sounds like a lot of words to whip up a lot of smoke to say, I don't want to take full accountability for what happened. I'm still trying to avoid responsibility. This is a lot of words when really all that needs to come out of your stinking pie hole is, I fucked up. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Again, so very sorry. Instead, we get this whole wall of text here.
I deleted the video, privately apologized to the VTuber.
But, hey, woman taking full accountability for their actions, challenge impossible.
And compensate the VTuber for potential damages that could have occurred for around the last 12 hours the video was up. Okay, hold up. This stuff ain't adding up, guys. This is definitely not adding up.
Of course it's not
the
adding
claim
up.
Is that the video was up for around 12 hours.
Uh-huh.
And that Kat paid money to Alicia for potential damages. But that's not what she said previously, is it? As we can see right here in this screenshot of a comment that Kat and Chat allegedly left.
Cited the same thing from...
Look at the second paragraph here. I was asleep the entire time and woke up at 4 p.m. to a mess, and I was super confused as to what was happening. Even though the entire situation wasn't my fault, it's a reflection of the Cat and Chat brand, and I immediately took the video down and paid the VTuber compensation for their troubles for the video being up for 6 hours. So here, the claim is that it was compensation for troubles, not
6 hours.
damages.
Okay.
But also that the video was up for around 6 hours. This is not what she just said in her other statement. Going back to that new statement, continuing, she says,
oh, okay, doubled the time. Wow.
You can see the timestamps in the attached photos of the post about the video.
Instead of 6, multiply it times 2. 12.
At around 11 p.m. PT. I didn't want to talk about this publicly because I deemed the situation resolved, and also didn't want to continue mentioning that VTuber as they have already expressed multiple times they didn't want people to talk about their health situation, but I felt it needed to be brought up as there's a narrative going around that I exploited their health for views when I was asleep the entire time it was happening. I cannot believe this person, dude. You didn't want to talk about this again publicly. You're the one who brought it up again publicly in your dojo.
Yeah. No.
Alicia wasn't saying anything about this again.
It's like you don't want to talk about it publicly.
Brought it up again in the Doki video from...
Saying you don't want to talk about this publicly, well, you're still bringing it up.
What was it, 4 days ago now? 5 days ago now? That very recent video. This person's on people. And so, Cat Liente, aka Cat in Chat, gets around 200 likes on that post that we just read, and locks the responses. She then goes on to share the full DM conversation.
Of course.
We read part of this yesterday.
The DMs are from their conversation back in November when the whole clickbait situation occurred.
Alicia also sharing part, if not all of it, in the video that she covered on her channel. Kat then going on to say, payment proof, I definitely wanted to make sure there wasn't any instance of me unfairly profiting from her cancer, and at that point the video made around 48 bucks. I sent her 3 times the amount to be overly certain. And
156 Canadian dollars.
I didn't want to make this public because I thought the situation was privately resolved, and because I didn't want any backlash to fall on my editor for a human error. Again, it's ultimately my responsibility to double check each video that goes live, and I fell short here, for which I'm sorry. I make amends to the VTuber as soon as I realized something was wrong, but I felt I have to address the situation as it's been over 6 months and the VTuber had made a video about the situation. I think she's referring to...
you could have just let sleeping dogs lie.
Talking about this again, which again... only happened because Kat brought it up again first in her Doki video. She has every right to be upset about what happened, so please don't harass her, but I felt that since this was circulating again that I needed to address the situation at hand. Why is there no accountability for you being the one to bring it up again, though? Like, you're just trying to, like, put all the blame on Alicia somehow.
Oh, because she's a woman?
You did. And again, guys, really
this is
important
what too many women in this world do.
Not only did Kat bring this situation with Alicia up again in her Doki video, she tried to use it against Doki somehow. The situation had nothing to do with Doki, but Kat was trying to use it as an example of how Kat handles things so well. See how well I handle things, guys? I'm so much better than Doki Bird. Doki Bird should handle things like I do. And so now Alicia is responding to the statement that Kat made that we just read. Alicia...
Hey there, idiot. It's me, the person you exploited. Don't worry, I showed all the screenshots in my video. It doesn't save your ass. You said in your own words I was too lazy to take it down, and taking down videos takes time. You're a liar. You can pretend and act like your editor's the problem, but you are. You're a terrible person who thinks posting about my cancer is fine, who chose to bring me up again to defend yourself when slamming on Dokingbird. You posted a video clickbaiting her cancer on your channel. You had it changed title to me being in remission. You bashed Doki for blaming others. You're a hypocrite. Trying to call out someone else while you're the problem is just classic you, though. Also, all screenshots, honey. I can provide them since they are in my response video.
She's saying, hey there, idiot. It's me, the person you exploited. It was too...
Damn.
Yeah, speed I get. The creator app, you go to the dashboard thing, like, click content, click the video.
Yeah, I mean, it really is easy. I had a takedown request for the video that I put up quite a while back, and I got the notification. I went over to the YouTube Studio app on my phone, and I took it down. Simple as. It took me all of 5 minutes, maybe less.
Go down to like the options, and there should be like one for delete.
Really, the only acceptable excuse that you have for it taking so long is I've got a poor internet connection, or I've got a poor data connection, and I can't really get to it quickly enough.
Doesn't take time. That's not like the exact steps. That's, you know, it's a very easy, short process to do. And if you're on your computer, it's basically the same sort of thing. You go to the dashboard, click the video, find the delete option. Like, come on now. Oh, it takes time, guys. What the heck? You can pretend and act like your editor is the problem, but you are. You are a terrible person who thinks posting about my cancer is fine, who chose to bring me up again to defend yourself, changed others. You, though. By the way, the statement that Kat made, it also got this community note that reads, the statement miss a lot of context. Post of the person who got affected by this, video statement of the person with all uncensored screenshots.
Damn.
And Alicia can take
You know it's bad when you get community noted like that.
Let's click this 1 second. There we go.
Screenshots also include the comment I made that you deleted, so cheers. You posted about my channel being hacked a week after I'd already got it back. Made the video after I already called out other channels for clickbaiting a cancer. He even stated he knew before the video uploaded that I don't want people calling me the cancer V2. You made the video, fuck off.
My screenshots also include the comment I made that you deleted. So cheers, you posted about my channel. You made the video after I already called out on people calling me the cancer VTuber, yet you made the video. F off. Also, you of course didn't want the situation to be public because you look terrible. I chose not to say anything, but then you brought me up to seem like a good person when people got upset about you in relation to Dokibird. This is on you for making me step up. And as mentioned, Kat is just getting tremendous backlash for all this stuff. Of course, for example, going back to her statement, as mentioned, Kat is just getting tremendous backlash for all.
Just stop making videos. You're a hateful, evil person who seeks to profit by actively lying about people. Not even you being misinformed, you'd intentionally lie. Not even a woman suffering from cancer is taboo for you. You still lie even now to try and save your ass.
All this stuff, of course, for example, going back to her statement and taking a look at some of the quote responses, because she had also locked the direct responses, but you can't lock the quote tweets. We got like this example. Just stop making videos informed. You intentionally lie. You can delete the Doki video so easily in under 30 seconds, or better yet, take real accountability and stop covering drama when you're biased and not getting both sides. Closing comments because you know you will get burned to ashes. How is your "they're not going to put a dent in me" attitude going? That's referencing something else that not Alicia, excuse me, Kat had previously said. There's one response that's supporting Kat. Says, "We love and support you, Kat."
There's the one.
Based, and it gets 0 likes. How about you first take down your terrible hit piece video on Dokibird, retract your words and admit you lied about her, then you can worry about your other terrible actions. Holy smokes, have some shame. And really quick side note, that reminds me, the Niji Sanji Defense Force, the Niji sisters are mad at me for making this video for covering the stuff that happened to Doki. Of course, they still hate Doki. They're petty like that. We can see this tweet with almost 1,000 likes posting an image of my initial coverage of what happened here. My video titled "YouTuber," that being Kat, attacks Dokibird, but Doki destroyed her in response, and posting this image of Akane from Gridman. Akane looking rather upset. And the comments are filled with people both mad at me and like trying to somehow blame Doki Bird for all this and like defending Cat. For example, this one that says, "The amount of hate I have seen towards Cat is astounding. The girl did nothing wrong. She just read the Google Doc
Actually, she
and
did a
gave
lot
her
of
opinion
things
based on what was in there.
wrong.
The Google Doc that she made."
Yeah.
What the frick, dude? She just read the Google Doc. Also, the amount of people saying Doki did nothing
No, she
wrong.
read her own
They
Google
still
Doc.
didn't handle it well at all. Yeah, Doki's handled it fine. Cat's not handling it fine,
Yeah,
though, that's for sure.
Doki's
To
fine.
be fair,
She'll be
this video
fine.
was made on May 16th, so
More than
like,
be
Cat's
said
been
for
handling it even
Cat
worse since
here.
then, but even at that point in time, Cat was already handling this terribly, and it was very clear that Doki was, if anything, the victim. And going to Catliente's channel, Cat in Chat, we can see the terrible Doki video is still up there. And like I initially said,
Jesus, nearly 2 hours
it
long.
came off to me like Cat made this terrible video to try and get as much ad revenue off Doki's name as possible, and now with all this backlash occurring and people still going to this video to check it out for themselves, she's probably just glad that she's still getting ad revenue off this. I think, at least in my opinion, that Cat is a very shameless person. Continuing with backlash though, let's take a look at her most recent video from 4 hours ago, because we can see that she is getting backlash in her own comment section. For example, this one that says, "I guess she's not going to take any accountability for her recent drama."
These scams are getting way too out of hand. PayPal needs to update the chargeback system because it's too exploitative.
I believe this is the most liked comment here, and we can see a number of the most liked comments.
You're going to make a video apologizing to Doki and Alicia, or are you going to pretend like that didn't happen and just blame the editors?
The top comments are referring to this whole thing. For example, this one that I apologize for getting cut off there, but it says, "Are you going to make a video apologizing to Doki and Alicia, or are you just going to pretend like that didn't happen? You
Great
can't blame
minds
your
think
editors.
alike."
You need to learn to take accountability for your actions. So, where's the update video on the Doki PC situation, or are you too afraid to admit that you were wrong? And this one referencing the title of the video here, saying client got ghosted, like how Cat trying to settle things right now with Doki and Alicia, because again, the title here is client ghosted for 2 years. Anyways, yeah, that's where we're at with this. Unbelievable stuff. Let me know what you guys think about all this Catliente, Cat in Chat stuff. And thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed my coverage, please consider liking and or subscribing. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend, and I'll see you in the next one.
Yeah. Right. Okay. I think enough VTuber drama. Why don't we move over to... As juicy as all of this is, let's move over to some other things. Got a short one here from Sargon of Akkad. Don't know if any of you know who Adam Conover is. Used to be a host of a web series, later a television show called Adam Ruins Everything. Still not quite sure why he felt the need to ruin everything. It's like, why do you have to ruin everything? Can't there be some things that are just sort of held as sacred that you don't have to ruin? But then again, I guess when you walk around with this smug of a punchable face and this awful of a haircut, you just sort of have to just inflict yourself in your insufferable ways on everyone else. But yeah, I guess he recently appeared on Tim Pool's podcast, and he was as insufferable as all the times that he was on Joe Rogan, and Tim Pool was just not having it. He's just like, you lying motherfucker. Here are the facts. And he keeps acting confused. Emphasis on acting. But as we'll see here, and as Sargon's going to make the point, Adam Conover knows exactly what he's doing. 3, 2, 1, go.
It will be at some point in the future that people don't know what an insufferable smug liberal is, and so I want to show you.
I pray that day comes eventually. It can't come soon enough.
Through the medium of Tim Pool having Adam Conover inflicted upon him. Now, I want to be very clear.
Poor
Adam
man.
Conover knows exactly what he's doing. He
Yes.
knows precisely what he's doing. He knows what Tim is saying. He knows that his position is wrong. And then he adopts what I'm going to call a kind of tactical retardation. So, oh, well, I just
Love
don't
that.
know
Tactical
anything about this. I just don't know what's
yeah.
going on. But the thing is, Adam, everyone does know that you know,
Yeah.
because it just comes out of your mouth.
You do know. Or we know that you know. And you know we know you know. So drop the bullshit act. Stop acting. Stop fucking lying.
Mouth shortly prior to you pretending that you don't know. And by God, I can see why people are infuriated with this. But the point of it, the
Yes.
reason that he does it,
This is why
is so
people
he
want
can
to punch
avoid
you.
taking accountability for being wrong. Because for Adam, truth or lies are both the same. The question
God forbid he should ever be wrong about anything.
is, does the consensus mechanism of his tribe permit him to go outside of a certain boundary?
No, never. Never.
And he knows that it doesn't. He knows that his entire audience, his entire livelihood, his entire social circle depends on him believing certain things. And if they can be shown...
Or at least pretending in a very convincing way that he believes certain things. Deep down in your spirit, you could know the truth, but you damn well better not let it on. There are certain acceptable beliefs in this circle that he's in that you have to at least signal your virtue, and you better be damn convincing about it.
To be categorically false, it doesn't matter. There is no amount of evidence that proves Adam Conover wrong in Adam's mind, because really, for Adam, this is not about the facts. What this is about is a moral agenda. And this moral agenda triumphs over everything. It's what makes their group their group. And Tim, as someone who putatively agreed with the morals but is also primarily concerned with truth, was forced to leave that tribe because of their commitment to untruth. And a great example of this was shown on Tim Pool's, I think it's the Culture War show that he does, where somehow he got Adam to...
Now, do not think for a moment that you can have a commitment to truth, to honesty, and expect to thrive and be accepted by mainstream society. I can't remember who said that. But yeah, the so-called mainstream has certain narratives that they have to prop up, that are required beliefs, and very often they run counter to that which is good and true. And if you don't believe them, you'll never be accepted into that club, and you'll never prosper. Adam Conover has prospered quite well. He's done rather well for himself. But anybody can do that when they sell their soul. Do not expect yourself to do well and keep your soul intact. Not in this realm that we're dealing with.
Agreed to come on, and Adam sits there with this fucking face, smugly, while Tim gets frustrated because Tim is like, look, I'm showing
God, you just want to
truth.
slap him.
And Adam refuses to engage with truth because, like I said, truth is just not how his social world works. He's not like, making aircraft fly or something important like that. For him, getting people to believe one narrative over another is his career. It's what he does. That's what he's trying to achieve. And so, whether people believe something that is true about the world or false about the world is actually completely irrelevant. It's all the same to him. As long as they believe the liberal moral version of reality, whether it's real or not, whether it's true or not, or the evil right-wing version of reality, which completely demolishes the liberal version. That's the question for him. So whether this actually contacts with the real world, the physical world around us, and has a direct impact to Adam means nothing. As long as he is persuasive to the left, that's the important thing. Let's watch this.
Bro, Donald Trump dumped food into a fish pond after Shinzo Abe did. Why are you trying to make that a negative story?
Know what that
it was like it's all of these.
Of course, you know what he's talking about.
I mean, I remember the line. Yeah,
Trump never called Nazis fine people.
He said there were very fine people on both sides.
Except
right. So there we go. Out of Adam Conover's mouth, he knows that the left-wing narrative is that Donald Trump called Nazis very fine people. Well, Donald Trump didn't. And as Tim Pool is about to explain to him, Donald Trump said, there are fine people on both sides except the Nazis and white supremacists who I condemn, or words to that effect. Right? Adam Conover doesn't know this because Adam Conover doesn't need this information. This information would not be persuasive to his liberal audience. In fact, if he brought it up, they'd be like, oh, so you're defending Donald Trump now, are you? And he would actually be in trouble. So the consensus mechanism of...
There's one thing that they can't stand. It is any and all defenses of Donald Trump on anything. You are not allowed to defend him on anything. 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 Doesn't matter what it is, you are not allowed to defend Donald Trump on anything. That is how irredeemable they view him as.
Him being safe in his own career has completely diverged from what is actually true over here and what is actually what he believes and will remember over here. And so Tim goes off on this, and understandably so. It's very understandable that someone this deliberately deceptive would be this infuriating.
The neo-Nazis and white nationalists who should be condemned totally.
He said that?
Yes, Adam, he said that. And Tim is about to prove that to you. But this is the thing. The next thing, oh, Tim is a liar, right? That's what he comes to. He said that as if Tim's going to be like, well, here's a Fox News article. Be like, well, I don't believe Fox News. Therefore, I don't believe Tim Pool. Therefore, you're lying. Therefore, Donald Trump was praising neo-Nazis. And I'm back on the liberal plantation. All of my liberal followers are like, bravo, Adam. Bravo. We've got him now. Trump the Nazi. However, like 8 years later or something, Snopes came out and were like, yeah, that wasn't true, actually. Which is remarkable considering it's Snopes.
Holy shit. Brother.
I don't live in your bubble, man.
Right, that's interesting, isn't it?
It's not a
fucking news, dude. Come the fuck on.
Right. So
headline: Snopes. No, Trump did not call neo-Nazis and white supremacists very fine people. Probably could have done one better and said, no, idiots. Trump did not call neo-Nazis and white supremacists very fine people.
So there we go. We've got the Snopes article. Donald Trump did not call neo-Nazis and white supremacists very fine people. Adam's like, oh, well, I don't live in your bubble. Again, instantly, no.
It's not even about living in people's bubble. It's not even about that. Objectively speaking, Donald Trump did not call neo-Nazis and white supremacists very fine people. It didn't happen. That was something that the media made up. It's like those lines from Beyond Belief from Jonathan Frakes. Nope, not a chance. We made it up. It's a total fabrication. We got you this time.
Reality is completely subjective. What are you talking about? What's real about the world is only what we perceive, and therefore the consensus I live in makes no difference to whether it's true or false. As long as these people agree with me, it doesn't matter if what you're saying is real. because we have already decided Donald Trump evil and we have to fight him all the time, and that's how our cult works. And Tim is trying to show him no, that there is a reality here that you could be introduced to, and I'm just like, well, look, it doesn't come up on my feed. I'm not in your filter bubble, therefore I'm not in your consensus reality, which way more accurately models the real world than Adam's does. And I mean, it's genuinely impressive how Adam...
Tim Pool lives more in the real world than Adam Conover does. Adam Conover talks about, well, I don't live in your bubble. It's not a bubble. But if anyone does live in a bubble, it apparently is Adam Conover. If anyone needs everything to be ruined, why don't we start with the bubble that Adam Conover lives in? Let's start with that. You know, since you apparently have wanted to build a career on ruining everything for everyone, why don't we start with your bubble? But oh no, can't have that. Because hey, might get you in trouble with some of the people that you're so dependent on for a livelihood.
Can have the balls to sit there and go, okay, I've been proven totally wrong, and now I'm just going to play the hatchling. Now I'm just going to go, well, I mean, I was born yesterday, mate. I don't know what's going on. I don't know anything about anything. I don't care that Snopes is suddenly an evil right-wing neo-Nazi organization. Like, suddenly, everything... And so what he does now is just retreats from the point and pretends he doesn't know anything about anything.
You don't read the fucking news!
And I understand Tim getting annoyed here, because Adam is tactically...
Yeah, I would get annoyed with him. It's like, you are obviously not reading... You're obviously not even... I mean, you talk about a bubble. You're the one living in a bubble here. You're projecting that. This is your projection. We're showing you straight facts. And you're the one who is choosing to live in willful ignorance.
Avoiding having to actually engage with what Tim is saying. And he's doing it so he doesn't lose his career. He's doing it because he's a dishonest shill. He's doing it because he's a liar. He's just a fat liar. There's nothing else to say about this.
A flat fucking liar.
Blows my mind.
No, I just don't have
Snopes.
your... I don't have your obsessions.
Trump did not...
Right, he doesn't have his obsessions.
It's not an obsession. It's just a commitment to the truth. And a very simple truth. It's like, you know, I'm sure there's plenty of things that you could criticize the president on. President Trump calling neo-Nazis and white supremacists very fine people is not one of them, because that did not happen.
Truth.
I mean, at the very least, you could have said, okay, fine, I'll give you that. There's still plenty of other things that we can criticize President Trump on. Okay, fine. You can have that conversation, but at least you would be willing to admit, okay, yeah, you got one here. We'll give you the W on this one. I'll give you the win on this one. But there's still plenty of other things that we've got criticisms for the president on. Okay, fine. That's fine. But at least you would be willing to say, all right, President Trump did not call neo-Nazis and white supremacists very fine people, and that we're all in agreement. We're all in one accord on. But no, he can't even do that. Can't even bring himself to do that. That's how dishonest he is.
The fact of the matter, Trump didn't say this. Adam begins by saying Trump said this. And so now he's like, well, look, I just don't have your obsession. It just doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me if I'm lying, says Adam. That's not a problem for him. What is...
It's so simple to say, well, stand corrected on that one. And you could have moved on. But no, you just had to dig your heels in and be stubborn about it.
There's a problem for him is if, in some way, Donald Trump gets humanized. Wasn't it Jimmy Kimmel, I think it was, who ruffled his hair? Like, if you humanize Donald Trump, that's a problem. If Donald Trump didn't praise Nazis...
Humanizing the Orange Man. We can't have that now, can we?
That's a problem. If I'm spewing lies about the President of the United States, that's not a problem. That's me being a moral person, says Adam. And that's the most important thing to take away from this. Lies are a core point of Adam's worldview. He thinks he's moral when he commits to the lie.
Call neo-Nazis and white supremacists very fine people. Bro, it's been almost 10 years and you still think he did. That's what's fucked
I
up.
didn't say I think he did. I just don't know what you're talking about because I don't like...
No, you were just saying moments ago that that's what the president said when he did not say that.
Listen to your...
That's not true. We can go back.
Totally.
He said that?
Holy shit.
I mean, literally.
I mean, I remember the line. Yeah,
Trump never called Nazis fine people.
He said there were very fine people on both sides.
Except... No, Trump did not call neo-Nazis and white supremacists very fine people. Bro, it's been almost 10 years and you still think he did. That's what's fucked up.
I didn't say I think he did. I just don't know what you're talking about.
You just said that moments ago. You just said that moments ago. You lying shite.
I don't like...
Joe
I don't
Biden.
listen to your shit.
It's not...
You liar. You're just
Yes.
lying. Literally,
You
20
you are
seconds before.
you are a lying son of a bitch, Adam Conover. You are a lying son of a bitch. And you are being caught in a lie. It is there, on tape, in 4K. You are a lying little piece of shit.
Before, you were like, yeah, Trump called Nazis very fine people. Tim brings up Snopes, which you in no way can allege is a right-wing organization. And you're like, well, I just I don't know. I don't follow you. I don't believe your stuff. And it's like, yeah, but this was in your bubble. It came...
All you had to do was say, okay, stand corrected on that one. Still lots of other things we can criticize the president on. And Tim would have been happy to have that conversation with you. But no. You just had to be stubborn and obstinate about it all. You just had to be dishonest about it all.
From Snopes. And again, if you're just sat there going, well, I mean, I'm just completely ignorant to how the world actually is, don't you think that a bit of humility might be applicable here? Like, giving him the smug face as if Tim is somehow wrong and doesn't realize that you are impervious to truth because you're such a committed liar.
Yeah, and this is someone who tried to build a career anyway about, the whole Adam ruins everything of just relentless pursuit of the truth, somehow, some way. I mean, even then he wasn't very honest from the beginning, but if you're going to try and ruin everything for people and sort of make these logical cases that even, come at it from a certain agenda, would you at least be intellectually honest about it? You can't even manage that. I mean, look. I think the one episode, a few examples of some good work that he did, providing additional context to the famous McDonald's hot coffee lawsuit. I think his work on that particular subject has been very helpful in sort of condensing everything that happened with that case, and also showing how McDonald's, to this day, has never done anything to address the problem of their boiling hot coffee beyond warning labels on their drinks cups to say, this is hot coffee, or this is a hot liquid in here. Be careful. Because it was established that their coffee makers should not be heating up coffee that hot to where it was boiling. Coffee makers in McDonald's franchises across North America still do that to this day. Or at least in the United States they do. So, in effect, McDonald's has done nothing to fix the problem. Instead, they went out and started a PR campaign to say, you know, cases like this are absolutely ridiculous and an example of frivolous lawsuits that end up hurting small businesses. And I grant you, frivolous lawsuits can indeed damage small businesses. They are a threat to small businesses. Advocates for, and, you know, talking about how being an advocate for tort reform and citing the McDonald's hot coffee lawsuit as a reason we need tort reform is all a bit disingenuous. Not once, during that entire episode of Adam Ruins Everything, did he ever have any voices beyond an actress who was hired to be a straw man. Not once did he have any sort of dissenting voices. And granted, he's under no obligation to have those dissenting voices. Well, the only real appeals to authority that he had was a law professor. And I believe the law professor was one who specialized in litigation. Sinner, welcome in. It's like the many cases Ford has against it for selling cars it knew would eventually become lemons. Yes, and from that we got the lemon laws in the United States. And it's a good thing too, because had that continued on, it would have incentivized other car makers to do the same as Ford. Off to bed now. All right, Pyon Lee. Take care. Good night. Sleep well.
I apologize. I didn't know you were streaming.
Yeah. Feel free to hang out if you want.
Your normal watch party.
Yeah.
Hello, Ted.
Lemon Law does not cover used cars. That's true. It doesn't cover used cars. Probably could stand to have a few more consumer protections on that as well. I'm glad we do have set reforms like being able to have full vehicle history reports, which even those are not perfect, but still, it's better than nothing. Because before, it was indeed quite easy to hide defects and problems with used vehicles. I mean, especially going back to the days when you had mechanical odometers. A crafty enough individual could take that out and roll back the odometer. But now, it's almost a requirement, especially with government documents and even with vehicle history reports, that you have to have an odometer reading so as to have some sort of record to know, hey, has this car had its odometer rolled back and we just didn't know it? Because that was a problem with a lot of used cars for a long time. Thank you for being kind, Rex. You're most welcome, Pyon Lee. Take care of yourself. Have sweet dreams. Have a good day tomorrow. I mean, you can still cheese it with the new ones too. That is true. I mean, in some ways it has become easier, in some ways it's also become harder. But as long as it's on the record there, in some way, an odometer reading that is part of either a public record with a government document or with a vehicle history report, the information's out there, and the consumer at least has some sort of protection, some sort of I mean, they have the information. They can't say that they're not informed. And so a simple glance at odometer readings throughout the history of the vehicle, at certain points of, like, renewal of registration, you'll be able to pick up on, wait a minute, this is not progressing the way the odometer reading is not progressing the way it's supposed to. It looks like it's gone backwards. It looks like this vehicle may have had its odometer rolled back. So at the very least, the consumer, the potential buyer of that car, will know, wait a minute, it's had its odometer rolled back, maybe we should look at another vehicle. Because if they're willing to roll back the odometer, what else are they hiding?
Is that really worthy of being smug? Is that really, really worthy of being like, you know what, I'm the spirit person here. I'm such a fucking liar. I'm such a categoric, congenital, implacable liar that Tim Pool is just getting flustered that I'm just lying to his face. I'm lying right now, says Adam. And it's like, I don't know what to tell you, Tim. I'm just such a goddamn liar. And it's like, okay. Or, I mean, all right. I mean, if that's the winning move for Adam Conover, okay. But I think the rest of us should bear that in mind, maybe.
What about listening to my shit, bro? It's reading the news. It's fact-checking. Bro, I got Snopes for you. They're not a conservative publication. Even Snopes was like, guys, stop saying this.
I don't know why you're shouting at me. I was just asking you to explain.
Because
you were not asking him to explain. Oh my God,
You're not
gaslighting,
asking him to
the
explain.
lying,
Yeah.
the being committed to falsehoods. I can totally see why Tim is getting stressed out, because you expect, because the thing is,
This sort of thing, it's a pattern of behavior throughout Adam Conover's career. It's like he couldn't even be honest with himself. And the whole thing when he was attacking notions of masculinity and traditional masculinity in one episode of Adam Ruins Everything. It's like, bro, just come out and admit it that you are a gay man. You are also a political leftist, so naturally you would have no respect for these things. But don't attack them like they're something that objectively are somehow bad or need to be destroyed or something like that, when you are so obviously someone who is never going to support such things. It's like, just be real and be honest of, look, I have no idea what these sorts of things even mean, because I have no understanding, no concept of that, because I am a leftist and I am also gay.
That's like saying, be like, just shut up and move on.
Yeah.
Tim,
Yeah, but I don't know these things.
And he approaches things in good faith.
Yeah.
Which I'm laughing because,
and that's the thing, and I'm glad that Sargon said this, is that Adam Conover has approached a lot of things, especially with Adam Ruins Everything, and with most of his career, approaching a lot of things, a lot of topics, in very bad faith. I mean, he could have, as a leftist and as a gay man, interviewed people and tried to understand, okay, this is what it means to be a traditional masculine individual as we understand it in modern vernacular. And tried to approach it in good faith and tried to understand it and maybe find some common ground. It's like, look, I'm never going to have any concept of that because my life and my sexual preferences don't really have much accommodation for that sort of thing. But this is me trying to understand why it is other people would see the appeal and why it has worked for civilizations for so long. Talking with historians, talking with philosophers, talking with family counselors and the like. And, he could have approached things like that in bad faith, but no, he basically did these jump cuts with himself acting as a straw man, acting as a caricature of what he believed, in some sort of perverted way, traditional masculinity was.
That sounds kind of gay, bro.
It did. It really did.
That sounds kind of gay, bro.
It was a half hour of Adam Ruins Everything where I think he pretty much stops short of saying, bro, you kind of sound like you're gay if you're trying too hard with the whole traditional masculinity thing. I bet a lot of these people are really secretly gay. It's like, no, they're not. They're not really. That's you reading too much into all of this.
Yeah.
By the way, hello, Action. Welcome in.
Hello.
How you doing? Welcome to late night React Andy. What's the old saying? Thou doth protest too much. Yes, indeed.
Once you know you're dealing with someone whose entire worldview and life is about commitment to lies, it seems a bit naive, doesn't it? It's like, Tim's just like, yeah, no, I'm going to go like a normal person. Like, I'm a good dude. I'm going to go be a good person as I normally am. And you're sat there with the world's biggest liar. And it's like, okay, well, that guy's going to wind you up because he's just going to lie to you over and over and over. And then when you're getting worked up, he's like, I don't know what you're getting worked up about. I'm just lying to you. It is another lie.
Yeah, don't know why you're getting so upset, mate. I'm just lying to you. It happens all the time. Be good being and stuff's waiting on a render to finish. Been lurking for a bit. Finally had a chance to say hello. Welcome in. Sounds like it's late night for all of us. You want to see the lefty crash shout? You should see Secular Talk and Kyle's constant crash shouts. I'm almost afraid to.
Oh, let me do my
intro.
It's
genuinely maddening if you're an honest person.
Hiya, darling.
But, I mean, that's only if you care about honesty. Tim cares about honesty, which is why he's doing this, why he's presenting all this. Adam doesn't.
Because the issue we have, and I apologize, because I'm not trying to shout at you, I'm shouting in exasperation, that we've had two liberals on in the past 2 weeks who didn't know this.
He's not mad at Adam Conover. He's more mad at the situation than anything else.
And I'm just like, for the love of all that's holy, all I do all day is I read probably 500 news articles every single day from CNN, the New York Times, MSNBC, and all their aggregates. And then liberals come on and they believe things that were debunked 8 years ago.
I didn't say I believed it. I was just asking what you were talking about.
You were not. You're such a liar. You're such a liar. Just
very disingenuous.
Genuinely incredible. Like my toddlers are more humble and show more shame when I catch them in a lie. When my 4-year-old lies about whether he ate the cookies on the side or something, he'll at least have the decency to look bashful and embarrassed and ashamed of himself. Adam lies with such panache.
That'll make you feel old right there. Sargon of Akkad. He's married and he's got wee ones running around the house.
And he's comparing this guy to a kid.
That'll make you feel old. And he's not much older than I am. Notice how the guy turned away when he said that. Body language says it all about how much he's gaslighting Tim. Yeah. No, he can't even look Tim in the eye.
Such confidence. Because, again, like I said at the beginning, none of his world relies on truth. It all runs on lies. And so all he has to do is keep churning away.
It all runs on lies and narratives deemed acceptable by the in crowd that Adam gravitates around.
Whatever Tim says and says, I don't know, this, that, the other. It doesn't matter how contradictory these things are. As long as Adam maintains the lie, he never has to be held accountable for telling the lies. And if he just dodges from point to point saying, yeah, well, everything's not true, whatever it is, I don't care. In the most unmanly way imaginable, Adam slimily wriggles his way out of having to deal with this. And suddenly Tim's like starting to feel bad that he's shouting at just this fucking liar who's lying to his face. I mean, I don't in any way begrudge Tim shouting at this guy at all. He's doing it deliberately to wind him up.
Didn't know this.
Yeah, I don't know everything that you know.
Oh, look at that. I don't know everything that you know. Yeah, sure, but you did know until this point that the very fine people he'd called were Nazis. And then Tim's like, no, he didn't say that. He said the opposite of that. And then like, well, I don't know anything. I don't know everything you know. It's like, yeah, because, again, none of this is about finding grounding in truth. I'm getting stressed out myself dealing with this. But again, this is the most unmanly...
Stressed out by proxy. It was sort of almost like a proxy embarrassment. The way he said that was also slimy. Yeah, no, You let Adam Conover talk long enough, and he really does out himself as a rather slimy individual. He's not a good guy. He is coming up lacking in the character department.
Only thing I've ever seen. I can't stand it. It's literally the consensus morality of the worst kind of person, and Adam is deliberately avoiding having to admit, yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with saying, yeah, okay, I was wrong about that, except Adam knows the punishment he gets afterwards. When he goes back to his liberal bubble, they're going to chew him out.
But this is what Biden launched his campaign on. Biden made a public announcement to launch his presidency in 2020 off of this lie. And you didn't know that. 5 years later.
I don't know why you're getting on me about this, but
Look at this. Like, this means nothing to him. Like, again, Tim is like, well, I'm interested in things that are true and factually accurate. And Adam, like, this doesn't mean anything to me. I've got no mechanism for parsing it, says Adam, because ultimately the childless cat ladies who watch my videos are going to be very angry if I agree with you.
Oh no, we can't have that now, can we? Dear Lord, we could probably come up with an alternative form of energy if we managed to harness the coping, seething, and rabid anger of the lonely cat ladies. Yes, what will the kittens think? Dear Lord. Let me see here.
Is this a Cinder incident? I don't want to be here.
No, I don't think that. No, it's not. Actually, we have already talked about this a bit. I just didn't move the tabs around into the appropriate order. I think Alana talking about Scoo-chan.
Oh my god.
Well, I think we've talked that one to death, so we can go ahead and move on. Let's see here. Enoch Powell. Enoch Powell said a lot of things. All pop music sounds the same, so just listen to City Pop and you'll be fine. Right, so we can skip over those two. Right. Don't know if anybody's been keeping an eye on what's been happening with certain segment of the Afrikaner population of South Africa. They're not safe in their own country anymore. In fact, the ruling post-apartheid regimes kind of got it in for them, as a lot of people who knew anything about tribalism and about, you know, what was to come warned everyone about it, but they didn't want to listen because, you know, they wanted to believe in the sort of neoliberal ideals that they held as just absolutely immutable, and come to find out they're not. But yeah, the ruling African government there in South Africa has basically said, yeah, you Afrikaner white farmers, you're all persona non grata. It's just a matter of time before we take all your land. And we like to lead chants where we think it's okay to lead these certain chants with our constituents to say that, yeah, it's okay for us to pillage, plunder, and kill all of you, because more apartheid and more racism and more historical oppression and all this other bollocks that doesn't really have any relevancy in the modern world. So, yeah, a minority group in South Africa is finding themselves the targets and the victims of what can only be termed as a genocide. And the American government has said, yeah, we're not having that. You Afrikaners who know how to farm, you're skilled laborers and all, right, hop a plane, get over here to the US, and we'll resettle you and you can build your lives over here instead. And a lot of Afrikaners have said, yeah, sounds like a good deal, we'll do that. And a lot of people, very racist and very xenophobic against these Afrikaner farmers, have been moulding and seething over that. So yeah, here's a little something from the podcast Lotus Eaters about white South Africans.
Let's talk about South Africa and U.S.
You
relations.
guys have fun with that.
The Trump
I'm just in here
administration
to say
granted
hi.
refugee status
All right,
to white
take
South
care.
Africans, and the left is
Yeah,
on life
thanks for
support.
letting me
And
hang
I
up
want
for
to
like a
say
bit.
that the left has acted in particularly shameful ways.
Good night,
And I
chat.
want to call them out, and I
Good
think that
night.
they are deeply hypocritical, morally complacent, and they're actually turning a blind eye to really horrendous rhetoric that is genocidal in the making, but also they're turning a blind eye to the terrible practices which very often have victims, and lots of them are.
I mean, make no mistake, white farmers have been victims of violence in South Africa from the majority black population because of the fact that they are white and because they're farmers. So don't fucking tell me that there is no such thing as racism against white people. And don't fucking tell me that there's no such thing as white genocide, because what we're seeing here in South Africa is white genocide. It's real, and it is happening. And to deny that it is happening makes you just as complicit in genocide. Because according to the standards that we in the Western world have set up, if you deny that a genocide is taking place, then that makes you just as complicit in genocide. They brought 50 white South Africans here. Leftists lost their minds. So much so there's an entire road of crosses of those who were victims of that violence, and it's a long road. It is indeed. It's happened in South Africa, and it also happened in Rhodesia too. What we now know as Zimbabwe. There's a long history of this sort of thing happening in Africa against white farmers. This is sadly nothing new. Only thing that is new here is the American government decided to finally do something about it.
Are disproportionately white. So what happened? We need to give some context about it, because this is a subject that we have talked about it before. Josh has done several segments about it and has done an interview which we are going to talk about with Ernst von Zyl. Let me show it to you here. Definitely check it out. They are talking about the fate of South Africa, and you can find it on a website. Go and check it out. So this is a topic that we have spoken about before, but we need to address several people, and maybe they don't know the context. So I'm going to give you some of the context here. So South Africa is governed by the ANC party for about 30 years. There's the party of Nelson Mandela, which came with...
ANC, I believe, is short for the African National Congress, or, yeah, I think that's the long form name.
Great promises of liberation, but it looks like everything is worse.
Yep.
I don't think that this is...
I don't think anyone can really say that South Africa is in a better position than it was 30 years ago.
It's not particularly controversial claim.
Basic things: electricity, security, trains, the value of the currency. On all of these details, they're just doing a horrific job managing their country.
Yes.
No, yeah, it's all gotten a lot worse. And it really says something in talking with people who live in South Africa that they've got to turn... I mean, we even saw it with a Serpent Today video regarding what's going on in South Africa. People are having to turn their homes into fortresses And they've even got to gate off and fence off the foyer, the main entry point of their homes. Make sure that, they've got iron and steel bars, making themselves prisoners in their own homes. Lest thieves and robbers get in and murder everyone and steal all the shit. And they've got to have barbed wire lining all around tall stone walls made of reinforced concrete. Homes have to be transformed into fortresses in order for people to just feel some semblance of safety there. Otherwise, it's an open invitation for people to be tortured and murdered and be robbed of all their worldly possessions.
And it's declined periodically, and not only that, the impact that it has on nations around there that was reliant at one stage upon the largest economic power. It's slipped behind countries such as Ghana and Nigeria, which are growing because they're freer.
Exactly, and they say that on every metric, South Africa has gone backward. Education, health, employment, everything seems to be going downhill. And they are saying that the ANC party had the support of the majority of South Africans for almost 30 years, but last May, I think, the support has dwindled. It has become lower than 50, and there is a kind of lack of governance. And this has led the ANC party to...
They can't form a coalition government. The ANC has lost their historical mandate because they've let the entire country go to shit. Because they're hell-bent on anti-white racism and using that as a cudgel to scapegoat for why everything's shit in South Africa. Considering the farmers produce 92% of the food, once they leave, that whole area is screwed, as well as the wider part of that continent. Yeah, I think Razorwind probably said it best. If you can't figure out how to grow your own food, you need a certain subset of the population to do it for you, and that you treat that subset like shit to the point where they leave, and you can't figure out how to grow your own food, yeah, you kind of deserve to starve at that point.
To try to sort of pick a segment of the population and blame everything on that segment of the population. And there are several parties, especially we are going to talk also about the EFF, led by Julius Malema, who are openly calling and chanting, "Kill the Boer, kill the white man," which are things that shouldn't be, we shouldn't turn a blind eye to them. We should constantly talk about them, because they are essentially pro-genocide rhetoric. That's how it works.
Are they the two main parties at the moment, or are there used to be a few more than them, if I remember rightly, but they've now risen to effectively be the two main political parties opposing each other? Because one was supposed to be a splinter group of the other, wasn't it?
So the EFF is a splinter of the ANC, and then there are two other major parties representing
they're still major.
Parliament. Well, they can never beat the ANC, and they can never beat the ANC and the EFF together.
Yeah.
And what the EFF does is that it's
yes, because they've got a lock on the African vote there. They have a lock on the sort of tribalistic sensibilities of the African vote there. Remember what happened to the kulaks in the Soviet Union? Mm-hmm.
Sets out a far more extreme position that the ANC then must meet. Remember, you don't have to win politically, you don't have to win the election.
No.
You just have to make the ruling party implement your agenda.
Yeah.
It's like coalitions and coalition governments, like now with the CDU, CSU in Germany, and the SPD. Somehow the SPD is on the government yet again.
Yes, somehow.
Right, so a few months ago, Cyril Ramaphosa, the leader of the...
Because God forbid they should ever let AFD into a coalition government. Because, yes, a right-wing party being led by a female as the lead minister, who I believe she is a lesbian, somehow AFD still remains a threat to democracy. And some sort of existential threat that will bring about a rebirth of the Austrian Painter Party in Germany, when nothing could be further from the truth. These people are so pathetic in their desperation.
The ANC signed a very controversial bill, the land seizure law, which calls for expropriation of land without compensation, which effectively means there are no property rights, and if there are no property rights, people's lives become incredibly more precarious. Imagine being in a country where you are the minority and you suddenly have the government being able to come and tell you, I can confiscate everything you have, good luck.
Well, that sounds like they did it next door in Zimbabwe. They did exactly the same. So they're copying from that.
Yes.
We know exactly how that turned out. Zimbabwe is a failed state. A far cry from what they had going on with Rhodesia. Rhodesia was at least a functioning state. Things were not perfect under apartheid South Africa, but damn sight better than what's going on now. I would say now that South Africa qualifies as a failed state, or at least it's in the process of becoming a failed state. Threat to democracy has now just been turned into they're gaining momentum. We need to stop them before they try to fix the problems. Yeah, even if that includes, like in Romania, cancelling elections and overturning the will of the people expressed at the ballot box. Overturning election results. And jailing the winner.
It's not exactly unheard of. It's not a theoretical possibility. It's a very live possibility. So Donald Trump took issue with it, and he made a post in Truth Social saying South Africa is confiscating land and treating certain classes of people very badly. It's a bad situation that the radical left media doesn't want to so much as mention. A massive human rights violation at the minimum is happening for all to see. The United States won't stand for it. We will act. Also, I will be cutting off all future funding to South Africa until a full investigation of this situation has been completed. And in reaction to Trump, Cyril Ramaphosa here talks about approaching Iran and Russia for a nuclear deal.
Yeah, good fucking luck with that.
Do you have a comment about the wider geopolitical angle of the conversation?
Yeah, so I think about it this way. With what's happening in the Red Sea and with the United States unable...
I think that is rather humorous, given that Russia was the first to make overtures to resettling the Boer farmers. They made the offer first before the Americans did. It just so happens that the Americans' offer was accepted.
To get the Red Sea shipping lanes open again without a deal with the Houthi, it becomes even more important to make sure that the Cape of Good Hope route is available and is open. And now with the ANC saying that they're going to draw closer to Iran and Russia, and they're already extremely close to China, it becomes a problem to lose this prime geopolitical real estate.
Going to be funny watching Russia and China fighting over Africa over minerals. I mean, in so many ways they already are. Chinese have already had quite the foothold
And so,
in Africa. And we've seen how well that turns out. All of these infrastructure projects that they've made as investments into Africa, the Chinese have acted like absolute loan sharks, where they set them up with such onerous terms that it was almost a fait accompli that they were going to seize these infrastructure projects, these ports, and these shipyards and everything else for themselves. And oh, by the way, showing that these African countries, they don't know how to negotiate a good deal, China brings in all their own labor. These are Chinese projects built with Chinese labor. Not once did they ever hire a single African national to do anything with these projects. So, if the past has been any indicator, congratulations, South Africa, you displayed yourself. Well done. What will happen in India, they'll be bringing in their own troops as well. Yep.
if there's a situation where there's talk of Cape independence or something of that sort, you can argue very convincingly that the strategic interests of the West require it to defend an independent Cape and to support an independent Cape against essentially China, Russia, and Iran. Now, with Russia, you might get a reconciliation, but
don't you see this as this is the kind of consequence of us starting to try and mess geopolitically with what is perceived now as the two largest enemies, Russia and China. Russia is simply the gateway to China. As one security services in the UK mentioned it to me, it says, Stephen, we've always disliked Russia. England has disliked Russia since the 1600s.
Yes.
But we never really saw them as a major threat. What they are is a threat if they're a friend to China.
Exactly.
So by weakening Russia, we can then prepare our legitimate pre-war scenarios against China. But China have been aware of this for a long time. They were aware of it financially in the markets. They're aware about it economically, the way they've expanded outwards. So when you get dictators like this who are ready to butcher white people over land and use excuses, all we're doing is giving these people an opportunity to fall into the arms of those, because we're making it explicit at the now. And someone over the weekend who's living in northern Pakistan said it's China are using their weapons through the Pakistani military to test them out against French military airplanes.
Yes.
So that we can see this, and they're becoming a friend in that region. So we're now dividing the world into this potential.
Not just that, the bigger danger is this.
French planes and other weapons supplied to India. We should point that out.
The more pressure is placed on unnatural allies of China, like Russia and Iran, who are stuck with China rather than with China, the stronger the Chinese become.
Yes.
So if you want to be clever about it, create distance between Russia and China.
Yeah.
And you can't make both of an enemy at the same time.
No, you can't. You can't. Sorry.
Let us continue. So here we have Julius Malema openly calling for the killing of the boer, killing of the farmer.
Shoot to kill!
Well, it's not the AC/DC song. He's literally talking about killing boers and farmers. Now, to my mind, this is just incitement to violence. This is the rhetoric that accompanies the demonization of white people, and whenever groups are...
I would say that the CIA just needs to take out this bloke, but that would probably make him into a martyr, and we don't want that. Export planes are usually inferior versions of the domestic ones. Usually, yeah. They're not going to give you the best stuff and give that away.
Are demonized by rhetoric. That rhetoric also is seen as justifying doing... They are the violation of their rights. So this should be taken seriously. We have here a thread by Visegrad for Julius Malema if you want to check out. It's really interesting. And here we need to say also that really interesting.
Back up a bit.
And if you want to check out, it's really.
Oh, this is from Visegrad 24. That's a good account on Twitter, worth following. Julius Malema, corrupt, racist, bloodthirsty hypocrite. Not a freedom fighter, he's a thug in a suit. Main goal is to burn South Africa to the ground whilst enriching himself. How typical. CIA already has the hands full, but empty, depending on how you look at it, because the current administration's firing people and cleaning house for the CIA. About time. It's about time, too.
Really interesting. And here we need to say also that there are more, even more.
Pity we can't seem to do the same with MI6.
Race laws right now than there were during the apartheid times. We have here from the
30 years into a non-racial democracy and they've got race laws.
Definitely check it out. And these laws now are mostly anti-white. They're anti-white, not mostly.
Of course,
so it looks like the left is trying to create a narrative according to which every criticism of South Africa constitutes far-right extremism and racism. Whereas in fact, it looks like the regime that is governing South Africa is even more racist.
Yeah.
Right. So what happened? Now we're fast forwarding to today. So we have here.
The left goes into overtime to try and gaslight and convince people that there is no such thing as anti-white racism. When, if the most recent case with Carmelo Anthony is any sort of indicator, there is such a thing as anti-white racism. And that was on very apparent display with Carmelo Anthony, where a young man, a black man, stabs and kills a white student over a seat at a football game, and then is able to raise over $500,000, get himself a fancy new car, get him a new house for his mum, and just live the high life as he awaits trial.
Here, the first white South Africans boarding the plane for US under the Trump refugee plan. This is an article by Reuters today, which you can tell that the person who wrote it isn't particularly happy about it. And they're saying here that Trump's offer of asylum to white South Africans, especially Afrikaners, the group with the longest history among white settlers in South Africa, has been divisive in both countries. In the US, it comes
according
as
to
the
who?
Trump administration has blocked mostly non-white refugee admissions from the rest of the world. In South Africa,
I mean, let's just face it, they're not going to vote for him or the Republican Party anyway, so why should he let in people who don't serve his interests? It's classic politics. You reward your friends and you punish your enemies. In defeat, malice. In victory, revenge. That is how politics works. I see awaits conviction, you mean, because trust me when I tell you, with all the evidence gathered, he's cooked. I don't know that I trust the DA's office there in the county that happened to finish the job. I don't know that I trust the court system to do the cooking. I don't know that I trust the ability to put together a jury of 12 people to deliver unanimously a guilty verdict.
coincides with heightened racial tensions over land and jobs that have dogged domestic politics since the end of white minority rule. And as they say here, the granting of refugee status to white South Africans, who have remained by far the most privileged race since apartheid ended 30 years ago, has been met with a mixture of alarm and ridicule by South African authorities who say the Trump administration has waded into a domestic political issue it does not understand.
So why are they not, in this particular case, looking at the definition of the UN Refugee Convention and assessing that people are asylum applicants if they fear terror and abuse politically and materially on their side of things because they're white, and which we clearly see. If someone says kill the Boer, they are the Boer. That's a particular individual case that's saying about an individual group. We know that there's been a rise in violence in South Africa against white people. We know that people have been killed. We've seen that on there. So that is a legitimate class of individuals, whereas those within this article that they're talking about, the non-white refugee admissions, particularly the 200 to 350,000 a month that are going up there through Biden, were economic migrants, of which Indians participated as the, I mean, this is from India, were the third largest group of people going through that southern border. They're all economic migrants. They're not fleeing terror in the same way.
Yeah, they're all coming over to get on the gravy train. They're all coming over here to work substandard jobs, substandard wages, and take those jobs away from hard-working native-born American citizens. True, but I do be an optimist. Plus, I think given the recent arrest of judges doing stupid things because of ideology, I'm willing to hold out hope. You have a bit more optimism than I do, Action. And in some ways, I commend you for it. I wish I could be that optimistic. Unfortunately, I'm just... If the past 10 plus years have been any indicator, I'm going to leave my expectations set lower. But that's just me. If I'm wrong, I'll be pleasantly surprised. If not, well, what are the same?
In the minds of the Reuters author, if you are European, you are by definition privileged.
Yes.
And this racial hierarchy that
except you're not. You're not really. You're actually one of the most oppressed groups in the world because you're the ones that are looked upon with suspicion. You're the one who are looked upon as the evil ones by default. You're the ones that get called racist, sexist, bigoted, homophobic, misogynistic. You're the one that gets accused of hate crimes and non-hate incidents. You're the one that gets denied certain benefits while people from other groups get those benefits that you'll never get. You're the one that gets denied special treatments while other groups will get that special treatment. You're the one that gets sent to the back of the line or not even considered for jobs, while everyone else gets considered because of DEI initiatives and because of equal opportunity laws. All of this talk of privilege, it's a lie. It's gaslighting by the powers that be. Like what my dad says, prepare for the worst, hope for the best. I mean, that's all you can do in the end. Letting countries fall apart because they didn't want to be called mean names. Can't imagine a dumber way to run countries. And yet it's so powerful and it's proven so effective for so many people for so long. But more and more people, I think, are finally waking up and saying, you know what? Call me a racist. I want things to fucking work again. I want my country back.
Created is deeply symptomatic of the way that wokes invent a new holy victim for themselves. Because they miss Christianity, they insist on creating new holy victims. And for them, they've decided that rather than the holy victim being Christ, it must be the so-called oppressed. Now, in the case of South Africa, you constantly see attacks by South Africans against Zimbabweans or against other foreigners in South Africa.
Absolutely.
And you see them obviously against whites, but that doesn't fit their religious dogma. And so they can't see it and they can't recognize it. And they must insist, therefore, that this isn't a legitimate claim of asylum. It's built in. And then there's something else that must be said, which is it's totally fair to expect migrants and refugees to be prioritized based on their ability to assimilate into the host country. Yes. There's nothing wrong with saying that. It's perfectly normal. But to their minds, no, that's a violation of their religious beliefs.
The point is that I think that I phrase it in terms of ideology, and I think the core of the ideology of these people is that there can be no such thing as a white person who is a victim of racism.
Yes.
These are the people who have been educated in, the Ivy League universities that have been pushing, not just the Ivy Leagues, but they have been educated in the universities who have been pushing the critical race theory stuff, which demonizes white people. It's not the colorblind 90s thing.
No, if they really were to truly look at a philosophical and intellectual argument, they would be looking at the poor white South Africans who were living in the estates, the working class, the poverty class,
yes,
that got worse after the change and the increase of the ANC in power. They've been isolated, and they're the ones who should really be clearly looking for a way out through asylum into the US. But they'd equally be looking at the poor across the rest of Europe who are white or whatever colour. They're the ones who are suffering. Look at their historical context. People like my grandfather, who was a crofter, had to wheel things across Manchester, collecting things and trying to sell it to make a living. Before that, his parents were working in the factories. What white privilege do they have? But they don't fit the criteria. The white privilege they're looking at are the whites who were in power in Western Europe at the time, with the billionaires of the day, the millionaires of the day. So the critique is against them, but blaming everybody in society because they happen to be slightly better off than the Guatemalan poverty person.
And also completely absolving the rulers of South Africa of any responsibility
yes,
for the mess that they're in.
Yes.
As in, why is South Africa in a much worse economic state today than it was at the time that apartheid ended? Well, it's still the white people's fault.
Yes.
But what about the ANC? Does it take any responsibility for the corruption, for the mismanagement, for the economic policies, for the socialism, for the explosion in welfare? Absolutely not. Why? Because it's
why?
Because then they might actually have to do something and stop fucking things up.
Why was communism there still killing 20-odd million people? It wasn't the fault of poor old Stalin. He was such a lovely man. He just really had to suffer from the Tsars before, all those hundreds of years in which he didn't have the opportunity to rectify the impoverishment in his country, so he had to kill them.
Yep.
This is really integral to wokeness, because wokeness separates the population to oppressed and oppressors, and whoever is named an oppressed can do no wrong. So they have been targeted as oppressors. Anything that they do is wrong, and no one should speak about them because they can't be victims. And if anyone insists that they can be victims of racism but also of bad policies, that's a far-right conspiracy as far as the left is concerned, which is ridiculous. So South Africa here criticized the US as trying to interfere with its constitutional democracy. And they are talking about this move as being a political motivated. I think that this is just ridiculous.
No, and besides, the neoliberals and the neoconservatives, they opened the door to this sort of behavior a long time ago. So the genie's out of the bottle on that one. You can't all of a sudden say, oh, you're interfering with our democracy. No. You made it quite clear that if other countries do something we don't like, America and the neoliberal world order can interfere in a supposedly democratic country's daily operations for whatever reason, or even for no reason at all. Zero accountability taken, yet they'll blame everyone else. Because it's so much more convenient to just do that. And it's not about doing what's right, it's about what's convenient. Those two are often mutually exclusive.
Trump responded by describing Afrikaners as victims of racial discrimination, and that, as you can guess, violates the tenets of the woke ideology.
Doesn't the South African Constitution say that racist laws are illegal unless they serve the cause of racial justice?
Yes.
Something ridiculous, some kind of ridiculous.
I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah.
Actually, no, that's something interesting.
And what is racial justice? Whatever those in power say it is. Therefore, they can put whatever racist laws in effect that they like. Especially if it means vengeance against the white man. Because remember, chat, what I said earlier. In defeat, malice. In victory, revenge. That is how power politics work. Just a blank space with constant eraser markings. Whatever they say it is.
Interesting.
Yeah,
that's how social justice is being weaponized in order to promote the special interest groups.
Unless it's against the right people.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
That, unless it's against the races I don't like, in which case racism is fine.
That's perfectly
and
okay.
And it's just
that's how the left.
Legal racism.
Legal racism.
Legal racism.
Legalized, institutionalized racism in another direction.
I'm going to have to look that like that.
And that constitution was praised by the UN and by all the expert classes as being incredibly fair and so on. It's
okay.
Yeah, because they would never do that sort of thing in the opposite direction. They would never take in the opposite direction against the white farmers. No, perish the thought.
To show you some reactions, and I think they fit the pattern we're talking about perfectly. So here we have someone called Kim Hello next saying, Nelson Mandela extended the hand of reconciliation to white South Africans after we committed acts of inhumanity against black South Africans, and we have failed the humanity test. We have largely remained unrepentant and racist. I want to say that this is textbook ecophobia. Ecophobia is the hatred of one civilization. There's a great book by Benedict Beckel on.
Yeah, Kim Hello is apparently a self-loathing white person, and this is their way of coping and seething. They're saying to the Afrikaners who have sought refugee status in America, good riddance, shame on you. Yeah, I'm sure they're going to feel great shame as they go and resettle in America and build a good life for themselves. I was just about to say perish the thought too, beat me to the punch. Great minds think alike.
On it, who I have interviewed multiple times. This is really tied to wokeness in a way, because it shows how, and according to that theory, towards the end of some civilizations, basically every civilization, there is a tendency to identify with others, and constantly view their own people as bad and as guilty and as the worst thing ever. It is portrayed as a virtue. It is portrayed as a virtue within that theory to say bad things about you, but also
it is portrayed as a virtue to hate yourself and hate your people, which I have never understood. I have no concept of that. I do not hate my people. I don't hate myself. As a matter of fact, I rather like my people, and I like myself. Even though sometimes both I myself and my people can do things that are rather daft. But that's what happens when you love yourself and you love your people. You allow a certain measure of grace. Just as God shows us grace in forgiveness for our sins, so we too should allow grace for ourselves and for our people.
This is deeply hypocritical because it completely robs people of agency.
Yeah.
We're looking at it there. It's made very clear in the word we.
Yes.
We.
It's not just, it's we remain unrepentant and racist.
Yes.
So the framing here is a framing of original sin.
Absolutely.
The framing here is a framing of original sin, and that's the only way to make to make sense of it.
It's idolatry. And if you've read your scriptures, you would know there's one thing that really pisses off God more than anything, and that is idolatry. But also it shows a long history of people rejecting God and going complete stark raving mad as a result.
Yeah.
It's essentially a Christian heresy where Christian charity is extended to extremes towards rivals and is denied to friends. And that's the essence of heresy, really.
We have here from Blue Sky someone called John Cryer saying Trump has been a racist for decades.
Oh, the actor, John Cryer, whom we know from 2.5 Men, and also from, I think it was in the DC television universe on the CW as Lex Luthor. Which is funny because I believe he played a young nephew of Lex Luthor in Superman 4.
Decades, as he violently expels legal immigrants of color, he invites white refugees from South Africa. I think this is a...
Well, yeah, I mean, if... Again, there's an oversimplification. If you're in the country illegally, then you're breaking law and you need to leave. If you're exploiting the system at the expense of the native population, then you need to leave. But also, there's the whole element of realpolitik. You reward your friends, you punish your enemies. He's inviting people that he knows he can make citizens and who will vote for him. Why would he bring in a bunch of people who are not going to vote for him anyway? It's also because of the fact the ones getting deported are criminals and those who came in illegally. Yes. Once again, I tell you, in defeat, malice. In victory, revenge.
a perfect response because they are using racism yet again. Why? Because Trump wants to grant refugee status to people who are victims of racism.
It's so funny. Imagine that, a country enforcing its laws. And no, what a concept.
Policies. There's no other way about it.
I mean, I don't know who John Cryer is. I mean, certainly Peter Creel there, that line there, every white South African.
That's pretty sad that John Cryer has gone from fairly well-known actor to literal who.
Is racist. Every white Englishman is racist. Every racist is a Brexiteer. You heard that line through the campaign. It's it's all of one colour. You can only be one. And if you happen to be like me, Peter Creel, a white person, I must flagellate myself by throwing this kind of, what are those irons that they have in Iran across my back to prosecute myself to their on my knees to them. It's a dream.
There's another one saying here, make no mistake, Trump is bringing those Afrikaners here to be violent extremists just like how they were in South Africa.
Oh, yes, they're so violent. tending to their farms and growing their crops and raising their cattle. So violent, yes.
Stay vigilant. I think this is just ridiculous.
So instead of the KKK, it's going to be the AAA.
It's
And
incredible.
here we have Dr. Alison Wills giving us yet another delusional take. White South Africans should not come to America. We don't need any more racist people. We're full to the brim.
To which Visegrad24 responding, "You're the one being the racist." And she responds with the typical gaslighting and bullshit of black people cannot be racist. Oh, and then there's Kaguya's Top Gal chiming in. They'll give a PhD to anyone these days. They really will. A PhD does not carry the weight that it used to. They will literally give a PhD to anyone these days.
Need more? No, don't need any more white people. Sorry. Open
Black
brackets.
people, hold on, go, if you go back to that one, she says black people cannot be racist.
Yes.
I think that comes to the essential religious element of it.
That's right.
The perversity is this. Original sin is ascribed to every single human being. We all carry the burden of original sin. In the woke heresy, some groups do and some groups don't.
Mm-hmm.
There are pure groups and there are dirty groups. And
That's why wokeness invariably results on a morally complacent two-tier system.
Yes.
And that's what it justifies. In this case, it is weaponized against white people.
In every case, pretty much. Yeah,
I'm
sure.
Pretty much every case.
Yes.
Asians are seen as white
Yes.
adjacent and therefore
It
equally
depends on
guilty
the
of white
context.
supremacy.
Same with Jews. Anyone from Israel.
Same with Jews. Yeah.
Right. And here we have yet another one, Colin Robinson saying, "I don't want any new white people from South Africa in my town. I'm racist."
Well,
Racist.
Can't even spell, Colin.
Yeah, they're
Yeah. You're not. If you're going to call yourself a racist, at least learn to spell the bloody word properly.
I think that's a
Yeah, there you go. That's not even your image.
maybe
is it?
that's a trolling one.
Yeah.
Right, so definitely check out the interview Josh did with Ernst van Zyl about the fate of South Africa. And it's really important, and we will go back to the issue because it looks like South Africa is close to the end point of what this ridiculous critical race theory is doing in the West. And we don't want to emulate this. We shouldn't
import this.
We shouldn't emulate this.
No.
If you would like to watch the full uncut version that is also uncensored, head on over to lotuseaters.com to find out more.
That's good content there. Right. I think one last one, and we'll call it a night chat. Just an older one from Sukiyaki Travel, about a year ago. I don't think I've ever done this one on stream, but I think we've seen it offline. I don't know if any of you have ever heard of a hotel chain called First Cabin. It is essentially taking the concept of a capsule hotel and stretching it out a bit to sort of combine that with, don't know if any of you are familiar with like Singapore Airlines or any of the like Qatar Airways or Emirates Air, those first class suites where you're kind of in your own little comfy pod with completely lie flat seating that you can have a bed made up and go to sleep in, television set, and you know, full in-flight entertainment, and you know, first class meals and the like. Very similar concept with First Cabin. It's basically like you're in a first class cabin on an aeroplane, except that's your hotel room. So let's take a look at that luxury and first class experience of a capsule hotel in Tokyo, Japan, in Akasaka. There we go. Oh, that's some good-looking sushi. Good-looking soup too. Right, we're going to stop. We're going to start here At Roppongi Station on the Uedo line. We'll head to Tokyo Midtown and to the 8th exit. Could go for some sushi right now, late as it is. Makes you wish you were in Japan. You could get that late at night, you could. Gonna walk a little way above ground, but it's close to Nagasaki Station on the Chiyoda line. The Uedo line and Midtown are directly connected, so very convenient, especially on the rainy days. I know, I miss Japan. So do I, action, so do I. Let's see, Galleria Zone has a variety of shops, clothing, interior goods, everything in between. Interior design combines a lot of modern and Japanese traditional styles, very relaxed, very calm atmosphere, especially with a lot of that wood trim. It makes it very calming. Warm lighting too, it's not very harsh white light. This is an object called Ishinki. It's made from white marble from Italy. Some people call that modern art. I call it a giant rock. It's supposed to harmonize with the light coming in from above, creating a gentle space. Damn, I'm still going to call that a giant rock on the ground with a big hole in the ceiling, letting in some light on it. Shops are very spacious, even by Japanese standards here. But for now, we're going to head out to Fujifilm Square, get above ground. Guyan Higashi Street is going to start coming into view here. There's a modern artwork by Kan Yasuda. That's a giant black rock with a hole in the center. Welcome to Tokyo Midtown, everyone. We're going to head towards Nogizaka now. Very spacious and quiet here. Yeah. It's either a weekend or they're caught in the middle of the day when everyone's at work. Here we are. Mecca for fans of the famous Japanese idol group Nogizaka 46, located right next to exit 1 of Nogizaka Station. Here's Nogi Shrine coming into view. We're not in a hurry, so we can actually take this opportunity to pay a visit. It's even quieter here. Young people celebrate their coming of age at this shrine. It enshrines General Nogi Marisuke, who served in the Russo-Japanese War and other wars. His wife's also buried here with him. Temple grounds surrounded by granary. It's easy to forget you're right in the heart of things between Roppongi and Akasaka. And it's also so quiet. It really doesn't take a whole lot to get away from the hustle and bustle of the big city. So, as is tradition, you take some water here from the fountain, purify your hands, rinse your mouth. Basically just sort of wash up. Each shrine is said to be home to a different god. God of the mountains, god of the trees. Depends on where you go. Nogi Shrine enshrines the real-life General Nogi Marisuke, who I guess according to Shinto standards has been deified. Due to its history, the shrine dedicated to a married couple is said to be a god of marital harmony, and is also a popular wedding venue. You've got rows of vermilion torii gates. It is the stuff of tourist photography, and it's quite beautiful. This Akasaka Oji Inari Shrine was originally the Inari Shrine and Oji Kita Ward, was relocated here. And we see something down here. It's a bell. Apparently you're supposed to ring the bell 3 times when praying, imbued with the meaning of purification exorcism, as the meanings of warding off evil spirits. That's one of the reasons I like the country so much. They preserve their historical identity while keeping it melded with the new. They've done a pretty good job of that, haven't they? Right, we're going to go down the stairs and head towards the main hall. We've got massive trees, dazzling green young leaves. Hard to walk away from this and not feel refreshed. Oh, there's goldfish. Little goldfish. Nogi Shrine celebrated its 100th anniversary in 2023. You got the Vermilion Torii Gates. There's also the Masamatsu Shrine off to the right of the worship hall. Next to the information board is a rock. A cameraman feels they've heard this word before. Appears in the lyrics of the national anthem Kimi Gayo. Sazareishi refers to small stones that have gathered together to form a larger rock. Interesting. And if you know anything about Japanese history, at one point there were a lot of divided smaller kingdoms that eventually came together to form modern Japan. Hence the meaning and the display of the stone there. Shimatsu Shrine is enshrining Yoshida Shoin and Tamaki Bunashin, the founder of, what was that? Shoka Sonjuku. Not sure what that is. Oh, said to be shrine for learning. So, got a bit of a double header. Shrine for marital harmony and also a shrine for learning. It's set back so it's much quieter and more orderly, as one would expect with Japanese education. And when you think about it, it makes sense that they would send young people here for their coming-of-age ceremonies. General Nogi was a disciple of Shoin Yoshida, and was said to have had a deep and abiding respect for him. So yeah, it makes a lot of sense when you think about it. And this particular shrine was designed by the same architect who created the National Noh Theatre. So you worship by tossing in a coin, bowing twice, and I think you clap your hands twice. You've got fortune-telling hooks that are overflowing with the fortune-telling slips. I think most of these are going to be bad fortunes that you sort of tie there and you leave it. You leave your bad fortune behind. If you get a good fortune, though, you take that with you. The actual fortune section of the slip contains a poem by General Nogi, who is considered deified and enshrined there at Nogi Shrine. The Yorisoshi Mamori, these amulets that we see here, they which are prayers for marital harmony, are also quite popular. And you can also visit the adjacent former Nogi residence. But it looks like we are making our exit. Former Nogi residence is designated as a tangible cultural property here in Minato Ward. Yeah, it does look like we're making... Yeah, mansion's not open to the public, except for 3 times a year when they exhibit valuable personal belongings of the Noggy family. There's also a weeping cherry tree planted next to the concrete Tuddy gate, which makes for excellent cherry blossom viewing in the springtime. This, I believe, was filmed in late spring, perhaps summer? A lot of negative ions in the air, probably thanks to the trees. Anyway, we return back to Tokyo Midtown, see a sign for the Ritz-Carlton that's nearby. Lots of carp streamers on the sidewalk, leading from the front of the building to the grassy plaza at the back, which to me would indicate a sign that this is being filmed in the summertime. Limited time event. Oh, no, it's late, so 4/19 Friday to 5/6 Monday. So from April to May, celebration of Boys Festival. There's 100 carp streamers made by creators in Japan and also from abroad. A real kaleidoscope of colours and shapes. There's a lot of squeaking going on. Not sure what's going on with that. Probably a child's toy or something. But they have events like this all the time for people of all ages in Tokyo Midtown. Approaching a grassy area. I was going to say, I think it's those kids' shoes where they squeak. Yeah, probably. Kids having a bit too much fun jumping around there. Yeah, April 19th, Sunday to Sunday, May the 26th, you can enjoy takeaway items in the garden. Normally it's one of those things where there's no outside food or drink. They don't want to be polluting the grounds. But this particular time of year, it's perfect to grab some takeaway and head over to the park and have yourself a impromptu picnic. Doggo! Yeah, Midtown Open the Park 2024. It's also weekend only events, urban sport. There's something for everyone here. So we're going to take the Chiyoda line to Akasaka Station here. And we've got construction going on right in front of us as we walk out of the station. Won't pay it too much mind. We're going to go to today's hotel. TBS Akasaka ACT Theatres currently showing Harry Potter and the Cursed Child, which explains why you've got a lot of Harry Potter themed cafes and merchandising. The Harry Potter goods store, always crowded. Harry Potter being very popular in Japan. The Act Theatre is located just at the end of the street here, along with TBS headquarters, one of the big broadcasters there in Tokyo and in Japan. Oh, there's a darts cafe nearby. That'd be fun to visit. Anyway, we head to the hotel now. Should be just after crossing the intersection. And you can see the sign there, chat. First cabin. That's where we're going to go. The Aomori Regional Business Exchange Centre's on the first floor. This particular hotel cost us about $54 a night, What about 50 euros or £42.87? This is one of the best rooms in first class that we're springing for, so yeah. Should be good. Let's head inside. Pretty clean interior. Modelled after a first-class aeroplane seat. Photo panels of big international airports. Gonna take the elevator to the second floor where reception's located. And then once we exit the lift, we're going to go to the right. It's not completely automated, so they do have front desk staff on hand. And of course staff, in typical Japanese style, very friendly, very courteous, very helpful. Amenities are self-service, you just take what you need. Toothbrushes, hairbrushes, razors, earplugs, body wash towels, hair ties. Next to the front desk there's a small cafe run by Key Coffee. It's also open to non-guests. So, you're in here, you want to grab a coffee? Well, there you have it. 3 types of single origin coffee, each one carefully selected from different regions on a daily basis. And then there's a Nepeta right in front of us. One of those paper lantern sculptures. Plenty of seating available. And it's used as a bar from about 1700 hours to 2300. Right, we're going to take the lift to the 4th floor. Basement floor is packed with all the services like the public bath, shower rooms, laundromat, vending machines. We do have stairs that can take you directly to the 4th floor. So our cameraman's going to get his steps in. Oh, by the way, the floors are segregated by gender, so 4th floor is for men only. By the way, I wanted to thank you again for recommending that high cough tea. Been helping me immensely this week. Going to be buying a batch of that dragon tea you got sponsored by as well this upcoming week where to get paid. Well, thank you, Action. I'm glad it helped. Definitely better than having to slurp down coffee all the time. Or energy drinks. We enter the 4th floor by swiping a card key. Oh, you're also going to need that to get to access the lift. Yeah. Let's see. 4B09. That's going to be back right corner there. And as soon as you enter, you see there's a lending goods section. Photons, pillows, deodorizing spray, humidifier. Oh, and there's a trouser press. You can borrow maximum 2 items per person. You can also borrow steam irons, mobile phone chargers, that sort of thing from the front desk. Very quiet in here. Ah, 4B09. Found it. I found. 2 types of rooms are available. You got business class and first class. Cameraman here, Sukiyaki-san, springing for first class. There's a compact table. in the sleep pod. Looks easy to use. I mean, I should hope so. It's a table. I mean, how hard can it be? Doesn't really feel like a capsule hotel. Very clean, very tidy. I mean, it feels like a proper small hotel room, doesn't it? Close the shutter partition. That blocks out a lot of the surrounding noise. And the space is peaceful and quiet. You've got 3 hangers here. You can easily store your suit, your coat in the winter. You've got slippers and there's large shoehorn. Yeah, nice little cubby cube. Got pajamas with the logos. They look comfortable enough. Reduces the amount of luggage you need to carry, so that does help. A short length, but breathable. We've got bath towels and hand towels provided. Probably take a look at the bath facilities later. Bed's pretty firm. There's a semi-double bed. Comfy enough for 1 person, probably maybe 2. You got 2 power outlets. There's a control panel for the lighting, the aircon right there at your bedside. 32-inch flat screen television. Plug in using earphones. Also got another access for the mains there, and the Wi-Fi cord. You can't lock the cabins since it is still designated as a capsule hotel, but you do have occupied door plates. There's also a gap at the top. Oh, and you have a mirror. Get ready in the cabin in the morning. Make sure everything looks neat and tidy. Oh, there's a mechanical key with your room key. And that'll lock and unlock the security box. As Sukiyaki-san will demonstrate here. Fairly spacious. Put a handbag, some other valuables in there. Could they have that? Because, like we mentioned, there's no lock on the door. Legally, they're not allowed to put a lock on the door. That's not how capsule hotels work. Looks cozy enough, yes. By the way, well, welcome in, South. Restaurants, supermarkets, convenies, and more. Right here in the area. And right from the start, Sukiyaki-san was invited to yakiniku, but we're going to pass on that for today. Wait, really? Didn't know that about there not being locks. Yeah, capsule hotels are not allowed to lock the pods. Let's see, we're going to decide on... What was this? Umai Sushi-kan. Ah, popular sushi restaurant. Well known for serving authentic fresh fish at a reasonable price. Many stores around Akasaka are closed on Sundays, except for this one. Seats at the counter. Spacious restaurant. Casual atmosphere. Nothing too intimidating. Tried the nigiri special. Oh, it looks delicious. I like what they did with the branding on the tamago sushi. But a kelp soy sauce. That's interesting. Delicious and filling, yet also reasonably priced. It looks good too. Right to left, down up text. It's got a wide selection of side dishes. So very tourist friendly. Easy to eat choices. Tuna, salmon roe, shrimp. They play all the hits. There's a very strong miso soup they serve with dashi stock. And free refills. It's always nice, isn't it? And our cameraman is pleasantly full. I mean, they're just right next door, so pop back on the lift here and get back up to the room. But first, we're going to stop at first floor basement. Take a look around. This actually, last year was the 8th anniversary of the hotel's opening. Interior's still very clean and tidy. In front of the lift, you got a small relaxation area where you can watch television or do some desk work using the outlets to the mains. You've also got some vending machines over here. You can purchase something to drink if you're thirsty. Women's bath is at the front and the men's bath is at the back. You know, I've never had those egg blocks with sushi. Are they any good? I like them. I mean, it's nothing really special. It's just scrambled eggs on top of rice. Maybe a little bit of wasabi in between. It's really not bad. Just pan-fried egg yolk and block mold with seasoning. Yeah, basically. There's a nice touch, though, with the branding on the top. Let's see. Touch the card key. There's a raised area so you can take off your shoes here. Got lockers with keys, and just sort of wear the key on your wrist. Got the coin laundry. Do everything from washing to drying in one machine. Shower room feels spacious. You've got shampoo, conditioner, body soap provided. Got a bathroom at the back of the changing room. An actual, like, proper bathing facility. We've made sure there's no one inside. Open it quietly. And there it is. Spacious enough you can stretch out comfortably. And you've got 4 washing areas before you enter. Is this a long-term stay hotel or short-term? I would say this is more of a short-term. Probably something best to just stay for like a couple of days. Definitely not something that you would stay in for the long term, just because it can get a bit cramped after a while. And shared facilities like bathing, yeah, definitely something for the short-term traveler. Could make them at home, though, probably overpriced. I don't know, if they come as a set, probably not so bad. Might go grab some next time we go to a sushi place. Really tempted to try those egg blocks now. Yeah, give them a go. I think you'd like them. Many people come here in the morning to get ready, so it's less crowded in the evening. And the powder room in front of the changing room is bright and clean. Talk of which, let's check that out. You've got hair dryers at each sink. Curling irons in the women's powder room. Plenty of amenities. Lotion, shaving cream. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Yeah. Little photo of Mount Fuji. I think my expectations of American hotels have substantially lowered my expectations of international hotels. You'd be very pleasantly surprised with Japanese hotels. They really do put the Americans and even the Europeans to a certain extent to shame. Right, back to the room. It was night, corridors are already dark, but our first class room is spacious and very comfortable. The upper part's open, so some people may be bothered by the noise from their neighbours, but that's unavoidable due to the Inns and Hotels Act. Put an eye mask on. All good. And it's morning. Sukiyaki-san was able to sleep soundly, not bothered by any of the surrounding noise. I mean, it really is rather quiet. But a lot of people asleep, so we're having to be real careful not to make a lot of noise. The exit light would definitely keep me awake. Yeah, you definitely need a sleep mask for that. You can have breakfast at the cafe on the first floor. It opens up at 7 a.m. Final checkout time is 10 a.m. Though if you check with the front desk, you might be able to do a late checkout. Just talk to them. I'm sure they can make it work. Very clean, very spacious, very comfortable stay, even if it is just meant for a short term. And off they go again. Very well done. Right, chat. Been at this for a lot longer than I anticipated. So, with all of that said, and given that it is rather late in the evening, I think we're going to find someone to raid, and we are going to call it a night. Let's see who we've got online right now that we could go raid. Not a lot of people, but I do see a few that we can go raid. That's a rerun. +6 hours, yeah. See who's doing what here. Oh, hey. There's someone we haven't raided in a long time. If ever, I think. Cavalier. And it is her birthday. So, let's get some. There we go. And then we'll add in one more crown and castle. There we go. Copy pasta for everyone. All right. No stream tomorrow. I will see all of you more than likely, probably looking like next Friday and Saturday. So, all of you have a fantastic week ahead. Have a very relaxing Sunday. I'll see all of you next week. Thank you all for joining me tonight. I'm Lord Rexworth, wishing you all the best, and God bless.